guiding. So we're going to pick up where we left off with Product Zomboid. We've been doing 16 times pop, 0 to hero, which means they start with literally no stats, no strength, no fitness, no trade skills, no combat skills, no bonuses to any of those skills or anything. So it isn't a character that we've taken all the negative traits, because honestly that's really terrible to try and view because all the sound is either not there or muddled. And it's just obnoxious. Alright, no problem. Thanks. Thank you so much for checking out those VODs and all that. But with that, we've had a pretty good last 2 streams. We have massively cut into the population of the zombies at the resort that I am feeling pretty good that we'll probably get into the resort today. Like actually be able to potentially claim it and all that. Yeah, so 8 days ago... Yeah, 8 days ago, near the end of the stream. Right, because we would have died 8 days ago, and then I started our stream probably about an hour or so before the end of the stream. Okay. So, we are in range for where the helicopter can show up. So we'll be dealing with that. And so we have been, like, what I've been trying to do right now is I've been trying to just keep pushing forward on the zombies so far as, like... Oh, actually, I should go out to the road because I need flint, not branches. How are we doing on food? I need the... Oh, actually, I mean, I got acorns. Man, we're finding lots of branches all of a sudden. But, what I'm trying to do right now is just keep the push going on the resort to get in there. But one of the reasons I'm not just currently running out to the resort immediately is we are at a point where the helicopter can happen any time now, so I am waiting to decide which direction I'm driving until I know where the helicopter situation is. And so if we have the helicopter, I've got a field we've been going to the west. It's getting a little dicey as far as just the trees growing, and we've actually been cleaning out the zombies pretty well from it each time. Oh, stop sighing. But it's getting a little dicey over time. And just dealing with that. That makes me 1 axe. And Cinnamon win on a 7 stream streak. Really do appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, so like I said, we're just trying to clear out the zombies as best we can. All that kind of stuff. But until we know the situation with the helicopter, I don't want to rush down there, only to have to immediately turn around and rush back. That's not what I wanted to do. That was a mistake. Okay, did I catch it before it's too late? Cool. I accidentally put away the radio. Are you gonna live at the resort? That is the plan. Because I do plan on making the resort into my long-term base. And no helicopter today. I'm also getting surprised because that's pretty long between our helicopters. Let me double check. Am I just mistaking when we had our helicopter? So it's the 15th right now, and the last helicopter I did was on the 2nd. So that means it's been 13 days since the last helicopter. What if the resort's too big for one person? I don't believe it will be. Like, we can look at the map and see kind of the general size of the building. It is a somewhat large building, but nowhere near large enough that I'd be like, you know, really worried about it. Because, like, the bases I have gone that I've been like, oh no, that's just really kind of too big of a place, have been places like the prison was the one that always sticks in my mind. But, like, the prison itself, when we compare the sizes of the buildings, So here's the size of that building. It's not super big, but there's the size of the building. It is a decent sized building. Meanwhile, look at the prison. The problem with the prison isn't even the building itself. It's this whole area is the prison. It literally goes over more than one cell. So you get by comparison, you try and keep it the same zoom. So it's like, yeah, that big. We scroll down here. So you get the idea that this building is maybe a fourth of the size of the prison. Yeah, I do wish this remembered its saving settings between runs. So we hide that one, scooch you over. Like I do wish there was an option here to be like lock in place. And I didn't have to reset it. Isn't the cultist compound walled? You forgot? I don't believe it was. I think it had a fence on one side of it. Yeah. I was gonna say, I think it had a fence on a couple of the sides, but it was so holy it didn't matter. Yeah, I remember there was a gate on the south, or sorry, on the eastern side. Yeah, and if you're talking the cultist compound, Neil's farm, so I'm nowhere near as Neil's farm. That's a completely different part of the map. Alright, so got again a bunch of zombies wandered around last night. That's fine. Anyone else? Nope, we good? Okay. But yeah, no, I'm way far away from Neil's farm. Like way far away from Neil's farm. Don't worry about the clay yet. I've got tons of clay I've already collected as part of it. And more looking, see if we can't find any more flint pieces as we're moving up. Because that's what I'm hurting on to make more axes. No problem, you're just mentioning Neil's farm is way too big? I don't think that's true. Like, I never felt like Neil's farm, the problem was it was too big. For me, the problem with Neil's farm was just because it's all like dirt roads going in and out of there. It's just a big kind of pain there. And it is a bit remote, but to be fair, so's the place I'm at. This is also very remote. You hate being so far from loot centers? Oh, I'm not worried about that. Like, I'm not even memeing. Usually by mid to late game, I will literally stop looting buildings. Like, I won't even go into buildings that aren't big enough that I'm not going to clear the zombies out with just noise. Like, loot gets to be that irrelevant by mid game. You can still, you know, collect it to, you know, have your dragon's horde to just sit on top of and cackle to yourself at your giant loot mountain. But very, very quickly, a lot of that stuff becomes unnecessary, not really worth the time. Let's see, so driving our bodies damaging a car? No. If the zombies are dead, no. If the zombies are alive, yes. If you want something that actually damages your car, driving on the grass at any meaningful speed will just annihilate your car. You'll just destroy your suspension and tires really, really fast. If you go really slow with the off-roading, it's okay-ish. But yeah, if you drive at any real speed, it just destroys your car's tires so fast. Let's see, what was the max speed you do during draft? You said like 15 a few streams ago? Yeah, I usually won't go, I think. Are dead zombies just re-dead? That's just arbitrarily defining stuff, so whatever you want it to be for your own personal self. Oh, I see something good. Where'd you go? One second, before we lose track, there was a whistle on that body. And I do want the whistle. There we go. I now have a whistle. So when I pull a bunch of zombies in an area, now I've got something really loud to do it. Okay, that's weird. Alright. I see we're installing carpet again. Of course. It's the 90s. It's before everyone was like, wait a second, carpet kind of sucks. Let's stop doing this. Before the gradual move to hardwood floors. Before we start hearing all the nightmares of all the gross things that live in carpet. Meaning you had to be like really kind of on top of cleaning your carpet, or you were basically creating yourself an ecosystem on your floor. Those knives are not lasting nearly as long as I'd like. You only like carpet in the bathroom? Every once in a while you see carpet in the bathroom and you're just like, no. I need to remember to fix the hello there command. Hey Bentley, how's it going? Maybe it's Zerg creep, not carpet. Man, I forgot about the Zerg creep mechanic. Been so long since I played any StarCraft. Gotta spread the goops. Grow the base. We have a stale acorn. I knew that was always a thing that could happen, but I never actually have seen it because I usually eat the acorns well before then. It was a StarCraft MMO wasn't cancelled? Yeah. That said, I haven't been super impressed by Blizzard in a pretty long time. They definitely, like, early days Blizzard, some really amazing things. And then just kind of kept riding on what they had. Oh, I see bodies disappearing. Oh, stop sighing. I'm literally getting you a resort. All to yourself. Okay. Okay, so we're getting pretty close. My day's been going pretty good. Just getting started on the workday and all that stuff. Getting in some heckin' gaming. I'm hoping our weapons last throughout today. I've put, like, literally I need to stop and take the time to make more weapons. And I keep putting it off because the plan I have in my head is when we back off of the helicopter, I'm going to take like 2-3 in-game days to just stockpile a whole lot of weapons. So we can make, like, you know, just pick up the push real fast. And this helicopter keeps not happening. Are getting pretty low on stuff.
Thank you, Box Mel, for subscribing for 2 months. For the goal.
And thank you, Boxfox Merle, for the tier 1 sub. That's 2 months you've been supporting the channel. And thank you for getting us 1 more plus point closer to hitting our February plus point goal of 100. That puts us up to like 9 or 10 or something like that. So I really do appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you for that support. Alright. Because we did hit it for January. And we're just starting February. It's going to take a little while for us to start seeing those numbers go up for February. Since, you know, a lot of the subs are renews and all that, that until they're due for renew, they won't show up on the count. But when they come up, even if you got like set up automatically, it will do the thing. And you don't even need to like announce it for it to show up, whatever. It'll just number go up. But it's all appreciated. Just trying to keep an eye. That's one thing I'm kind of looking forward with having this part done. When you get in these areas with like all like the really dense bodies and the trees nearby and all that, it just means every time you're in a fight, you just cannot look away from the game without putting a lot of risk on your character. So it makes it hard to keep up with chat, unfortunately. So he shoves. There's at least one more aggro to us. Considerably more than one, but we're doing okay on our exertion and all that, so we can just keep the fight up. The beauty of the short blade. No stop, just stabby stabby. Except I'm using all these budget garbage weapons that don't have good damage or durability. And even with just using them, we are getting a pretty okay kill count for the day. Let's back off. Oh, what's up? What are you up to, Shortblade? I'm at Shortblade 4. Yep, today is February 1st. And thank you, Donkey Duff, for the 30 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, we were at 100. Yeah, so we were at 100 yesterday. And yesterday was January. And today is February. So we did get over the 100. So it did count. And now we're in the new month. The plus points resets every month like, on the day. So that's, like, your deadline. You hit the 100 points, or it's just too late at that point. So we did. We hit the number. But now I gotta get 100 new points this month. Which everyone who, like, renews their subs and all that, that will count. Like, even if you bought, like, 3 months in advance last month, you know, that second, third month, whatever, those will count towards this month. You get the idea. Basically, if you're subbed this month and you paid for it, it wasn't a gift, then it counts towards the plus points. Cool, that's super appreciated, Luxray. Thank you. Alright, this might be our last pull because of lack of weapons. I'm down to like 2. And I do know I could use broken tree branches and tree branches themselves, and they're actually relatively okay and all that. I'm not going to. They don't give you maintenance skill, they don't get a lot of buffs from your other stats, and yada yada. I'd much rather back off of completely out of weapons and get weapons that I gain levels with. It's the same reason why I'm not picking up the rocks and using the rocks as a weapon, even in a pinch. Like, if I'm in a desperate situation where I really need to be able to fight a little bit, I don't have any weapons, I'll use them. But we're not there. Fortunately, finding no flint on this entire road. Like, really, I should be backing out and heading home, because I'll probably need at least to fight a couple of zombies at a minimum to get to the house, but we'll see. Trying to clean up some of these flint chunks on the ground. See what I can find salvageable. There was... Ah, it's a steak knife. That's garbage. Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing hardly any zombies. So I got a bunch over there. Just a trickle over here. Okay, so I pushed, so I got aggro on at least one more. There you are. Yeah, we got a lot of movement. Be nice if we could get a good look at that parking lot, because last time we looked at, there's not been nearly as many zombies in there. Okay. Just every once in a while I'm seeing a weapon, I'm like, oh, weapon. It's like, oh wait, no, that's the one I impaled with the sword, and the sword broke. That weapon's broken. Alright, we're down to a worn screwdriver. which isn't going to last us particularly long, so see if we can't get a couple more kills in. And honestly, it's early enough in the day. If we get back to the car, I'll probably see if we can't just drive over to our other base. And there we go. I believe we are fresh out of weapons. Hey, Sindoran, how's it going? You like Pokemon? Pokemon's good. I haven't played in a long time, but Pokemon's good. Like, I played a lot in Gen 1, but by Gen 2, I kind of fell off. How many kills you at? 8,020. We still killed over 100 today using nothing but kind of garbage weapons, so that's also good. You started playing Gen 2? Yeah, it's not that I think Gen 2 was worse than Gen 1 or anything like that. It was just the thing where you kind of went through and you collected all of the Pokemon. Like, you got, like, all of them. And then you started the next game and you're like, oh, I'm literally just gonna do this again. And in a lot of ways, it felt like it's just replaying the same game, but they added more critters to it. And it was just one of those things you're like, no, I think I'm good. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is we're just going to drive over to our other bases, and hopefully we won't have too many zombies in the area. We haven't been over there in, like, 2 weeks. We haven't been over this direction, so the zombies will have been able to move around a lot. That said, there wasn't many zombies in the area anymore, so there's a real possibility that, like, we just might not see much. If I do end up pulling a big group or something like that, I am probably going to kite them away until I can get some weapons. Just because I'm out of weapons, like literally out of weapons. But the plan is to go back to the house. We can grab the pickaxe. You think you like collecting? The story is different from Gen 1? Yeah. Well, I mean, the collecting was fun. Like I said, I did get all of the Pokemon in the first one. It's just, I didn't really have the motivation to do it all again. And while the story is different, it felt like it had different story, like different specific story, but like the basic elements of the story were very similar. So even though it was like it was a different story, it was kind of thematically pretty close to the same, which is fine. But it just wasn't enough to keep me hooked. It's kind of like the joke that you look at like Disney princesses, and a lot of the old school Disney princesses were basically the same character, just something else happened to them. And so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, I've seen this before. It's fine, whatever. What, you didn't love buying 2 different versions of the same game? Oh no, I had friends and brothers that we had our own copies of it that we traded. I didn't buy 2 copies of the same game just for myself. Alright. There's not a good direct route over there, is there, from here? I don't really want to go the whole way around. I don't want to do this a lot. Off-roading does damage your vehicle pretty quickly. But I'd much rather cut across here, because there's like no good way without going the whole way around. And I know there's zombies on the north end, last we checked, that I still probably need to clean up. I don't have any bodies nearby at all to drop that on. Okay. And there had been a body up here. Alright, well, I am going to just drop that back in the road because I'm not lugging that with me. Alright, so let's grab the tree branches. I could probably make a couple of axes. Also going to grab... Oh, hey! I happen to be in need of a body there, zombie. If you want to help me out, I'd like you to come right on over here, zombie. Right here. Right here. This is the spot. So you come right here. I've been looking for a trash can, zombie, and this would be perfect. Yeah, fall over. There you go. Thank you. Alright, so we can go here. Top off our little bag. Okay, we can drop off the branches in here. So yeah, so we're gonna make some weapons and all that while we can. I'm gonna grab the pickaxe, and the idea is that we'll have the pickaxe and all that for when we go to make a whole bunch of stuff. I'm suddenly seeing that this is looking like we might have actually been short on other things here. But that's fine. Oh, we'll want the tire pump. We can fix up the car a little bit. Drop off the magazine we don't need. Is there any of this we need? Not right now. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. I'll be able to make 4 of those, or 7 of those. So we can do that while it gets dark. And that gives us some weapons. Because it didn't used to be the case that empty buckets and pot outside in the rain would fill up with water. Yes, and it still is. The problem is they fill up with tainted water. In Product Zomboid, the water from the rain is unsafe for consumption. That's the reason why all your like rivers and streams and all that kind of stuff, they'll all be marked as like unsafe, is because they are contaminated by the Nox virus. Just it's in the air and the rain picks it up on the way down. We can go over here, drop you off in one of these, grab the wrench, the welder, I'll attach the carving fork for using as a weapon. I will grab the jack. I'll grab the ratchet. Grab the saw. Grab the rubber hose. The shears, the tong, the welding mask. Oh, hush. Can opener. Got another ratchet. Spare screwdriver. Basically, I'm grabbing like a whole bunch of tools and all that. I'm going to throw in the back of the truck. So we have those available to us. Because we got a really, really good cargo capacity on this truck. And I'm going to want to move all of this from one place to the other. Let's see, is there a way to get into the basement here, or is it you need a sledgehammer to destroy the stairs? I'll need a sledgehammer. It's not an intended thing. It's a bug that the world gen just kind of goofed on it. You're gonna have that the moment you add anything procedural in a game, you are gonna have to sit there and do a little give and take to find those kind of things. So yeah, no, it's just a bug. So apparently we can manage our tire inflation in the dark. Because you do want to keep your tires properly inflated. That they will wear out faster if they're not at good repair, or sorry, not properly inflated. The lower they are, the worse it gets. Yes, it's actually not a great engine quality on that one. Yeah, oh no, real life, if tire gets too low, you really risk a blowout. You gotta be real careful about tire pressure in real life. As the tires are lower deflated, they kind of get more surface area. They create more friction on the ground, and there are times to have a tire somewhat underinflated. But it's not something you want to be doing on typical roads. Yeah, basically, it makes the tire deform. And when that tire's deformed, it gets more surface area. But it kind of has a drag and a friction on the road, which makes the tire hotter. And so it is those things that if left too bad, when you're going at like highway speeds and all that, you have a chance of just your tire becoming, like the rubber will become softer from heating up. And like I said, you risk a blowout, which is where you're just driving and your tire just goes boom, and now you don't have a tire. If nothing else, it lowers the amount of mileage you can get in that tire before it's ruined. Okay, you thought it was clean for some reason. A few days ago, you talked about immunity to different types of infection. And you looked into it. Immunity to different types of infection. There is no immunity to infection in Product Zomboid. Not unless you're modding or doing weird settings. Because the online trading course plus your ADHD was not remotely enjoyable experience. That 20-minute course felt like 3 hours. Yeah, it's a sidewall. Low tire pressure increases the flex on the sidewall, which generates heat. Yep. So the amount contained in the air is fought off fast enough for you to not get sick. But a bite contains more of it all at once. Oh yeah, now if you're looking into that, I don't think there's an official lore. All that. Oh, you're just talking about in general, where we were talking about there is situations where people will typically not get. There are some sicknesses that people are, effectively immune to one way of getting infection. And yeah, it's just their immune system can handle it one way versus the other because the viral load is much higher. That's the reasons why when they talk about stuff like the spread of colds, influenza, COVID, all that kind of stuff, the viral load, because the way those diseases get you is exponential growth. That if you only had a single instance of the virus, and every, n hours the number of instances of the virus in your body doubles, and it's basically a race between your immune system and the virus to see if the virus can kind of propagate enough to really establish itself before your immune system cleans it out. And so that's where viral load becomes the consideration. And that's always the reason why, like, you have the super spreader events and that kind of thing, is just you get slammed with a really high viral load. So your body isn't starting at, like, one instance of the virus. It's starting at an extremely high number because you're just exposed to so much of it. That, again, exponential growth. It's starting at what could have taken a very long time to build up to otherwise. You wonder if the Product Zomboid are carriers? No idea. We never got that established one way or the other in the canon. You not gotten code yet? Well, congratulations on that one. It's actually pretty rare these days that you find someone who's legitimately not had. Now, there's definitely people who haven't been tested for it. That they'll be like, oh no, it was just a cold, but it was COVID. You just happened to be a lucky one who got mild symptoms. But yeah, no, I can't say that. We're pretty sure that me and Tuma both had it twice. We know for a fact we both had it once. Because we did test positive on that one. But the other one we were traveling and we didn't have the test handy, but like, the people we had been around, a bunch of them all started testing positive, and we had the same symptoms. So it's kind of do the math. If you're around a whole lot of people who had a cold, and then you happen to also have a cold, you probably had the same cold. Let's see, you know when you have it, so you're thankful for the vaccine, considering even if that was pretty bad. Yeah, no, that was, one of the times I had it knocked me down pretty bad. The other one wasn't nearly as bad. Like, it was like, the one was properly, like, wiped me out. The other time, it was like a bad cold. I'm killing time till we have verification if it's a helicopter day or not. You know, people got it 3 or 4 times? Yep. Yep, people are still going by the mindset that once you've got it, like, you've got that immunity, but it's, like, based on the strain. So it's like, once you've gotten the flu, it's not like you're immune to the flu. That strain of the flu, you've likely got immunity or at least very strong resistance to. But the problem is it mutates so fast that that's kind of a moot point. That's why stuff like vaccines are so helpful. Because they can get ahead of it where you basically give yourself resistance to it before you get sick. Because also long COVID's no joke. I've known a number of people who worked in dev who've gotten it and just basically like they've been unable to work at the capacity from before they had COVID. And it's been years now. You got COVID 3 times, even with the initial vax, but it's been mild the last 2. That's good. Yeah, 2 years ago you still haven't fully got your sense of smell back. Yeah, no, for a lot of the ones I've known is they got like the brain fog as the major symptom, just tired and brain fog. And like I said, it's been years now since they got it, and they're still not back to 100%. With to your knowledge, you haven't had it, but anyone in your immediate family, it killed your uncle, though. Yeah. Your aunt's side is being denied, made no efforts to avoid, of course. Yeah. I had a coworker, like, when it first went around, I had a coworker who died from it. Like, it was a guy who was, like, he was a runner, he was probably one of the healthiest people we had in the company, but it doesn't matter. It is just one of those kind of things. Every time you get it, it's a roll of the dice. Did your denier family had a COVID party when the first one got it? To prove it was fake? Everyone got it, grandma died. Yeah, that's no good. Let's see, it's still strange chickenpox doesn't have the same thing. Let's see. It's strange that chickenpox doesn't have the same thing with different strains. Will repeat infection. So the thing that my understanding is chickenpox doesn't mutate very fast. That's kind of the really big thing about stuff like, you know, colds, influenza, and all that, and why it's so difficult to eliminate and all that kind of stuff. Is that stuff like chickenpox doesn't have a whole lot of variants you deal with very often. Whereas when you're dealing with stuff like the flu, COVID, like your common cold, all that kind of stuff, they mutate very aggressively. And part of that's just how widespread of things they are. You know what? Let's just use our hand radio. And so they're constantly changing. But it's one of the reasons the idea of, oh, once you get it, you're good, is just not true. Because in any year, you're going to have a bunch of different strains you're dealing with. Where I'm sure there's probably variants of chicken pox. But to my understanding, it is not a disease that changes much at all. So it might be in any given year, there's only like 1 or 2 major strains going around or something like that. So it tends to be something because it changes so slowly and infrequently. Once you've been exposed, most likely you're immune. Or at least heavily resistant to it. Still no helicopter. That's fine. Oh, right, I need to grab the pickaxe. So plans to grab the pickaxe and go doing that stuff. As regarding the lack of immunity, even immunity against the same strain will only last so long. But yeah, the big problem is new strains. Yeah. That is a thing that, like, if you haven't been exposed, that's the reason why I gotta get boosters for a lot of things. So even, you know, you gotta get, like, your tetanus booster and all that every once in a while. You know, a different one again, speed of mutation, how often you gotta get your boosters and whatnot. Because if your body's not seen a threat in a very long time, it's gonna stop worrying about it. It's gonna stop making the antibodies and doing all that stuff. Alright, so somewhere in here is my pickaxe. I think it's down this one. Yeah, there you are. Chickenpox is one of the most deadly. I know if you get it way later where it becomes shingles, it's real bad. I have no idea about, like, otherwise. Let's see, that's one of the biggest things that makes measles so bad, by the way, is it literally resets immune system. Oh yeah, that's the thing that's terrifying about measles. It's definitely one of those things that you catch it, and it just jacks up your immune system. So it's not, you know, anything that doesn't kill you gets you stronger. It's like, no, it quite literally makes you weaker. And honestly, a lot of illnesses can do that too, that they can undermine your immune system. So literally by being sick, your immune system is compromised. That makes it more difficult for you to fight off infection in the future. Yeah, and I know COVID did that to a lot of people as well. A lot of people who got COVID, their immune systems weren't as strong on the other side. I don't believe that was a super common symptom, but it was a symptom that occurred. Okay, so I marked that somewhere around here was a flint node that I'm just not seeing. Maybe it's this one way out here? I mean, there's one here, one there, like 2 over there. One there. Yeah, we've been making really good progress through the resort. Right now, we're getting to that point where we're running low on weapons. So I'm trying to restock real fast. Okay. Cool for the meta event, love it. Is it COVID wild because is there something a disease can mess up in your body? COVID might do it. Well, that's because it was an interesting, like COVID, it's still around, is an interesting virus in that you know, the way you get it is it's a respiratory disease, but when it comes to symptomatically what it's actually hurting is it's a lot more of a circulatory disease that like can literally mess with the chemistry of your blood. And unfortunately, you know, pretty much your entire body depends on blood. So it can kind of really screw with everything. How many days have we been alive? 3 months, 9 days, and an hour. So it's kind of one of those things, the mechanism how you get it and the things it really, really screws with are not the same thing. But it's also why it has such a wide range of symptoms, is because everything's attached to your circulatory system. Yeah, and that was the reason why people were like having all sorts of heart stuff too with it, and that's the reason why you get the brain fog as well. All of that's related to the fact that it screws with your circulatory system. Not that it doesn't also screw with your lungs and all that. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of flint there, but I figure we go get some flint. Like, I'm thinking if I'm spending this day over here where the zombies aren't, let's go get ourselves a heck of a lot of flint so that we can make whatever weapons we need. I want to be able to have enough of the flint sorted that we can guarantee ourselves napping too, so I can start making the knives. Yeah, sorry, with just those two, we are at 22 weapons worth of flint. We'll just scooch on up here. It looks like I got a good 4 or 5 nodes marked up here as well. And that's why I've been marking the nodes as well. So when we get in those situations where like we're out of weapons, I can put aside like 1 day, maybe 2, and that'll be enough for us to like really stockpile some weapons. Alright, so it looks like we got a bunch of zombies up here. So before we get too into this, I do not want to use my pickaxe as a weapon. It's a tool. I need it. Let's put it away. Where did, oh, it's still in my hands, that's right. Alright, so put you away. Okay. Is that a hatchet in your back, lady? Oh no, it's a scrap meat metal cleaver. That's okay, I guess. It's a weapon. I'm not gonna complain. Alright, probably getting low on zombies, because it's not like there's anything of meaning up here. There's just zombies that wander around after all our helicopters and all that. Hey, a level in maintenance. Okay, drop that off in a body. Get our next axe ready. Sit back here and recoup for a minute. All right. Buddy hugs the best hugs. You want some buddy hugs? Nah, I'm good. I prefer my hugs sans the bite. Time to slam a little bit of butter. Can you show your stats? Sure, give me just a minute. So when we're looking at our stats, we are getting about 2/3 the way to Axes 6. We're about pretty close to Long Blunt 4, Short Blunt 4, Long Blade 4. We just recently hit Short Blade 4. We're at Spear just about 1. We just hit 8 Maintenance. Carving is getting about 2/3 the way to 2. Cooking is at 2. Electrical is at 3. Napping is like right about to hit level 2. Animal care is right about to hit level 5. We are at about 4 1/3 fitness. Not quite 5 1/3 strength. No one cares about light-footed. Nimble about 3.5. And then foraging, we are at 6. See, sometimes you get 6 in a row, and other times you waste durability. Oh yeah, I mean, that's just something that happens. The RNG around all that. It's the thing where, like, you can have a, you can have the crowbar, and the crowbar has, like, really, really good chance of winning its durability rolls. So the odds of winning your rolls are, like, 1 in 40 or 1 in 60 or something. But you can be that unfortunate, unlucky person that you just lose, like, 7, 8 rolls back to back to back, and just, in a matter of just a couple of hits, break your crowbar. Even at, like, peak condition max maintenance, you can just get really unlucky on your rolls. Actually, a lot of zombies up here for where we're at. It's not a lot cumulatively, but considering I'm in an area with basically nothing at it, it's more than I would have expected. That's fine. It makes me feel better that the day I'm like, oh man, we're gonna kill like no zombies, it still ends up not being that bad, so it feels like I'm still working towards the, getting all the zombie pops knocked down in the area. On the other hand, I am kind of glad they at least had enough materials of flint and all that to make a couple of weapons before we got out here. Because very genuinely, if we had no weapons, like if I was just sitting there and like nothing left, this would have sucked. Well, you know, if you could have a weapon not last for only 2 seconds, that'd be lovely. Cool. Well, that's another bunch that are done. Let's see, can you request a 12-hour timeout and can't read your own writing rewatching the past stream? You love the stream, just need to lurk. I mean, if you really want the timeout, I don't have a problem giving it. So timeout, so at last. So calculator. 60 for, because it's in seconds, so that'd be minutes. Hours. That should, we'll just do it this. There you go. That's not quite 12 hours, but that's enough that it should be most of the stream, if not all the stream. And if my math's wrong, then I'll feel bad. Respectable for responsibility? Yeah. No, I much prefer, like, when people are in that headspace of, like, the classic, hey, you know, sit on your hands kind of thing. But it also is, you know, perfectly fine if someone's like, hey, I know I'm gonna be... Like, I know I'm probably gonna make some not great decisions or whatever, or I need to be kept from chat or whatever. Whatever the reason. I'd much rather someone be like, hey, like today's not a good day for me to be in chat. Alright. No problem. Or even, I haven't dealt this myself, but I have seen people that are like, I have something I need to get done, and I'm gonna keep chatting, so like, time me out so that I can't. I've seen that one before. I'm like, okay. Again, not on my channel. I haven't had to do that, but I have seen people do that in other people's channel where they're like, you know, time me out for whatever. The only reason I don't have like a redeemed timeout or whatever is it's just one of those things I don't want to deal with. You can see that being you at work. Yeah, I don't know. It's always one of those things that, like, if I feel like I just can't help but chat, I can usually manage that kind of thing. But I know everyone's different. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. I also, these days, it is those things to never do gag bans. Timeouts are fine, but never do, like, a gag ban or that kind of thing. It is unfortunately a thing. There's a lot of systems now that if your account that gets banned a lot, they'll start marking you as a suspicious user. And then with like shared ban lists, even if you ban someone and then unban them, it'll still flag them as a, you know, banned on the share list or whatever. But for the record, that doesn't mean, like, if someone's on someone I like share a ban list with, it doesn't mean you automatically get banned here. Usually what that means is I'm kind of being a little bit more vigilant about what's being said, to be like, all right, is this person here to cause trouble? Like, what's the deal? It's the same exact thing where it's like first time chatter, and then you say something that's like really kind of questionable, like gray areas, like, all right, is this problematic kind of thing? The filter, like what you're willing to let slide, is a lot less when it's literally the first thing that someone says, versus someone's been here a while, and then they say something that's a little gray area. You usually give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, obviously something like massively crosses a line, that's a different animal. But, you know, someone says something like, I don't think they meant it this way, but... yeah. But yeah, first time chatter, and the very first thing they say puts you like solidly into warning flags. It's usually not a great start. You get timed out for saying you pooped today. All right. I'm all for normalizing talking about stuff like, you know, your health and all that, which does include things like bowel movements or whatever. At the same time, kind of weird just randomly volunteer that. Yeah, that's what I'd go. If someone was just like randomly like, you know, literally hopped in a chat and they're like, man, I just took the biggest dump. I'm gonna be like, why? You know, congratulations on your successful bowel movement. Why are you sharing this? It's just a weird choice. Nope, that's all I said. Right, exactly. It's one of those things that's just like a weird thing to offer. Let's see, you're only banned in one channel. That's the screamer who is your ex ran off before the distort. That's not great. I think I'm only banned in like maybe 2 people's channels that I know of. One of them was because I banned them in my channel because they had a crap attitude, so they just banned me back. I'm like, okay, well, I don't watch your stream, so whatever. I only found out about it because someone I knew raided into them, and then, you know, when I couldn't participate in chat or anything, it was like, oh, okay, I understand. Fair enough. And then there was like just another person that they had the attitude, and it's luckily not a very popular thing on Twitch, that some people will say using someone else's emotes in their channel, they consider it self-promotion, which is ridiculous. But basically one of my viewers, you know, they had a couple of emotes they really liked, and they would use them from time to time over there, and then the person banned them for using my emotes there, and even though I had never been to their channel, banned me as well. And it's like, okay, that's a random choice. I only found out about later because I was talking to someone about, you know, people doing that thing where it's like, oh no, using someone else's emotes is self-promotion. It's like, but it's not. And so they're like, oh yeah, that person banned me. I'm like, really? Like, who is this person? And then went to look up their account, and I saw I couldn't participate in chat. I'm like, alright, well, first time here, and I'm apparently not allowed to chat, so, okay. Sure. Yeah, there's some people who have some real weird takes about streaming. That there are some people who see it as, like, a zero-sum game, that you absolutely, like, anything that helps someone else comes at your expense or whatever. Like that it's some like weirdly maritime law rules when it comes to streaming. Oh, I've pre-fired bans. Like if I was sitting there, like I don't use Twitter anymore at all, but when I did, like if you're sitting there and I have someone who's like a mutual friend of mine, and you're talking, like, real garbage to them, like, being, like, really, really kind of an awful person to them, I'll kick you from my channel, too. As far as I'm concerned, when someone goes and attacks someone who's a friend of mine like that, I'm like, alright, well, I don't want you around. I'd rather have my friend around, I feel like I can only choose one of the two. Yeah, and, oh, well, I mean, bots are a different thing. Yeah, I pre-ban bots, too. Oh. That isn't actually a node back there. Let's see, you're sure you would have gotten banned for self-promotion using your own emotes? Though you haven't streamed your channel? But in your defense, you like your emotes. But yeah, no, it's fine to use your own emotes. Like, there's certainly a point where it can cross a line to self-promotion. Like, my favorite is when people do try to, like, hide self-promotion as, like, regular conversation, but it really isn't. I.e., you join the channel, and then you go through and you post, like, every single one of your emotes in, like, one big paragraph kind of thing. It's like, I see what you're doing right now. I mean, I'm glad that you're proud of your emotes and all that, but it is definitely one of those things that there is using your own emotes, and then when you're just dumping the emotes out of context. I've only had that, like, maybe 2 or 3 times, though. Or, like, the person who goes, you know, they do the thing where they're like, I have such great emotes.
Thank you, Non-Amoroid, for subscribing for 9 months.
Thank,
Let's farm Feb points. Mr. Streamer Cat in the chat.
And thank you, Namori. Sorry. Namori? Mario, why have... The text-to-speech has thrown off my brain's capability of pronouncing your name right. Nona Mori. For the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate it. If I have destroyed the pronunciation of your name, I apologize. I am having difficulty getting that text-to-speech out of my brain. But thanks so much. You've been subbed to the channel for 9 months, and I really do appreciate that ridiculous... No name Roy. That's right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to set you to have a nickname, and I'm going to say, no name Roy. There we go. So I have changed your name on my end to literally say no name Roy. Let's see, no namer oi. Oh, no namer oi. Okay. I can change that. Because I like to do that, because without like capitalization. So no namer oi. There we go. And for those who are content creators, or actually not, I don't even think it's just content creators. It is a thing in Twitch UI that you can actually click on someone's name and change their nickname for yourself.
Thank you, Z0PHER, for subscribing for 11 months. Rual Hyper 8.
Hype train is
did-
go. Choo choo.
Did that give you the name Z0 and just skip the last part of your name, or did I just blank that out in the text-to-speech? Was it just like Z0 with the tier 1 sub? Hey, Zoffer, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. 11 months you've been sub-channel. Coming up on that year. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Good old Z0. Z0 per. Oh, text-to-speech. If you worked well, you'd be so much less of a meme. And thank you, Quesadilla, for the 500 biddies. I don't think that played the sound. Let me check 2 things, because we still have some sound problems lingering from when we changed stuff. So the first one I remember is the hello command wasn't playing hello, so let me fix that. So edit, play sound. Yeah, so just pointing the wrong thing. Right, so it's under my stream assets sounds. So, stream assets, sounds, hello there, okay, save changes, and just since Bentley used it earlier and didn't get to hear it, let's double check there.
Hello there.
There we go. And then we had the bits, which would be alert, bits. I'm willing to bet I had different sound effects for different things. Yeah, conditional effects. Okay, that one's fine. Otherwise, that one's not fine. So it's the sounds bits. I love all these things. All right, so bits. Okay, save, and then just so people can hear that. So you have the alert work correct. There we go. I think I interrupted it, but that's fine. All right, getting it all fixed. Because like I said, we had, basically what happened is the cloud provider I was using got all in on that AI goodness and was like, we're gonna go scrape your files and, you know, use it for generative AI. And I was like, absolutely the hell no. And so I'm switching providers. And unfortunately, because I had that all wired up, when I disabled it syncing on my hard drive, it removed all the items from my hard drive in those, you know, those respective folders. You know, like my documents. So I had to sit there and like pull it all and just, I think they were getting slammed on their server side. And so it's just kind of one of those things that I was like, oh, lovely. So I still had like all my files, I could still download them, but like the whole thing ran super duper slowly. And so it was just one of those days, I literally stream started like 15-20 minutes late because my OBS settings, which are in your My Docs folder, by default, yeah, I didn't have those. So I literally couldn't get OBS, which is what I used to stream to start, because it was missing important files. And then all of my stream assets like emotes and backgrounds and all that stuff also was not there and whatnot. Alright, so let's grab you. Put you away. Yeah, no, it is a current tech buzzword. We've had the conversation a number of times about how tech buzzwords work and all that. It is an unfortunate reality in how it works. And I've had to do development when there's like a new tech buzzword of the month going on. And most of them don't end up having any basis on anything meaningful. So like the whole blockchain thing, when everything was adding blockchain to their application. So you have like the mom and pop shop who's just putting images on coffee cups or whatever, and they'd be like, okay, well, how do we add blockchain to this? You kind of stare at them and be like, what do you want the blockchain to do? Like, there isn't a use case here. Like, you can argue if you want to accept Bitcoin or something that is utilizing blockchain, but that's the Bitcoin is doing the blockchain, and you're just hooking up to, like, realistically, you're going to be hooking up to some type of intermediary processor for that, as opposed to just having people send you Bitcoin and then trying to suss out how it's all connected and whatever. I took the same way again. I needed to go the other way. It's fine. We'll cut across the field again. Yeah. No, and the thing I really hate about it is, like, we're trying to scrape this to make this better for you. I'm like, no. No, I don't think you are. I don't think this is actually in consideration of my best interests. I think this is that way you could say, we use AI, check it, to your investors, and, you know, get them to give you more money, or to not take away the money they are giving you. Because that's usually the way it rolls, until, like, whatever the next buzzword is coming around, and then we start the whole process again. Dang, man, that's some heavy rain. And thank you for the hype train, level 3 at 5%. With 2 subs and 500 biddies, I really do appreciate that. The subs being a big one because we had like tier 3s and all that. But yeah, and that was one of those ones that I was sitting here looking at going, a lot of people use your clouds platform stuff. And a lot of people are using it for stuff that you potentially could get yourself in legal trouble if you're scraping their data. Like, you know, if you had like a medical professional doing their backups using the cloud source and all that, you are playing a dangerous legal game there. Now, granted, the violation would likely be put on the doctor's thing, but this is one of those things where, like, okay, we're turning this on. Your choices were you accepted it, or you switched suddenly. So yeah, so I was a wee bit salty. Because I'm still cleaning up a little bit here and there from files that got moved around as a result of it. Let's see, not sure you can fully blame it on the user legally. Oh yeah, no, that'd be one of those things that, like, it would be complicated mess when it comes to legality of it. Because you, as, you know, the medical professional, have the obligation to, you know, make sure the data is protected in XYZ, but then, you know, you were using a source that should have been on the up and up and kind of overnight just change their rules on you without warning. It's one of those ones that, like, you as the provider would probably be okay, because you would demonstrate that you kind of did everything on your end you could. And at the same time, the other person could also have a certain level of plausible deniability in the sense that they could pretend that they didn't know you were carrying, you know, legally protected stuff there. Maybe, maybe not, they get in trouble with it. That would be one of those ones who'd have to see how it turns out on the other side. But yeah, that would, regardless of how it end up, that'd be a mess. Do you, let's see, work in medical building and now all the programs have AI, and I'm like, but from what I understand, There are certifications that clouds can get for HIPAA compliant. Yes. Right. My assumption is what they'll do is they'll probably have like an upsell that you'd be able to like buy the higher tier or something, or else to have like the medical version of that. I don't know. They might not even care. Like, it could also be one of those things that they just don't have enough people that are like medical involved, that they just don't even have to consider it. I have no idea in that regard. Yeah, and I have no idea how it'd shake out. Because, like I said, you could kind of plead that you're like, oh, well, you know, we were never intended on being, you know, whatever compliant, you know, this is a problem for the other person that, you know, they expected a level of compliance we don't have or something. I don't know. We'll see. For all I know, like, literally not a single medical professional uses it or anything. But yeah, it's a mess. Microsoft making every 365 customer pay more essentially for Clippy on steroids is super frustrating. Oh yeah, no, that's I actually talked about this like 2 days ago, because that's what started this whole thing, was Microsoft's Copilot being forced on that. And if you wanted the no Copilot version, you could get a downgrade to it, but you automatically got opted into the more expensive one with Copilot, which those haven't charged yet for most people, including myself. So I was like looking at in the downgrade, but after clarification, even if you do the downgrade, you still get Copilot for like OneNote and all that. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't want your crap reading my stuff. Like, I understand you say like, oh, but we're keeping it all like to you, it's not going to go other... No, that's not what I want. I just don't want that. I want you to just keep your stuff out of my stuff. You know what I want? I want Excel. I want a spreadsheet, and I'll put data in it. I don't need it to be making suggestions and all that for me. Yeah, well, I mean, most of the time it's, we don't sell your information yet. Everything is a date in Excel. It feels that way. No, I know the meme you're getting with, where like a lot of numbers, if you try and like auto format, it'll turn them into dates. You're like, that's really not a date though. Yeah, no, I used to, like, I've been an Office customer for basically ever. And so it says something that they're like, oh yeah, we're doing this Copilot. I'm like, not to me, you're not. Nope. I'm getting off this train. Sorry. No, I realize, like, behind the scenes, it treats it all like they're dates. So if you use auto-format and all that, it takes a little bit. You can get all sorts of, like, weird stuff when you do addition and subtractions, where sometimes just get weird data types out the other side. It's way better than it used to be, though. I just don't use Excel nearly as much as I used to the point to kind of put up with that garbage. Alright. So we're gonna start napping. Let's see, you have to comment on liability. Remember CloudStrike a couple months ago? Nothing gonna happen if things go wrong. Too many involved parties, too much money in the pot. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, you'd have to figure out who broke what rule and all that kind of stuff. And considering, like, a lot of that, there's either a nefarious party or whatever get involved. Aw, yeah, it's time for knives. We're finally free from using just axes. Let's see, also, like, you don't want AI to summarize your emails. I can read. Oh man, like, well, the worst thing is, like, the email summary thing, which luckily the email provider I have doesn't use it, but I have, you know, I have multiple email accounts. I have, like, my personal email account, I have my streamer email account, I have an email account for all, like, my, you know, developer stuff. And the provider I was using for where I have my own domain for the developer and all that kind of stuff profile, they were using the generative AI summaries and all that. I'm like, you're not even right in the most remote considerations. And it's just kind of a whole thing. And like the blurb on the top, and it doesn't matter if you're using Google or Bing or whatever search engine these days. Almost all of them, they have that AI thing at the top. I think like DuckDuckGo and don't have it. And you just look at it, it's like, but what you're telling me is factually wrong. Like, it'd be like, what date is this concert going on? And it'll give you just a plain incorrect date. Because it all depends on the medical field. You had a similar thing at the beginning of 2024, Change Healthcare, which won a huge amount of money, or a huge amount of industry from insurance providers to software. It had a huge amount of PHI held hostage because they weren't properly following cybersecurity practices. You don't know if there's legal ramifications, but they did up security across the industry. Yeah. Well, that's kind of things, is when you got those complicated things where there's like 2 or 3 different people who you could argue might be at fault or might have made incorrect assumptions, judgments, whatever. A lot of times you do have those where either no one gets punished for it because it is kind of seen as the issue wasn't one group, but it was the combination or whatever. Or a lot of times the consequences are more along the lines of future policy, not so much, you know, legal action and all that. But the CHC thing is wild. People were in their system for a week unnoticed, supposedly. Oh, let's see. DuckDuckGo has it. It is optional. It says it may not be accurate or factual. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I can't remember what it was looking up. I was trying to look up the date on something. And, like, it gave me a date. I'm like, that's not even remotely right. But it is the AI is not smart enough, so it just grabs a bunch of sources and mishmashes it. Not all sources are created equal and all that. Do you have the Maintenance 5 book? No, I don't have the other one. Okay, so we finally have the helicopter. So I'm gonna go ahead and make this last piece of, I'm gonna have this last one. Okay, we can drop off you. So that's been overdue for a while. And we're gonna go back to the same place. We keep doing this, so it's 10:17. We'll go ahead and mark it now. That eighth helicopter 10-17-93. Alright. You need to see summarized messages. A few weeks ago, you got a summary. I'm dying. Please forgive me. The actual message was line, I am too tired. I'm going to sleep like the dead. I cannot come to the event. Forgive me. Yeah. Well, that's a thing. Like, at least ones like that, you're like, okay, it definitely missed the boat. But you can at least...
for education, are we?
Let's see, at least you got the thread of how it got there. Even though it is wholly missed the entire thing. And, you know, you read that from, like, the wrong person, you're like, oh my god. And, you know, called up, it's like, are you okay? Like, what happened? Like, that kind of thing. Food, so we have a question. Food spoilage in build 42. You wonder if cold temperature can keep food fresh longer. If not, using a freezer or fridge. No. Unless something has changed, the status of food does not get updated based on the temperature outside. It is strictly when you put it in a container, was it a fridge or freezer? And there's even some, like, cheaty math that happens behind the scenes that it isn't keeping track of every single item. When you leave an area that has a bunch of stuff in the freezer, it just tries to do the calculation when you come back and be like, okay, what state should this food be in? And there is kind of cool ways you can kind of break the logic of it a little bit that I don't remember if they still work. But, like, for example, it was a thing that you used to be able to start your freezer and all that, put your food and all that, let it get frozen, and then if you went far enough away that until you came back, it would treat the freezer like it was still running, even if your generator ran out of gas. What would ultimately happen is your freezer would still work up until the point it got loaded in. So you could get to your freezer and still have frozen food, even though the generator had failed like a month ago. The food would be rotten after a month anyways, but you get the idea. That just there's some like weird side effects. Because otherwise they gotta calculate that stuff constantly the entire time you're playing. And needless to say, putting a bunch of strain on computation for something that isn't even in play at the moment usually is a good way of making a game run terribly. I'm not feeling as good about this field today. Those trees are getting pretty grown. But yeah, so the idea of like going outside and like plunking the thing down in the snow and having it preserved unfortunately just does not work. There's been mods over the years that have done it, but most of them just potato your poor computer. It's just too many things to keep track of and calculate. Hello, a lot of zombies closing in from all sides. It's not really what I wanted right now. We're getting that really slow movement thing that I still have not been able to pick out what caused it, because it's only sometimes. I know out of breath is a factor. We get out of breath a lot, and we only sometimes get the extra penalty. And I don't think it's like the maximum sadness either. My hope is to finish this, rest, be good for the helicopter again. Give me that. You can have this. Sit down. Alright, let me catch up with chat here real fast. No, not the trees. Yeah, moving and taking care of things. Right. What you wouldn't want to do is bury your food outside in the winter. Yeah, no, it's just a thing that isn't a mechanic, unfortunately. Yeah, you work in the industry, and let's see. We had providers who couldn't reconcile payments because their data was not available from CHC for months. Oh, geez. Does the same thing happen at your work? You work with multiple different provider office, and then during the revenue cycle, a lot of them didn't get payments for some of their biggest carriers for months. You went a week without being able to send claims out, and your billing software went through CHC. Gotcha. You thought it was due to pain, and it was just out of sync with the Moodle, but you're not sure. Yeah, I haven't had anything like sure with that as well. Let's see, one more snooze on the ad break for you all. Okay. Oh, because the helicopter's coming. Gotcha. You know, it probably would have been, like, it's fine. But it's probably one of those things we would have been good to just wait until we hear the helicopter. Because the day lasts an hour. And so it could be a thing that's very difficult. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind, we're getting to about the time that Tomb gets home. No, that's a good snooze, thank you. You're good. I was losing track of real life time and thinking just relative to the helicopter. Could you carefully set the forest on fire? No, there's no careful and fire. These two sentences do not belong in the same, or these two words do not belong in the same sentence. That's like precision hand grenade. Hey, made it to the resort yet? We were really, really close, and then we ran out of weapons, and we're dealing with our lack of weapons right now. I mean, actually, immediately we're dealing with the helicopter. But we came over here because we were dealing with the lack of weapons, and also knowing that the helicopter would probably be here soon. Okay. Zomboid weapons equal out of Breath of the Wild weapons? I mean, Zomboid weapons, other than like the crowbar and all that, a lot of them always were, they break really easily. The thing I think that's different is because they've reduced the amount of weapons you're generally finding, that people are ending up using a lot of the not as good weapons just due to availability, and crafting a lot more weapons due to that being an option that's a lot easier to access now. But yeah, no, product Zomboid weapons, if you weren't using the crowbar and nightstick, or like maybe the fireman's axe, is another pretty durable one, generally your weapons fell apart pretty quickly. Like even maxed maintenance, when I was doing like my big fighting and all that, I'd still go through a good number of weapons in an in-game day, if it's a fighting day. But that is a deliberate decision by the game, by the way, that the weapons don't have a long lifespan. It is a thing that creates a need to either go loot and or craft more weapons, which usually means putting yourself in a certain amount of level of risk of quote-unquote interactions with the zombies. Alright, Infinity Simplex, you have yourself a good lurk. What weapon is this? It looks like a pick and a long handle. Yeah, it's an ice axe. It's pretty good. It's got a relatively okay durability. It's got really solid hits for damage. It is pretty bad from a muscle strain standpoint. So like that's its drawback, is it is a little bit trickier to keep your muscle strain under control because it's fairly heavy for a one-handed weapon. But all things considered, you can actually get quite a bit out of it even with a little bit of muscle strain. So it's kind of like the pro and the con is it works really well. The con being is when you break it, it usually leaves you not in great shape for whatever weapon you're using next. But I like it. I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, so got some pretty big groups have rolled in. This is not too shabby. Still more trees than I want to be dealing with a helicopter in. But that's okay. Okay. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for the helicopter, just keep chipping down these numbers. All right. All right, thanks, Luxray. Hey, let's see. What number helicopter is this? I believe the 8th. we get a helicopter roughly every 2 weeks. Little under 2 weeks on average. The fastest they can happen between each other is 10 days on my settings. But on average, it's like 12 to 14 days. We'll need another break after this one, but we should be able to get through this without too much problem. Seriously, die. So we definitely do not want to push anywhere near high exertion if we can help it. Okay. So sit down for a second. Eat the berry. Let ourselves rest up. So we were all sorted before the helicopter happens. There's one of the zombies in the other pile of corpses I left that had some kind of weapon on it. Could be kitchen knife, hunting knife, machete. Might be good, might be not so amazing. Doesn't matter, it's a weapon. I'll go get it. Yeah, it's in this group here somewhere. Is it just a bread knife? It's either bread knife or the can opener, neither of which I care about. I've got some over here, we can kill them. Giving our a minute on the old muscle strain here. Any day now, muscle strain. The funny things, the bread knife can actually be a little bit okay-ish to use. It's never good. Like, never ever good. But like, all things considered, it's actually not the worst when it comes to those kind of weapons. You got a sword in you. Thank you. Honestly, I'm finding those swords not to be that rare. They're definitely nowhere near as rare as the katana was. Or is. I haven't seen a katana since Build 42. I'm assuming they're still around, but I have not seen one. But we probably see 6, 7 of the scrap swords, I'd guess, somewhere in that ballpark. I've seen more of them than machetes.
Thank you, Poity, for subscribing for 39 months. Oh.
Thank you, Poity, for the 39 months of Tier 1. I really do appreciate that. That's 39 months you've been subbed to the channel, 3 years and 3 months, which is a heckin' long time, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. It surprises me how common bread knives are compared to regular kitchen knives. You guys Kentuckians? Just all that stuff. Anything when it comes to loop balance, just assume it has to do with game balance decisions and nothing to do with any realism. And alright, Bast, you have a good one. Sleep well and all that. Because I want to be like, there should be more bullets, there should be more guns, there should be more axes. When I go into the hardware store, there should always be at least a couple crowbars and like 30 hammers. It's like, yeah, but that wouldn't be a very fun game because you'd go to one hardware store and you'd be set up forever. Which means for game balance, it'd have to make the damage on all those weapons either terrible or make their durability awful or something as the balance choice, which then everyone would complain about that. So just like anything related to loot distribution and like how much or how little you find of something, just assume it's a game balance decision. I've toyed with the idea of making a realistic product Zomboid where I'd take the time to like go to the hardware store and give the hardware store like a realistic amount of equipment. Not as like an actual play mode for people to play because it'd be boring as all get out. Alright, so there's the helicopter. But it's kind of have that thing where you go in and be like, oh yeah, you've gone to the hardware store. Don't worry, you're always going to find somewhere between like 5 and 10 crowbars. And guess what? When we go to that hammer aisle, don't worry, you're going to find like 30 or 40 different hammers in there of various varieties. Always, always, always 5 to 10 saws. Don't worry about it. We got you covered. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. And, you know, nails-wise, you're going to find literally thousands upon thousands of nails. And you'll be able to go into people's, you know, houses, and any garage in Kentucky could have anywhere from, like... You know, you'll have some that don't have ammo, but, like, the bulk of them would have, you know, anywhere from a couple hundred to a couple thousand rounds. You know, then you could find Grandpa's Arsenal, where you could get literally hundreds of thousands of rounds. And it's just kind of one of those things... You know, the whole memeing of it would be just, the whole thing would be so ridiculous. And then the entire time there'd be no zombies, and I wouldn't call attention to there being no zombies. I'd just kind of show all the stuff that's changed or whatever. And then, you know, like, oh, but don't worry, after about 3 to 6 months, most of the gas will no longer be usable. And then just add, like, all sorts of boring, mundane stuff you'd have to do. Just as, like, again, not as an actual, I'd implement it, but just kind of teasing it. So just like you'd have to do like the constant little maintenance nightmares. And then conclude with the whole... And also, to make it the most realistic, there's no zombies. Yeah, now you have to brush your teeth and bathe your character regularly, or you risk getting sick. And sometimes you just get hurt. It just happens. You can like... Start jogging in the woods, RNG chance you trip. And when you do, you sprain your ankle. But don't worry, it just takes a cool anywhere from 1 in-game week to 3 in-game months for you to recover from your sprain. Assuming you splint it or otherwise secure it. If you're not a doctor, well, be a doctor. Yeah, you turn around too fast, and there's just an RNG chance you sprain your ankle. Honestly, sometimes you just get hurt. Sounds like it would be a decent addition. Gives first aid place. Well, to be fair, I think that was kind of the intention they were doing, where we would cut through like the cornfields and all that, and occasionally get cut and lacerate and all that. I genuinely think that's part of the idea behind it. I haven't heard as such. But, like, it was literally a thing that a lot of us who did the marathon runs would, like, have kind of as a badge of pride, is having survived, like, 2 years and having 0 first aid skill, meaning we had never once bandaged a scratch or laceration. That is kind of one of the, kind of just one of those things that something would happen is like, ah, no, I lost my perfect score. I got that 1 point laceration because, you know, I goofed and, you know, ran into a tree too fast or something like that. I guess we get to sit down and rest in the middle of the helicopter? Okay. Yeah. Well, the other one I was going to add as a joke thing is, like, if you start storing anything sharp in your backpack, that it would potentially cut through your backpack, and then your backpack would have holes in it and just drop stuff. So you had to keep your tools in your toolbox, otherwise you risk damaging your backpack. because that would certainly be utterly obnoxious. Oh yeah, and you wouldn't be able to carry more, like, if you wanted to have a soda on your character and you didn't have a pack, it had to go in your hand. How are your ad saying? Just got pre-rolls? Oh no, so yeah, if you got pre-rolls, it's because the ad got snoozed a couple of times so that we can time the actual ad break for when Tomb gets home so I can run off. So that's the whole thing, is because we snoozed the ad, we got a couple minutes of pre-rolls enabled. I prefer to keep the pre-rolls off, but that is a side effect of when we snooze stuff. I've had people suggest that I change the ad timing, like, and it's not a bad idea, but change the ad timing to be, like, instead of every hour, like, every 55 minutes or whatever, to run the amount of ads I need to disable pre-rolls, which would mean a net increase of ads of, I think it ends up being, like, over the course of a 9-hour stream, it average out to, like, 1 extra minute or something like that. But it would give me about a 15-minute, or sorry, like a 5-10 minute cushion when I snooze the ads to not have pre-rolls. I haven't done it. I don't think I'm gonna do it. But there was definitely a certain amount of argument to be made there. Let's see, CDDA's, or let's see, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Let's see, this is honestly how Cataclysm Dark Day Ahead plays sometimes. There's a bag. It has length limits and all that. Well, needless to say, the helicopter is done. I'm gonna say this helicopter is clear because there's no zombies here. They just like got one up there kind of thing. So we have got this area pretty well sorted. We probably are drawing zombies around from the resort. But let's appreciate being able to shove 2 large crates of duff bag. Yeah, it's exactly one of those things where, like, that's any time, like, the realism discussion comes up, is just, like, you don't actually want a realistic game. You might want certain things to be realistic that are favorable to the player or whatever, or that, you know, have, like, not necessarily always easier. Sometimes it is for harder reasons. Like, you know, weapons being more realistically durable so that you don't need to, like, break weapons and replace them faster. But those are deliberate levers the game pulls. That way you have reasons to go out and loot more. Anyways, you're just about to hit this ad break. I need to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw the food in the oven and all that stuff real fast. I'll be right back. It is my one long break for the stream, which is about 5 minutes. The ads only run like 3 of those, otherwise you get clips. The rest of the stream, it is just shorter ad breaks. And it's just because timing-wise, I can't do it before stream or after stream, it's just too late. So I'll be back in just a little bit, and thank you again for tuning in. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. No tree lines. I'm getting boxed in real hard here. Okay. Let me over. Okay, cool. I don't like jumping over fences because there's always an RNG chance we trip, but that was one of those ones. It was jump over or die. Hoo, 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 hoo. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. No, 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 no. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too, and I got... Well, at least we did enough damage. It's gonna die. No. No, no, no. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Like, are very not comfy. Alright. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass... I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. No. I'll just... I'm about to go... Up, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. All right. All right. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after, alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out, and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like... I was like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. And since there's two sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, And that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. It was just one of those things. I was like, okay, calculated, like, yeah, sure, Tomb should be home. I can get this started. And just, you know, traffic. She was running a couple minutes late. And the thing was taking longer to cook than I expected. And it was just, like, I can't leave this unattended. But she got home, so it's not a whole big thing. Let's see, how do you change the setting to 16 times pop? You're just seeing the drop down for the thing. So if you look way at the bottom on the settings, there's like a little advanced button down there. You gotta hit that advanced button, and then you change the population to custom. And it'll give you a choice from like 0.024 for base, peak, and starting pop. And so 16 times pop is when you set them all to 4. Alright. So we had just done the helicopter. Now I'm gonna go kill the zombie down here just because they're here. And we're on our way back home. You know, it really is a shame that all these cool backpack designs just aren't good. Because they're still just the school bag. I mean, the school bag is actually... So for those who don't realize, school bag versus the duffel bag, the duffel bag kind of got a soft nerf, and the school bag got a soft buff. So it's no longer the duffel bag is just straight up better than the school bag. The school bag has a slightly better weight reduction, but a lower capacity. Versus the duffel bag has a higher capacity and a lower weight reduction. So it isn't a straight upgrade anymore. It is one of those things that there's a pro and a con. I still think 90% of the time I'm going to be taking the duffel bag still. But it is one of those things that, like, if you're really struggling with low weight character, or low carry weight character, that the school bag might be the better choice for you. Yeah, so my apologies that that break took so long. Was making bangers and mash, and the bangers were just taking too long. There's even a variety of handbags now. Yeah, like I said, my big thing is they've got for like the school bags, you got a lot of cool designs. It used to be you had just some pretty boring designs, and then like the Spiffo bag was like the only really kind of snazzy one. But now you've got like one where they got like all the little traveler stickers and badges and all that, and you know, all sorts of cool cosmetic stuff going on with it. And it's just like, man, it's a shame that all of them are just worse than the military backpack. So once you got the military backpack, you just never use them. How's Tomb doing? Tomb doing pretty alright. Still, you know, like with stuff that happened, that, you know, she's still a little bit down and all that, which is not unexpected. For those not aware, we had someone pass away in the family on her side, and it's been a little tough. There we go. But, you know, one day at a time and all that. Alright. So it looks like we're pretty good here. How's our weight doing? Okay. Man, you only get like 2 or 3 sticks of butter, and then you really don't need to eat more. It's like, weight is super easy to manage. But yeah, so that helicopter was fine. So the big thing we're going to do the next in-game day is I can now start making all of those knives. And that'll give us a nice big old pile of weapons to then take back over to the resort. That should have us squared away. And on top of that, with a lot of the knives and all that kind of goodies, we should be even in better shape with all that, just because I'm already at 4 short blade to going into it. So that should go a long way. Yep, and we still managed to kill not what I wanted. The good news is we woke up from that nightmare early enough. I could probably go back to sleep. Once the panic eases up a little. Been a while since our characters had a nightmare. Ah, we're not tired enough? Alright, so this is gonna be a little bit of thing. So we're gonna drop. Gonna drop her bag. Put my back or my thing there, so put you in here. And then we're going to go ahead and do a round of exercises, just try and push ourselves to being a little bit more tired, because we're on that fence, so we could probably get to sleep soon. Let's see, they could have had a variety of military backpacks. There are scout snipers, deployment bags, etc. Plus waist harnesses. Yeah, no, I did see that they've got the Alice system where it's got like the carry here with the little pouch on the chest, and then all the meshing. I did see that they added that, which is I think a good addition. Yeah, so you're getting pretty hungry, and that's a problem. So go back to sleep. For a moment, I thought we instantly woke up again. It's like, don't you dare. Alright, so you should be careful when we're downstairs. Most likely it was just a nightmare, but you'll also do that if a zombie gets into the house and close enough that your character hears it. Does it really, like, sometimes you feel like you just blinked? Yup. Alright, so unequip that. And go here. And we aren't going to need to get some food, but right now I'm not going to sweat it. Because we keep getting our knives made. It's gonna take time. And this is where that hopeless is actually hurting me, because that's hurting our crafting speed. But it is what it is. If we do switch over to fish, we'll probably deal with very little sadness. Because we won't be taking the mood penalty from eating raw butter again and again. Alright. Cool. So I got all those turned into sharp flint. Now the next step, which is to turn those into blades. Oh man, 54 of those? Okay. So understandably, we're losing today to the weapon crafting. You're growing so big? You have it for me? Oh, you mean like the channel viewership or whatever? Yeah, we've been doing pretty good around this amount since a bit before the holidays, I believe. Been doing pretty good. A lot of work. So as much as I want to slam this out, I do think we need to go out and at least do one lap foraging real fast. It'd be better to do that before it's too late in the day, so we have the bigger radius. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that just, like, you never quite get used to it. That, like, people tune in all the time to check out the channel, see what you got going on and all that. Alright. Oh, you know what? Part of the reason we're overburned? Those aren't equipped. That'll help at least a little bit. Yeah, no, it's just... It's one of those things that, like, it's always one of those things you realize that people choose to tune in. They could have chosen literally anyone on the platform. They choose to come back here again and again. And it means a heck of a lot. You know, I do what I can to make the best content I can. But still. The fact that people find you know, find that you're worth them spending their afternoon having you tuned in. Even if they're working on other things at the same time, whatever else they got going on. It's still a big deal. I've been enjoying the slow pace of this build, but forcing upon you, the game's gotten quite cozy. Project Zomboid has always been a weird game, in the sense that thematically it is not a cozy game. Like, thematically, you know, it is an apocalyptic game where everything is awful, and you're just fighting to keep your connection to the mortal coil and all that. And yet, most of the time, it actually is a fairly relaxing game. With moments of, oh no, is that like an actual full gin bottle? Alright. Just casually find ourselves a bottle of gin laying on the ground. That'll fix that hopelessness. You're not wrong. Honestly, that is a thing you could do, is when it gets close to time to go to sleep, slam the gin bottle. Like, slam a good chunk of the gin. Because your character being drunk does make them happy. Also, making these grape leaf salads also makes my character happy. Hopefully we find something a bit more filling. We are getting to October, and it's going to be a little bit hard to forage for a while. But one of those downsides with butter is there's just no way to eat butter and not put on some fat. There you go, acorns. As I say, there's just no way to eat butter and not just really start slamming a bunch of weight onto your character real fast. Like the fish you can do a little bit of a wiggle and potentially not gain weight. But the sticks of butter, you're committing to the weight. Alright, so we can go ahead and do the broccoli. And we're on our way back to the house, because that should be enough food to tide us over for right now. Cool. Like acorns. Acorns are real good food in the game. I've been going to town, checking house to house on the map, marking them with an X. The progress is fun, and finding unique decorations just makes it cozier at your home. Yeah, that's, like, I do the X's. We haven't had a need for it in a while. What I used to do... Oh, I found, like, an actual all. Okay. What I used to do in the game is I would mark when I have looted a house with an X. And then, I can't remember what the other ones... I think when I tore apart all the furniture, like I'd mark it with a hammer. Like I had 3 different, or I think it was, I looted the house, I would circle it. Like when I just bent in, not that I fully depleted it. When I fully depleted it, I would hit it with an X. And I think I had like one more marker I would use when like I took apart everything worth taking apart. I didn't use that very long though, because I really don't like taking apart all the stuff in the houses. I don't like leaving all the houses all trashed because, I don't know. It's not something that bothers me, but it's not necessary, and it makes the whole place look like a dump. So the whole thing where it's like, you know, it used to be a strategy, just go into the house and start tearing apart beds and all that. You're also making houses that are relatively safe for sleeping. Yeah, so that's usually when I put a house icon on the map. That's usually saying like, hey, this area is fairly cleared, and you should be able to go pop into a bedroom. You're watching Drongo play Zombie. He actually uses Sim 1's OST as background music. It fits surprisingly well. Oh yeah, yeah. Him and Simcopter 1 both do that. There's a couple others who have done that over the years, but those are the 2 that stand out as doing that. It's a fun thing. It also just hits you right in the nostalgia. Alright. So, we got our food, so it's time to get back to napping. Thank you, wifey.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
That looks delicious.
Oh, I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Can you mute your mic for just 1 second?
Sure. 1 second, child. I'll be right back. Okay, just had a question around like money stuff, like taxes, money stuff. I usually do the taxes for us. Like, okay, that's not true. So some years I do the taxes myself. Some years, when I know it's going to be a particularly complicated year, I will find someone to do it. Like back when I was doing the software dev as the day job, we got solar panels put on the house. And that was definitely one of those years with, like, the tax credit for that, and then there was, like, I think we had an insurance thing we had to deal with that was going to affect taxes. Like, one of those things like, man, I don't know what I'm doing with all this. Like, this is definitely one of those times I am going to pay someone to do this for me because it's just, they're going to do a better job, and I'm going to get myself in trouble if I don't do it right. Yep, we got a lot of knives to make. You can't believe The Sims 1 is 25-year-old now? Mm-hmm. You have the playtest disc for Sims Online? Was never able to get it working. I forgot Sims Online was a thing. We've played The Sims a couple times on the channel. Not the original Sims, but we've played, was it Sims 3 or Sims 4 is the latest one? We could probably look, because we've got it. We've done that a couple times, like a Rags to Riches run and all that. Does the Wish product Zomboid had lawnmowers? Even just push mowers would be nice. Oh, just to like knock down the yard and all that? I mean, we've got the scythe, and it's honestly powerful enough where you can just like right-click and just hacks the entire circle around. Granted, that does get rid of the grass entirely, until it grows back. But yeah, no, it'd be fun to be able to do that. Probably have like the push rotary motors, so the ones that aren't powered, you just literally use the drive of pushing it forward to like spin those back and forth. And I'm dropping the knife blades in here each time I get a stack of 10. And that's just that way we don't stay way too super overburned. So, let's see. The interesting thing about the new migration is it still only considers blocks you activated before. So the more low population chunks you load in, the less zombie density, the more high pop, the greater. Interesting. That actually makes a certain amount of sense. Yeah, no, that's, for those who missed that, there was a comment over on the YouTube side. So we've been, am I already napping 3? Is that how many of these we've been doing? We're already napping 3. Okay. At what point do I get the long blade from napping again, was it? Ah, that's napping 6. That's like way at the end. But yeah, so basically we got the ability to make the stone chisel. And the stone chisel's a big one, because of the stone chisel, I am able to go and make the primitive forge. Ew, YouTube? Yeah, no, I stream to both YouTube and Twitch. The big thing I'm doing YouTube for is primarily so I have the VOD stored. Because if I don't do that, it ends up becoming this whole big thing that after stream each day, I have to turn around and, you know, upload the VOD and do all that stuff. And when you're talking an 8-9 hour video file or longer, it is a colossal pain in the butt. And it's what I used to do. But now I can just sit there and just stream it over there. It's available. People can also see it live, though the live experience is pretty not great on the YouTube side. It is something I wish YouTube would work on. I would love Twitch to have like a proper competitor. Because like YouTube kind of half butts their live streaming experience. TikTok just isn't really there. Kick is a joke. And a bad one. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't blame any creators who went over there, but the utter lack of moderation makes it just such a pain. And it's really, really hard to get stuff like sponsors over there as well, because of the reputation. Yeah, it's napping as in Flint and all that. Yes and no. It is technically against a lot of their terms to do that over on Kick, but they also only tend to do moderation on pretty extreme stuff. They take the mentality that every channel needs to moderate themselves, which there is a certain amount of okay with that, but the problem is there's certain things that as a platform that you have legal obligations that you need to do if you want to be available in certain places, and it's also a thing if you do not do those things, like those levels of moderation, then it does become a thing that you're not going to get, you know, advertisers or sponsors who are willing to be near there. You won't have people like myself who I won't go to the platform because there are a lot of people I do stand up for and everything that people are really awful over there at times. And that's not everyone over there, to be clear. There's a lot of people like really over there and they just kind of let it slide. And it's just kind of stuff like that. So it's like where we kind of watch, you know, Twitter do its thing where it's just kind of imploding because they're not doing any of the moderation stuff, and, you know, certain countries are being like, hey, you have to moderate this, and they say no, and they go, okay, well, you're not available in this country anymore. Kick is going through that same thing. Yeah, there's a lot of pretty awful stuff that's let slide. If you get to Electrical 5, you can modify lamps to use batteries to power themselves. That's interesting. I hadn't heard that. But yeah, but that's the entire Kick approach, is that when you look at like a lot of the big names over on Kick, there are people who got banned off of other platforms for stuff. Not exclusively, but a lot of it does come from that. that they were like, hey, this behavior is not acceptable on this platform. So, you know it is. Yeah, who would get Electrical 5? Oh, you'll get Electrical 5 if you keep a generator running. Over time, you'll get Electrical 5 just for free. You gotta repair the generator. If you just get the electrical book, that'll happen on its own, just with time. Yeah, so we had a day of literally no zombies killed. We just foraged for some food, and we just stayed home making weapons. That does happen every once in a while. Yeah, the generators, they don't give you a lot of XP at once. It's like a pretty regular trickle feed. And so it does actually add up quite a bit. I'm gonna put the gin in here. We'll put the tree branch over here because I'll probably need it for handles. That needs to go to our trash can outside. Hey, trash can, I got a broken stone for you. There you go there, buddy. I'm also not in a rush to go anywhere because we're dealing with this storm for 2 or 3 days. This is probably the last day of it. It'll probably clear up by afternoon. So there's not been a big drive to be like, alright, I need to get out there. Okay, so we did nap all that. Let's see, make sure we didn't have any more bits of stone over here to nap. Alright, cool. So with that, what I want to do next is we'll go right here and say, start making knives. We can make 23 to start with. We're going to make all the knives we can. We're going to start chucking them all in the back. Let's see, though, you're probably not going to have a generator running all the time. You won't be using a fridge this run just for TVs at nighttime only, because you do not have, with the gas to run out. Oh, if you're worried about like the gas running around out in your playthrough, that's probably not that likely of a real concern. Unless, like, I know they've nerfed the gas amounts, but even with the reduced one, you could take entire, like, groups of people on one pump, and the pump would not run out in, like, a full year. Like, the only times I've seen people run fuel pumps out was, like, really big groups of player going out of their way to drain it, or just, like, you're on a server with, like, literally hundreds of people. And that's usually everyone focusing on trying to knock down just one pump. Okay, first 10 knives made. Let's drop those off in the truck. Yeah, I mean, you could, in theory, like, especially, like, with the ones I've got, where I've got just the 2 pumps. You know, I could get unlucky in that one of the pumps rolls empty and the other pump rolls low. But even then, likely by the time I would get to the point of potentially running that out, most likely I'm in a situation where I'm going to be able to, like, get to the next pump. And for right now, let's put the pickaxe in the car for right now before we get to the next napping round. Because that's a lot of weight on us that I don't really need on us. We're not going to be using it right now, but I do want to bring it with us. That way, if for whatever reason I get separated from my base or anything like that, I can literally... Oh man, I was going to use the gun during the helicopter. I totally forgot we had that. If only build 42 was like build 41, then you could have spare food. Oh, I'm not super worried about it. Like, the foraging is fine. But yeah, no, I definitely feel like they went way too hard on the realism side with the farming now, to the point it's just... I'll probably do it like one time just to, be able to tick that box to say I've done it. I can't imagine with the current stuff they've got going, I know I'd ever use it sustainably. Just make jars of vegetable. Even then, they don't last that long, and the thing is, I can just forage. And if they do make it to the point that, like, foraging during the winter just doesn't work, then I'll just let my character fatten up on fish during the winter and then lose the weight when the summer starts again. And these crops do not have a minimum water requirement anymore? You mean maximum? Yeah, okay. Right, so you can't accidentally overwater them, because it was only like, I think it was like carrots and one other that if you overwatered them, it could be bad. There's only like one or two that was the case. Man, if they got rid of that, that's good news to me. You not grow them inside anymore? Yeah, no, I remember doing that. On the cryogenic winter playthrough I was doing, that actually went to a house, we tore up the floor, and we had a farm inside the building we were living in. And that was like literally every single stream that people would see me go to the base, and they'd be like, wait, you're growing stuff inside? I'm like, yeah, sunlight's not real, it can't hurt you. And before build 42, like, temperature didn't matter for crops, sunlight didn't matter for crops. All you had to do was water. Yeah, so you can have roof gardens, but you have to turn on the setting. And they do warn you that it'll probably have performance implications. Which I'm assuming is it does like its update on the plants or whatever. And it just, they don't want to have to go through all the layers, especially now that we can have, what is it, like 32, is it 16 or 32 layers at some variety of up and down? So they probably just didn't want it to be a thing that they'd have to go through and check each and every single layer, that just check the base layer. Carving ourselves a bunch of handles. So we can make even more knives. Yeah, so we're losing some time to weapon creation. But that's just one of the things you gotta do. We're doing a really large thing. What are the ideal hours for fishing? That is gonna be a thing for me to try and remember off the top of my head. So I know it was like, I think 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. or 8 a.m., something like that. That's the first one. Oh, 6 to 4? Yeah, it's something like that. It's supposed to be sun up, sun down hours, is what it is. But I don't remember the exact hours. I usually don't go out of my way to aim for peak hours for... Sorry, for fishing, my apologies. You love your strawberry pot in real life? Yeah, those are like fun or whatever. But yeah. I wouldn't sweat it too much, because as long as you have to wait for the fish sometimes, trying to aim for peak, it'll be whatever. Usually it's just you wake up and you start fishing, or like when it starts, like right as it starts to get dark, you go fishing, one or the other. I'm curious how much of the information on the wiki so far as fishing is going to be up to date. The wiki for Project Zomboid is notoriously unreliable. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I've definitely heard that the farther away from the shore you are, the better, so far as like where the bubbles are, the better the fishing is, that thing. Yeah, Wiki says it's updated to last stable. Yeah. And honestly, even then, I mean, that's probably a safe one. But yeah, it's one of those things to be real careful with the Project Zomboid wiki. Project Zomboid wiki is very specifically, historically known as being pretty dodgy. Like, there are people who have taken the time in the past to make parts of it really good. Like, for Build 41, the stats and the weapons were, like, really immaculately cared for after a while. Like, early on, they're pretty dodgy, but then people made, like, a very conscious effort to get them all clean and up to date. But that's just one section. Whereas there's just a lot of random things that they will state information that was accurate like 3-4 full builds ago. There's been times there's been stuff on there that's just never been accurate at any point. Like there's still stuff on there that states the helicopter does all sorts of wild things, and it's just like, yeah, but it doesn't. It doesn't. The helicopter just is effectively an invisible object that spins around you and pulses a sound, and it does that 1 to 3 separate times. Like it circles you for a little bit, but then it flies away, comes back, and does it again. It does anywhere from 1 to 4 times, regardless of if you're indoors, outdoors, or otherwise. Alright, so there's 40 knives we've made so far. Probably getting pretty close to what I've got available. And so if you're looking for a resource, or like, okay, then what is the good resource that I can get good, accurate information that I can count on for Project Zomboid? And I will give you the perfectly trustworthy answer of laughing out loud and say, it'd be nice if we had one of those. You have individuals you can count on. Like, for example, if you hear Rhett Naru tell you something, barring something like changes after they've told you something, you can count on Rhett Naru on like whatever Rhett tells you is going to be accurate. Do we start loading? How? So we got 78 weight worth of junk on the floor there. But you got like stuff like that. You got individuals who will do the research and test things and all that, do code dives. And there's not just those handful of people. There's a good couple of them. That should be enough. I only got 36, so we won't worry about dragging all the water stuff with us. But yeah, unfortunately, we just don't have a good source for like all information. I'm sure there's some people working on the wiki, and a lot of them, they do pop into different people's chats and hear about, and they'll try and do their best to test on their own. And some of them do okay and all that. There's just some things that are hard to test, and there's just a lot of out of date and or just simply wrong information we get around. And I've been wrong, too, in the past. Like, we used to do these tests to try and determine if it mattered how far away from a zombie you were when you hit it, if that had any impact on damage. And for the longest time, it was accepted as it feels that way, but it's placebo effect, it's not true. And then way later on, it ended up being true, that the way it was being tested didn't account for some things. And so as a result, the tests were flawed. And I believe the thing that was wrong with the tests was that different weapons had, like, a different sweet spot, and they weren't, like, the same proportion of the attack distance or whatever. And so it looked like RNG, but once we were able to factor in the other thing and people did the code dives, then we were able to go, oh wait, never mind, that is actually correct. And that wasn't me testing that, that was people like Rhett Naru being like, hey, you know what? Let's try and do like a much more rigorous test. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or like the fact that getting hot or cold at all will cause your character to get sleepy faster. Like that's one that, you know, there have been rumors this way and that way about it, and whether or not that was and was not a thing, and Rhett Naru test is like, yep, no, it's actually a thing, and it's not even a minor thing either. It's actually a pretty significant impact. Ever interested in getting the lifestyle mod? Which mod is the lifestyle mod? And thank you for the compliment, last. I'm glad I can give you something to keep your attention and all that while you're doing your overnight. Which one's the lifestyle one? I've probably seen it before. The Sims mod. You think it's the one with adds silly hobbies? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, probably not. I do like that a lot of those mods exist, but generally speaking, a lot of the kind of fun, silly mods and all that I tend not to do. I stick very, very lightly on my modding. Yeah, so we're going for, there's a big resort down here by the lake. And yeah, we're pushing for it. We actually have been getting really close. I just had to fall back for the our weapons are getting to the point we were really kind of slim pickings. And so it was one of those things being like, all right, I really do need to do that. Can I sharpen while driving? Ah, yeah. That's safe. Just rolling down the road, just sharpening your knife. You live down there? Yeah. Well, that's it's been wild, like that. I'm seeing patterns with a lot of people playing the game and all that. That, like, for example, you know, I moved to the log cabin, come to find that, you know, while I was traveling, that Italics had his run, and he moved to the log cabin by Neil's farm. I've moved down here, and I found out, like, independently, completely separate, that I think it was Allison also decided to move down here. I think it was Allison. It may have been someone else, but either way. But it's just kind of a thing. And it makes sense. They're the new spots in the map. People are going to want to be checking out the new places. Alright, we can go fast in that. There's no zombies on the road. But he does have ambitions for Build 42 where you can choose a goal for yourself and gives bonuses if you complete it. Yeah, that's cool. There was, we had a mod like that we did for RimWorld. That was like the aspirations mod. Being RimWorld, some of the aspirations were utterly cursed. But, you know. That's just RimWorld things. Can even dodge with the car. Okay, so I definitely need to clear up here at some point. Well, that's one zombie we definitely hit. Didn't kill it, though. One of the Anomaly DLC, one of the aspirations to be eaten by a devourer. Oh yeah, no, some of them were absolutely cursed stuff. It's more surprised that some of them weren't cursed. No, I mean, I think that's fine. Like, that's the thing. RimWorld lets you do all sorts of awful, cursed, ridiculous stuff. But it also doesn't make you do that. That's kind of where I've made the comment before, where when a game goes, like, full edgy, that really can take me out of a game, that I have difficulty enjoying it just because of how absurd and over the top it gets. And that I don't mind when a game takes gray morality, where it's like, hey, we've given you mechanics, what you do with that is your choice. But, like, I do often really get turned away from a game where it's not really a player option. That they're like, go kill that puppy. And I'm like, well, I want to kill a puppy. And I'm like, no. You don't get a choice. Kill the puppy. And then the game's like, why would you kill the puppy? It's like, literally, you didn't give me a choice, game. Don't try and hold this against me. Like, when you made it a not option, that is something you cannot hold against me. And I really find that kind of stuff super aggravating. Let's see. Where was the something thing? You couldn't because playing on a streamer's multiplayer server? Wait. Let's see, you couldn't because you're playing a multi-shooter server and it trashed it. Oh. Yeah, the illusion of choice can be really frustrating. Like, it's one thing when it's like the illusion of choice, but like the not choice you have is pretty benign. The big thing that irks me is when they give you the illusion of choice and then like they kind of hold your decisions against you and you're like, but you didn't really give me a choice. Like, if you're gonna have this big moral stance on it, make it so I actually do have a choice about it, and that like you've got the hard way to play the game, which is where you don't like ridiculously compromise your values or whatever. Or sorry, the easy way to play where you just kind of give up on your values and all that for convenience, or the hard way, and that like if you do it, you know, if you do it the easy way and just get through the game real easy, sure, by all means, start picking on me, being like, "Ah, you did all the awful things because it just made your life easier." It's like, cool, sure. It's still kind of weird that you're gonna set me up like that, but you know what? I'm willing to accept that. Because then it also kind of gives you a challenge, going, alright, well, hear me out. I would like to get the I'm not an awful person ending. Yeah, so what we can go ahead and do now is I'm going to play your game again, and I'm going to try real hard to, you know, be like the better person or whatever. That kind of thing. You know, you got something to aspire to or whatever. Thank you for the following. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, versus like I said, there's a lot of games that, you know, like in a lot of ways the forest feels that way, where like all your armor is mostly made out of, you know, people you kill kind of thing. And so they have like this kind of heavy-handed commentary about basically that's like, yeah, given the opportunity, like people be awful kind of thing, that, you know, you'll do these horrible things that you can justify with yourself and yada yada. Like they get there. But it's like, alright, but really, you didn't let me make anything else. I mean, there's a couple non-ones. Those are always those ones that irked me, because it's like, okay, don't hold this morality against me. Like, game mechanic-wise, you really didn't give me a whole lot of choices. Alright, so I'm gonna take 2 seconds here real fast. While we're waiting till it to be dark. And I'm going to make this food happen. I'm gonna mute my mic and we're gonna give that a second. Let's see, what is a bar graph? Indicators on the top left. If you do !mods, it'll show you the list of mods. But basically it's stuff like my health, how hungry I am, how thirsty I am, how much stamina I have left, how sleepy we are, how our body temperature is, and our calories. Alright, so bear with me. I'll be back here in just a minute. I just want to try and eat some of this food real fast while it's still warm, so I'll be right back. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge, don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happened. I'm fine right now. That's right now.
I'm not sure if you can see, chat, my front axle. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. Mm-hmm. Alright, and I am back. Yeah, so if you are using butchering in Product Zomboid to try and deal with weight, the butchering does not give you nearly as much calories as you'd want. I do believe when you get to higher levels of butchering, it is supposed to be better if you take the time to put the animals up on the meat hook. But just straight up butchering it on the ground and not having high levels, it's under, like, it's not as bad as it was because you physically couldn't get your calories up before, versus now it's just still pretty weak. Generally speaking, if you want to gain weight, you're going to go ahead and use like butter or fish or there's a third one in there. I mean, yeah. You're eating steaks and ground beef from fridges. You don't have any animals. Oh yeah, you probably won't be able to find those at a significant of volume to keep your weight up. And hey, El Cortis, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream and all that stuff, but thanks so much for catching the last 20 streams without missing a single one. Trapping game? Yeah, no, you can trap. That should still... I imagine the trapping is probably not a whole lot different than it used to be. Like, you know, put your stuff in there. The big problem with trapping right now is you need to get bait. And farming right now is pretty rough. Yeah, so you had like a very, very low kill day. But now we've got all our weapons. Everything's sorted. We should be able to pop over here. Yeah, junk food can help. Some junk food is a bit of a mix. Bird trapping is pretty easy. Yeah, but birds, like, unless something changed, birds are always, like, super low calories as well. If you wanted to gain weight, it was almost always catching, rabbits when it came to trapping. Yeah, so generally speaking these days, you're gonna probably be doing butter or fishing. Technically, go hard on agriculture. You could turn 30 seeds into vegetable oil for 2,000 calories. Yeah, but man, with all the grow times, if you have seasons turned on and you can only grow certain stuff at certain times of year in that is gonna be a trick. You can catch the rabbits using your car, but it does massively damage your car. So it is one of those things that you destroy your car very quickly using it as a weapon. Even against the rabbits. I'm hoping to find just a little bit more food before we start going down there so I don't have to turn to butter. Just found out rosemary is only seasoning. It's like only seasoning. Only seasoning game. Not a vegetable that gives much calories. You don't know why you didn't connect those dots for planting and harvesting. There we go. Get ourselves some berries. We get a decent number. We got a couple. Alright, so let's start looping back down to the car and get the day started so far as killing zombies. Kind of working my way around to the car though. Just grabbing a bunch of that stuff as well, so as we come back and everything, I can make more weapons as I need to. Let's see, since you can build scarecrows now, does that mean birds eating our crops in the future? Not that I'm aware of. We do actually have a lot of things we can craft that are just cosmetic. They don't serve a functional purpose. There we go. We also got a potato, so we're extra good on our food. Like, there is quite a few things of furniture that you don't really have any need for whatsoever, but you can still build just to build. And, like, when you make your wood walls, you can plaster them up and paint them, and that is purely cosmetic. It doesn't really do anything that matters. Oh, stop your sniffling. Someday you'll eat in a way that doesn't feel terrible and just fill you with eternal sadness. Not today, but someday. It gives 1 + 1 RP points. Yeah, you do it just because you want to, kind of for fun. But it's not a functional thing. It's you want to role play it, you want to whatever. And that's a good enough reason to do it. But mechanically, game-wise, it doesn't have an impact on your gameplay. All he needs is a single book in his life? Nope, can't do it. Not allowed. That's illegal. No knowledge? Yep. How does sharpness work? Basically, if the sharpness goes down too much, you start getting a penalty on the damage. Sharpness can never be higher than the condition of the weapon. And, if you use it as a tool, you'll wear out the sharpness way faster than the condition. I have found most weapons with sharpness, you actually will wear out the weapon kind of at the same rate where you don't really have a reason to sharpen. With the exceptions of, I've noticed, long blades. Long blades do seem to hold up well enough that you do end up needing to sharpen them more than once. Alright. And now it is back to the fight. Now, I've had a good couple of days we've been away, like a good 3-4 days. So there's a very real chance we'll have a lot of zombies that like moved around out here. But between the helicopter, there was a meta event, and how much we've been killing out here, there is a pretty good chance we're going to see less zombies in the area. In my opinion, what is the best melee weapon? The one that is available. And I know that sounds like a meme, but that's the reality. You don't really get to pick your melee weapons normally in the game. Like, you can have preferences and all that. But a lot of the time, you know, you'll be like, well, I want my crowbar, but you just don't have one. That kind of thing. Now, that said, of the weapons I've been messing with, probably the hunting knife. But generally speaking, you don't worry about having like that kind of, this is the specific weapon I'm after. But that said, I haven't gotten to try a lot of the new stuff yet. So there's a lot of room for me to have new stuff to check out and be excited for and yada yada. You're already worn, Scrap Sword? Bad rolls on this one. We've been using a bunch. I've been pretty happy with the Scrap Sword, but looks like we've got some pretty bad dice rolls on the condition on it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we got real bad luck on those rolls on that one. That scrap metal sword did not last us long. Yeah, use a sharpening when we're done if you're still good. Okay. That's all that muscle strain and exertion preventing the damage. Okay. Let's see. Did you cast your bobber to puddles in the water? Yeah, so when you're on the water, you go to the bubbles. And if you cast on the water with the bubbles, that's where you catch fish. Sometimes you'll have like dry spells where you won't get a fish for a while. Better bait does seem to make a difference. So like if you're using the other fish as bait, the littler ones, or you're using like a chunk of fish fillet or whatever, that seems to work way better than just, you know, chucking bugs in there. The bugs work relatively well though. Okay. Just giving a moment for the muscle strain to drop off. Oh, I could sit here and sharpen this while we wait. That's the one thing I made the comment where I actually don't think the sharpness is too bad, because I'm finding the weapons that I do find I need to sharpen, I usually have to back off and recover, and as long as I stop and I sharpen when I need to recover, it kind of helps me pace out being like, ah, there, I've waited long enough to go back in where I won't immediately go muscle strain again. Alright. Okay, so our large knife is getting pretty close to breaking. We can kill these two, and then maybe we'll be able to sneak in a rest here real fast. I don't really want to get close to that corner. Hey, a large knife. Thanks, man. Okay, we'll let that go for just a minute longer to get that muscle strain off, and we'll get right back to it. Alright. Let's see. Muscle parasites, flu, gutworm, rare decomposition, illness, and kidneys. Never seen it before. What are you talking about? Sorry, I missed some. Let's see. They close up shop. Come back tomorrow when they're a bit richer. I've missed a lot. It's all good. That is like one of the big downsides. Yeah, no, it sounded like RimWorld we were describing there, but that's one of the downsides of the product Zomboid is like while you're fighting zombies, the ability to focus on chat is just not nearly the same. Because one moment of inattention is all it takes for the run to end. So that's the thing, it's just real easy to fall behind on chat. Okay. There we go. We got ourselves a fairly big pull. Drop that. Get the knife staged. And eventually, when we start getting to like 7, 8 with short blades, I'll be knocking these down in 1 and 2 hits quite a bit. There'll still be a lot of 3 hits at that point. But right now, we're taking 3, 4 hits for a lot of them. That is just because we're still leveling them. Which is fine. Using so little endurance that you can see I can just go up here. Take down about a rally group, just barely go exerted. Alright. Alright, muscle strain's getting too high. There's our kitchen knife. Oh, you just had the kitchen knife, okay. I thought I saw something more exciting than a kitchen knife, but that's fine. Alright, so let's back up, sit down, rest up, get ready for another round. Yeah, no, organ decay is a rim. So yeah, organ decay is a new thing in RimWorld. That came with, I believe, Anomaly. It is those ones that you have to, like, it basically forces you to have a reason to remove and replace people's organs and that kind of stuff. Or use, like, Glitter World, or not Glitter World, the Mech Heal Serum and all that. Or a natural healing or whatever. Your knife is dull? Yeah, but it's dull because it's worn out. So I can only make it as sharp as the condition, and the condition is low, so I can't make it any sharper. Alright, so starting to get a little bit of corpse sickness. It'll eat the potato. You can't just throw them in the freezer anymore? What? Throw what in the freezer anymore? Oh, no. So, organ decay in RimWorld is a disease that basically a person gets organ decay, and what it basically means is they have a short period of time before those organs will fail and kill them. So, in practice, what that means is you have to remove those organs before it's too late. The problem is, because it almost always impacts 3 organs, it is extremely rare you can just remove those organs without killing the person. Which means it kind of forces you to either have an organ ready to swap in whatever the bad organ is that you can't live without, or have, you know, a means of healing a disease, like mech heal serum, unnatural healing, or stuff like that. So it kind of does give you a reason to want to keep a couple of organs floating around. The good news also with Anomaly, though, is some of the Anomaly events will give you opportunities to get organs that don't involve you, you know, just taking prisoners and organ harvesting them constantly. Like, some of them you can kind of give yourself a little extra risk to keep exploring a dangerous place, and then finding organs just in storage in there. Because in RimWorld, the organs don't need to be refrigerated. They just last forever. You just need them to not be out, like, in the rain where they'll get worn out little by little. Let's back off. I'm using all these like random knives we've got versus going for the ones they made just because I don't really have a good reason. Now the one downside is we are getting corpse sickness, which is interesting because we've been dealing with these mounds of corpses this whole time, and in the past it wasn't causing me any grief. But now it is. So I'm curious what's different now versus when we were by here earlier. Because we had been here, I'm thinking, so we've been here, and we were killing pretty consistently about a little bit over 100 zombies a day. Like 150, 130, something like that a day. Almost all of them on this road.
Thank you, Amble, for 1812 for giving 5 subscriptions to the channel.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting out 5 Tier 1 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel in that way. Kicking off a hype train, taking us all the way up to a hype train level 2 and 55%. And Senji Cookie. And thank you, Senji Cookie, for dropping the 100 biddies. to do that whole thing. And really do pursue it. Let's see, there's a bit of a bug with AI that comes with, causes them to fumble around and barely make distance when they're out of vision, and you fast forward. Can you give it a try on a single zombie? Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of the bug. That, like, basically, as long as you don't turn around to look at the zombie, you can do a thing where, as you walk, you kind of go back and forth between fast forward, and the zombie just, like, de-aggros. Yeah, no, I've seen that reported a bunch of times. And footage of it. Yeah, no, it's a legitimate thing that there is stuff. One of the other things I see that's always been a little bit of a problem is when the zombies' hearing and sight lines are considerably different. The zombies will go into a state where they keep aggroing and de-aggroing. And that's another one that gets kind of annoying, where the zombie just, like, stops and starts and stops and starts and stops and starts. And you're just like, look, man, please just figure it out. They seem to lose interest when you sit down? Yeah, no, it does happen. It seems to be, like, part of it is almost just, like, not facing them. You know, I saw a couple people report that on the internal test build, like, very recently. That same exact issue. Which the test build and the build out right now, I believe, are the same build still. I'm pretty sure we haven't got a newer, fresher test build to test yet. I'm sure they're working on stuff. They just probably don't have it at the spot where they want to put it out quite yet for us to test. Alright. No, I got you, Alcor. I mean, we also played RimWorld on the channel, so it's fine. And there is a pretty big overlap of people who like RimWorld and people who like Project Zomboid. It's not like two overlapping circles or anything. There's definitely a lot of people who like RimWorld who are just not into Project Zomboid, and vice versa. But there's a lot of overlap in the audience. Alright, so where's the other one we're aggro to? There we go. Okay. But yeah, I think a lot of aggro is kind of in a weird place with just a lot of different changes. I'm sure we'll get that all sorted out. But the small paddlefish, 78 centimeters. You don't get the size classification of these fish. Yeah, it's small for a paddlefish. I mean, honestly, this is the first time we've had any of it. I'm still not worried about it. Like, until we start hitting nauseous and sick, the queasy pretty much means nothing to me.
Thank you, Non-Amoroi, for gifting 1 subscriptions to the channel.
And, oh, I see that doesn't use the nickname there. Because now I'm like, I want to make sure I get it right. That's fine. Yeah, no namer oi. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub gifting to the channel. I really do appreciate that. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 300 biddies, pushing us over the line to the next level on the train. You're just fishing for new possible emotes. Oh, that's fine. It all supports me, so whatever. Let's see, Project Zomboid and RimWorld are the best offline games. They're very popular, very good games. I do know smell makes you sad. Well, that's interesting. Because that used to not be a thing. It makes sense that'd make you sad, like standing around rotting corpses all day. I know I'd be pretty unhappy about that. All right. Honestly, at the rate we're going, they might actually give me a breather to recover here. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. There's like 3 more coming. Where did the one from below go? Okay. Almost letting me rest here. Not quite. Because we got the opportunity to sit here and rest this close. We could get way more done by not having to run up and down that road. That's what you like to see. Let's wait to eat the berries just in case those are poisonous. We've been juggling the corpse sickness using the lemongrass for a while, so that could be a thing you actually like push yourself over a line. Alright, so kill this last handful, and then I need to go back to the car because it's starting to get dark. Let's back off. That muscle strain's still real bad. Didn't get enough time to recover. Alright, but I mean, we managed to push out here and rest multiple times in a row. And not pulling huge groups when I kill the zombies out here. And every day, these bodies are going to start thinning out now because they are rotting away. He's in the trees, yep. I don't think it goes up with the sadness maxed because our sadness has been pretty maxed for a while. So I don't think it's related to that. There has been a few things I haven't been able to figure out the combination of. Because, like, we have sometimes where Nimble gets exceedingly slowly, we'll go out of breath and suddenly it just drops, where other times it won't. And I've had it happen when I've got a lot of pain, I've had it happen when I don't have any pain, I've had it happen when we're overburdened, I have it happen when we're not overburdened. I've had it happen when we're soaking wet, I've had it happen when we're not at all wet. And so the only consistency I've been able to find is the out of breath component of it. But I haven't been able to pin down what other factor is going on. And then thank you so much for that hype train, hitting a level 3 hype train at 0%. With 6 gifty subs and 400 biddies. I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot and lets me keep doing this full time, so thanks so much for that support. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so let's get back over to our house. We have yet to use any of the weapons we crafted. We're using just the junk I picked up. Yeah, a lot of the hype emotes get interesting. There are some really fun. Like, I really like, you know, the hype pog emote with like the little happy bee and all that. That's a really fun one. But yeah, there's a handful of like the hype emotes that are really fun. Then there's like a lot that you're like, okay, I guess. That is in fact an emote. Hey, Bonds, how's it going? It seems like being overburdened and out of breath being super slow. Yeah, no, I've definitely noticed it with a lot, but not always. Can you make your base look nice? Yeah, I will eventually. Good, good. Riding high on booking a doctor's appointment you were stressing about? Well, I do hope you got that booked and you're doing good with that. Let's see, prone to illness probably increase your corpse sickness by a big margin. I think someone looked that up and all that, and that was like a thing now, where it used to not be a thing, is I think what I had heard. Do you see the metal armor? I didn't see it on Allison's character, but I have seen the metal armor. It actually looks pretty slick. Alright, so the berries are poisonous, in case anyone wasn't keeping notes. So it's good that we didn't take our chances with the berries while we were doing stuff. Let's see, what is the most efficient, easy, craft, fine weapons early game? Shovels? I have no idea. I've been using a mix of, like, the stone axes are relatively easy. Their only big negative is that you need branches. I actually really like the stone knives, but they take a little bit more to get set up with. The downside with them is they take longer to craft. So as far as, like, actual efficiency, like min-maxy kind of considerations, I have no idea what's actually that strong. Man, I've been pretty happy with the stone knives. They're not the same stone knives we used to have. The shovels are great if you can get to carving 4. Yeah. I haven't gotten that high. Well, actually, that's not true. On the last character, we got pretty high with a lot of them. But a lot of these skills were lagging behind because I didn't find the magazine to make the stone knives early, so I had to get the napping too. And I didn't... Like, I haven't been grinding any of those crafting skills. It's just, I've been doing them as I need them kind of approach. So some of them are lagging a bit behind. So 124 zombies killed today. Yeah, no, I've heard the wooden shovel is a bit broken right now. That I've heard a number of people report. They're like, oh yeah, right now the wooden shovel is pretty silly. Alright, so let's see if we can't get anything else that is low calorie real quick. Keep that weight tracking down again. Just looking for some acorns, some berries. Can't tell if mushrooms are poisonous or anything yet, so can't risk those. And yes, I know right now you can technically get away with it. I expect that to get patched. 4 rose hips, good enough for one day. Wilderness trait? No, I don't have, like, I'm running 0 to hero, and my version is 0 to hero. Anything that gives me a skill point is a no-go. Self-sabotage build, if you will. So 1 safe berry and 1 danger berry. what are you before we go up here? Probably just sticks or twigs or something? Yeah, that's fine. You can discard for XP? Yeah, no, I know. I'm already like 7-8. It's just using the endurance, so... You know, not wasting my endurance on it. We're just gonna cruise on down here, get back to clearing this road. Yeah, I'm pretty close to passing 8,500 zombies killed. Ooh. After we kill the zombies we've already aggroed, I need to sharpen the cleaver. I have noticed the meat cleavers are another one of those weapons that do seem to dull pretty quickly. I've noticed that with the meat cleavers and the scrap sword. Both tend to require some decent amount of sharpening. Oh yeah, no, I like the scrap sword. You do have to stop to sharpen it every so often, though. The scrap sword's pretty fun. Even at only like 2 long blade, I'm 2-tapping most zombies. Okay. We're still in the storm. It's been like 4 days now. I guess the heli didn't thin the lodge much. We have no way of really knowing. There was supposedly in the lodge area like 8,000 something zombies, and we have killed a bit over 8,000 now. But what we don't know is, did we draw zombies away here and kill that or whatever? You find it funny that's classified, the cleaver is classified as an axe? It makes sense to me, because you'd swing it like an axe. But it also makes sense to me because the meat cleaver always did have a little bit of an identity crisis, where it was a short blade that behaved like an axe, and it really didn't get the benefits of being a short blade or an axe. It was kind of like this weird halfway in between, but it wasn't like the best of both worlds. It just kind of was just okay. Like, it wasn't a bad weapon. It just usually was your second pick for most things. The exception in Build 41 is it was, like, weirdly, like, the thing to break down doors if you didn't want to be exerted. So you just roll in and start hacking down doors with it. And you get the door down using less endurance than if you use, like, an actual proper, like, fireman's axe or anything like that. It'd take you more hits, but, like, the amount of exertion would be way lower. Kinda hoping I'm gonna be able to get back up here and rest again. Cause that'd be good, cause that muscle strain's getting pretty bad. Nah, it's gonna be too much. Yeah, it's too much. Let's not get too greedy and trying to push in there all at once. Okay, so go drop that on a body. Yep, we're almost to the point of using the actual weapons we made. This is going to be one we're going to back off quite a bit, because it did push us pretty far into exertion, and we are very badly muscle strained, because I was being a little greedy and just trying to push all the way up to that opening, so that way I wouldn't have to like walk up and down this road where there's not really a lot of places, that many places I can rest that aren't, you know, aren't fairly sketchy by having all the trees around it. How's the skills going? Pretty good. We're at a 4 short blade, probably getting good progress towards 5, I'd guess. Not as good as I'd like, but you know, they're there. We're actually getting pretty close to 6 axes too. Our fitness and strength have been coming along nicely. We're at 4 fitness, 5 strength, and both of them, like, fitness is like halfway up to the next level. Strength is still only about 3rd or 4th. Alright. Okay. I still need to wrestle a while longer for that muscle strain from the meat cleaver, because the meat cleaver's a little bit rough on the muscle strain. Not too bad though. We did push it a bit hard because, like I said, it's being a little greedy and just trying to make it so we got up there. Oh, come on, muscle strain. Alright, give that another second or two to drop off. Yeah, and I've got like another 30 plus knives in the back of that, not even counting all the ratchets and stuff I got spares that I can go ahead and use because we just got so many. The other good news is all these bodies disappearing. That's when you're going to start feeling like real progress is happening. It's like this whole time, this road's been just solid bodies the whole way up. You'll kind of tell when I'm making good progress, like, as a delay, just because you'll go up here in the trail, like, the far end of the bodies, like, where they go back to. Hey, you. That's the kind of zombie that gets you killed right there. Because you saw, like, I about ran into him, and he just chilled there, not moving the whole time. And it's real easy to lose zombies in the visual noise that is all the corpses. I don't like zombie mourners. They'll get you. It's one of the reasons why later on you end up just like blasting your horn, making your cars loud, yelling constantly. Like once you're established and you're just clearing areas. And it's entirely because those zombies that don't move are just that much of a liability. Like those zombies. Well, it doesn't matter where you kill them. If you're continuing to kill them where you kill the other zombies, you run to the visual noise, whether it's on or off the road. My argument for killing the zombies on the road is you don't have to worry about line of sight. Like, there's no tree line, there's no building, there's nothing like that you gotta be worrying about while you're on the road most of the time. Like, every once in a while you get a billboard or whatever, and you just don't fight behind the billboard. But yeah, no, it's anywhere you've been fighting lots of zombies, because it's the visual noise of the corpses that's the problem. And like right here, I would not want to fight anywhere near this tree line. That'll be taking way too much risk. Because if I'm fighting, like, right here, I always risk a zombie popping through that tree at any moment and grabbing me with no warning. Okay, so I'm way more team fight on the road. But fighting on top of your own bodies is another thing. They'll kill you. Yep, Randall Thor, thank you for the Gigantifying. Absolutely. Never trust a tree. They're in league with the zombies. And also when it comes to fighting off the sides of the road, when it starts to get later in the night, areas like this area I'm standing on right now, they get to be almost pitch black if you don't turn up your brightness on your sandbox of the game. Yeah, no, it's more just a problem of killing zombies in the same area constantly. It's actually something that becomes a little bit less of a problem as the run goes on, because as you get to the point you can kill the zombies way, way faster, you will kind of end up killing zombies like a little bit farther forward each day a lot easier. So you'll still have like the zombie bodies pile up a bit, but it's less them piling up in just a couple of places, and instead they're like way more spread out. Like one of the things I started doing on Venus Orozco's run in Louisville is I'd make it a point where I'd do a couple days of pushing in one area and then go to a completely different part of town and start pushing. And it was literally just to spread out where the zombie corpses were all being piled, so I didn't have to worry about visual noise nearly as much. So like as an area started to get kind of hard to see, I'd just take a different route and fight there until it got hard to see. Because, you know, the location that big, there wasn't a point in trying to shove one direction. Just kind of keep picking at it till it's done. Pretty soon I need to back off. Alright. Didn't even go high exertion. Let's see, you didn't know the virus was spread by an ancient, powerful treant that got mad at humans for deforestation. It's true. You know things. I mean, it feels that way sometimes. Let's see, you turn to pitch black nights settings, and now the car lights reach only 5 tiles. Oh, yeah. I'll never end up running the pitch black nights for streaming, though. It is not fun to watch people playing on those settings. Like, there's a reason why anytime the One Painful Year, like, challenge run comes around, it's like, I'm not doing it. Because one, I usually do settings that are mostly worse than it has. And then just arbitrarily remembering which days I'm required to like leave one place and go to the other is not that big a deal. I end up moving bases anyways. It is fun if they're sprinters. What's fun if they're sprinters? Because I actually really don't enjoy sprinters in Project Zomboid. I've demonstrated that I can do them. Like I've done the sweaty try-hard sprinter only servers a couple of times. But to me, the progression feeling just doesn't exist. Oh, Pitch Black turns into a horror game? Yeah. My big thing though is as far as streaming with Pitch Black Nights is the vast majority of the time you can't see anything on the stream. Because one of the things that when you get to playing around it is the moment it starts seeing it the slightest bit dark, you go inside and you wait till the next in-game day, which is really not fun to watch. And if someone is out at all, you're sitting there squinting your eyes trying to see anything anyways. And it's just not good for viewership. It's the same thing with the hard of hearing and the deaf traits. They can be fun and an interesting time to do stuff as is, but one of the things you run into with those traits is the hard of hearing trait makes everything kind of sound muddled, so it really kind of sounds bad, and that gets to be very obnoxious after a while. And then deaf, you have a lot of people who like to lurk and like to watch the stream, like to listen to the stream, and it is kind of one of those things that if there's no in-game sound, listening to the stream is not really that fun. Let's see, you can see the difference in muscle strain now that you're using knives. Yeah. No, most of the majority of the time you usually sleep through the night anyways. Yeah, no, that's not wrong. Let's see, your first issue with your first Build 42 run was draining batteries and stuff. Now your battery and flashlight disposal light are not draining at all. Yep, they got fixed. That was 42.1 they fixed that. But yeah, so it is a thing, like, regardless of what I am doing on a channel, I will try to always prioritize how it impacts the viewership. So even if it means that I have to make a challenge easier or harder or whatever by changing the settings to make it a better viewing experience, I will. And so stuff like, I just won't run Pitch Black Night, Deaf, or Hard of Hearing. It's just too big of a negative on the viewership. Like, to give you an idea, when One Painful Year, the last time it was really doing its rounds, I had opted to not do the Pitch Black Night, not really, like, I did the challenge only for, like, a stream or two, and then I got bored because it was genuinely easier settings than I'm used to running. But, it was a thing that I had lots and lots of people who weren't, you know, there are people who'd show up in my channel once in a while, but they weren't really regulars. They were just people who liked watching Project Zomboid and occasionally would end up here. And a lot of them would pop in and be like, hey, are you doing One Painful Year? And I'd be like, no. And I'd be like, oh, thank God. It's like, it's an interesting challenge, but I cannot take the Pitch Black Nights anymore. And I genuinely gained a significant amount of viewership during that time from people tuning out of other Project Zomboid channels because, like, every other stream was doing it at that time. And it's just such a bad viewing experience. But yeah, that's the reasons I push back anytime the death trait comes up. I did a death trait run way, way, way back when it was still pretty early on in streaming. And it was okay, but it's definitely one of those things when that character did finally die, that pretty much it was like both my consensus and like the chat's consensus, like, one, it gets real obnoxious playing the game when there's no in-game sound for a long time. Like, it's just not as satisfying. And then on top of it, like, a bunch of people are like, yeah, that wasn't great viewing. That's it. You'll be fine if nights are bright and the moon still exists. Well, that's when you do the Pitch Black Nights. That's you're opting in for your nights to be super dark. Like, that's literally what the setting is. Like, regular nights I don't mess with. We're on our default nights. They're just as dark as they would be normally on Apocalypse. So you'll have some days that the moon's up and it's nice and bright, and you'll have other days the moon's not up and it is real dark when the moon's not up and it's super cloudy. I thought it was a zombie down there. You sometimes listen, and if you hear a lot of activity, you'll tap back over. Oh, yeah. Like, those are all things you just gotta consider as a creator. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, before Build 42, regular nights, you get the occasional, like, stormy night that was really, really dark, but otherwise it was honestly not that bad most of the time. But that's also reasons why most of the time I run Cat's Eye nowadays. Again, it is consideration for the viewer. Like, one, I also don't want to strain my own eyes. It's just, it's not as fun when you can't see anything. Like, it used to be a thing, I'm not doing it right now, but in Build 41, I also used to have a filter turned on OBS that would increase the gamma, I believe it was like 10%. So it's just a little bit brighter for all of you. That way, when it did get to the dark night, you could kind of sort of make out the zombies a little bit better, even if I was sitting there going, I can't see anything. Alright, time to finally break into our real knives. We don't have the real knife in my hand yet, but we do have it staged. But even using our junk weapons, still getting over 100 kills a day. Let's see, you had a Blizzard build for one and just fog your screen, except your character. Yeah, no, there's yeah, bad weather in Build 41. You could get, like, without the pitch black setting, you could get it to be basically pitch black, unseeable kind of thing. But those were usually like the exception days. But that was part of why the having the emergency channel was always a good thing. If you'd see like imminent, really bad storm coming in, you knew that was a day not to push your luck staying out late when the storm was going to roll in that evening. Because you could get yourself separated from your home base and then not really be able to see much. And just like a badly timed meta event in that situation can put like you in like a really dangerous circumstance. I had that happen plenty of times. But you start realizing how dark it is, and you're like, alright, where's the first place you can kind of duck in for the night and recover? Okay, so we're now finally using our stone knives. Alright. Do you know when Build 42 will have multiplayer? I don't even think the devs know that. But I definitely don't know that. They're going to keep working on improving stuff in Build 42, and eventually it'll get to that point where they're happy, and then we'll get multiplayer. But yeah, so I would not be expecting it. If you're looking anything short term, you're probably going to be disappointed. Like, I think months is the absolute minimum, but probably a decent number of them. Now, I could be wrong. And it could be possible that just, you know, next week they just break it out. But I would not count on it. I don't think we're talking 3 years or anything that long. I think there'd be some very upset people on the dev team if it got to that point. I am trying to have a look at the parking lot because, chat, do you know what I see? I see almost no zombies there, is what I see. Like, not just it's not busy, but that parking lot is getting just plain quiet. So we're probably looking at getting through there pretty soon. Ma'am, please give me my knife back from your face. Because they're mostly getting just a bunch of stragglers right now. Like we're no longer pulling these giant groups of 20 and 30 and 40. Just like 5 here, 2 there, 6 here, 7 there. Alright, get the next knife staged. Let's get back up here. Sit down and rest again for a minute and recover. Let's see. So you heard a door open, but the zombies in your game aren't smart enough to do that. Should you be freaking out? Maybe just a bug. I know there's a thing in multiplayer, which wouldn't apply to build 42. I know in multiplayer there's a thing where you'd have like a desync on the doors, where you would just stand there, and it was this like absolutely cursed thing where the doors just like pop open again next to you, and it always freaks you out every single time. Like no other player anywhere nearby, the door just kind of pops open and closes again. You're just like, Oh, we need to be backing up because it's gonna be nighttime soon. Just trying to kill the last couple we've got aggroed. Now work our way back to the gas station. Probably for the best we've gotten. Yep, that'll be good enough. Just broke our next set of weapons. All right. Cool. I gotta say that if your door were doing that, you'd freak out. Zombies or no zombies. Oh yeah, no, if you're just standing there and your door just pops open. It is funny that it can be a thing that just from differences of air pressure inside of your house, so like your AC kicks on and it just kind of gets the airflow moving differently, it will close and slam doors sometimes depending on the airflow in your home, which is always one of those things that could surprise you and make you jump while you're sitting there. You hear a door slam downstairs, you're just like, someone in my house? It just happened to be the door was like halfway open or whatever, AC kicked on, and there's enough air pressure difference that just shoved the door closed. Usually has to be like nearby one of the very first vents coming off the AC or something like that. I haven't had that at the house. Back when I had an apartment, that would happen. One of the bedrooms was like right by the very first vent, and if I didn't have the door all the way open or all the way closed, sooner or later it'd get closed. Just by like the air. Yo, I scared the crap out of you was winning outside. Can't keep the door open for crap. Yeah. You don't... It didn't have that much here. When I lived up in Michigan, my parents would sometimes keep the doors open. In Florida, you really don't want to keep the doors open very often, because even if the temperature is nice outside, you're gonna get bugs and critters. All right. You learned about the rose pan today, and boy is it great. Oh yeah, there's a handful of things like the rose pan, the bowl, anything that you could cook really easily in the game, is absolutely amazing. Still can't keep your weight up? Yeah, let's see. There are fake bush and footstep noises too. You get used to it. Well, one of the things that really freaks you out with ambient sounds is if you got like rats or rabbits or any small animals in the area. You'll sit there, think you're fine, and just hear like something crunch in the house. That was we had that one rabbit who managed to find its way into the house we were staying at before, and I was keeping it there. Nice, 163 zombies killed in one day. And we're keeping it there, but it's definitely one of those things that it was very much, you kept hearing it rustling around, and it was stressing me out so badly. Yeah, no, we had already killed. Yeah, so we've got Hyperion mentioning that we had started killing zombie, like before we started pushing the resort. We had already killed something like 4,000 zombies. I'm fairly confident that a bunch of zombies we were killing earlier, not all, but a bunch, did come from the resort. Between the helicopters and all that garbage. I think I'll worry about the tree branches right now. Can you use rat poison? Maybe. I have no idea, honestly. I mean, you can always go around and just stab. Are the cows still alive? Yeah, the cows are fine. Because we drug out the feeding troughs to collect rain, it's been fine. Eventually I'll have to get them more food. They've been doing pretty good on that too. Honestly, by the time we go back, they'll probably have the baby calves for us. Alright, we'll start circling our way back to the truck. Just doing the lap out here to get a little bit more flint and all that. Let's see, can you just cut grass for their food? I believe so. You can just use the scythe to pull up a bunch of grass and drop it in there. I wonder if you can use what you can use as bait for the mouse traps. No idea. All right. Okay, so with this, we can pop over here and say, take the tree branch, take the flint, take the dog bane. That'll do. Let's see, it's frustrating, so you cannot leave base until the power goes out. Let's see. You'll still use gas. Oh yeah, no, it'll still use fuel if you leave it running when you drive away. But what'll happen is when you get back nearby the cell where your generator is running, it will do the math and be like, oh, I'm supposed to be out of fuel. The kind of the weird thing is the freezers that were running on it, they will only at that time that it updates to say I'm out of fuel, turn off the power. It'll only start warming up at that point. It will keep the freezers frozen long after that. But the thing to keep in mind with a lot of the food spoiling, food will still spoil when you're not on the cell. And frozen food in Project Zomboid does not last forever. It massively extends its life shelf, but it is not forever. Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly 25. I'd believe it. But you get the idea. It is a significant increase in lifespan if you freeze it. But it isn't one of those things that like they last ever. Because usually when people learn that, I'll have people like, oh, that's unrealistic. Food when you're frozen doesn't expire. And it's like, okay, but also remember it's a video game. And if food lasted literally forever, then it's one of those things that you go hard at one point and then never have a reason to worry about food ever again. And that'd be boring. So it's kind of nice that we have, again, more minor pressures to be like, hey, go over there where the zombies are. Go do your things. That said, there's definitely an argument to be made that doing too much of those things can start to become a chore. All right. That's the only time it's acceptable to have food not running. Yeah, no, multiplayer turning a lot of stuff off. Oh, if you think this is bad, this is actually way fewer than we've had here before. Just because, see, weirdly, we immediately went to, like, almost immediately went to Queasy. Versus other days we have no effect on it. There's something weird with the corpse sickness. Yeah, because we had, like, entire days as, like, resting and fighting on the corpses and no effect whatsoever. We're not wearing a mask or anything. And then we've had other days where we haven't gone to nauseous or anything actually worrisome, but just that we instantly pop up there. But yeah, no, we had a good 4 days we were away from here, because it takes 9 days for the corpses to expire. So basically, this is probably 5 days worth of corpses, give or take. But we are playing in the absolute highest zombie pop settings that the game supports without getting into uniform distribution, which uniform distribution breaks a lot of things in the game. It's kind of an interesting one to try and tackle, but I don't like, unless you're playing at high populations as well as things that's like hard to do anything in. And then like if you do manage to get yourself established, it kind of wanes interesting wise pretty fast. Because again, everything is like consistently just as busy. So you have to fight for like every inch of empty space, which does not feel good. Let's see, frozen foods expired in real life eventually. At least food temperatures and not cryolab temperatures. Yeah. Like, and then you get into the types of expire, you know, is this unpleasant versus is this dangerous? Like a lot of food, you keep in the freezer long enough, and it just kind of crystallizes and all that from the stuff freezing in it. It just gets really unpleasant and loses all its texture and all that. Not all of its texture, but you get the idea. It really makes the food unpleasant, but is it still safe to eat? It's like, yeah, mostly. I'm sure there's some things that are dangerous. Because just like there's some bacteria you can't cook off, there's some bacteria that don't go inert when cold. Like, they gotta be really, really cold to go inert. And, Fukahala, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I do really appreciate you catch the last 5 streams without missing a single one. So I really do appreciate that. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Like, even if they were still like, there's still gonna be stuff that goes bad. And plus, what are the odds that you're gonna have no issues with a fridge just chucked in a corner, forgotten for months to years? You know, it's a tradition that, so, like, I shouldn't say what a tradition. So, there is a tradition that some people practice. And, you know, if you do, more power to you. But for me, I look and go, that is disgusting. Why would anyone ever do that? And that is, there's a tradition for people that they will take their wedding cake when they get married, and they will pack it up, and they will put it in their freezer, like put a slice or whatever in their freezer, or whatever they have left or whatever of it. And for the first anniversary, they'll break it out and have a piece. Both me too went, no, absolutely not. I am not eating a year-old frozen cake. It doesn't even matter if it's an important sentimental cake. I've heard from my friends who have done it. It's safe, but like, it's a very unappealing cake. It's a very mushy cake. little bit on the chewy side. Let's see. Your ex and I did that. The cake was still that good. I'm surprised. Most of the things I've heard was like, of course we went straight into ice. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense for an ice cream cake to that. But you could just have a new tasty cake. That's kind of what we were like. It's like, you know, if we really want to do a cake a year later, we can just like get a cake. But it was pretty funny when Two Massey's like, do you want to do this? And I was like, I've never heard of this. This sounds awful. No, I really don't. She's like, good, because I really don't either. And like I said, more power to you if you did it, and you had a good time with it. It's those things that's kind of like, why? And I had like 2 or 3 friends who did. Both of them were like, yeah, we ate a little bit of it and went, nah, that's fine. We don't need to eat the rest of this. This is pretty unpleasant. Yeah, that's exactly what I would have done. I actually don't remember what we did in that regard. But just get like a little cake or a full-size cake. You're an adult. You get to define what that means. But you could just get yourself a fresh cake. And then plus you also don't feel like all the pressures to, you know, make it fit like a wedding whatever thing. You could just do what you want.
Thank you, Lowbroden, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Look Rodan, for the Prime Gaming sub. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what type of sub. Prime Gaming sub, you only get one of those a month and use it here. And I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. Let's see, that cake is a warning about letting the relationship get freezer burn. Let's see, if it's stored right, it's the same. When you got married, the cake lady made a cake especially for the 1-year anniversary. Oh yeah, no, I feel like if right at the beginning you just kind of preemptively took a slice out and put it in a container that was, fairly airtight to put in the freezer. Yeah, I would agree that that'd probably be, even if it's not perfect, it'd be good enough. But just like you have your wedding, you have all that stuff going on, that cake has been sitting out for like the entire reception, and then after all of that, you chuck it into a box, just like the little tag board box or whatever with the little window, and you chuck that in your freezer, maybe a saran wrap or something. It's gonna be pretty awful. All right, so we did have a zombie with a sword go down over here. So you all took notes of where it went down, right? You can lead it directly to it, kind of thing. What's your favorite cake flavor? So low key, I've mentioned a number of times when stuff like comes up like desserts, I have very little in the regards to a sweet tooth. Let's see. So this is where you've been since TSRP. Hey, Sharking, how's it going? I haven't seen you in forever. But yeah, no, I've been streaming. Acquisition for the company I went through was not good, and at the time the channel started taking off, so I was like, I could do this. Alright, so where it was somewhere around here. I did try to, I believe at least I did try to pull it up to the north side of the lane to try and make it easier for me to spot. There you are. Yep, I do remember. I don't remember what character you played, but I remember the screen name. Yeah, for those who aren't getting that reference, so when I started the channel, I was playing GTRP. And it's not that I stream, like, I GTRP to stream. Yeah, Hunter, okay. Yeah. That's right. But yeah, so I played GTRP, and it wasn't that I played GTRP for purposes of streaming. I actually hadn't been streaming before that. I was playing GTRP for purposes of being able to practice kind of improvising a little bit. Because I'd give lots of conference talks, and like doing the really technical stuff, I could practice that easily enough on my own. But as far as like you know, people saying unexpected things, asking unexpected questions, you know, technical difficulties, like making stuff not work right, and then just kind of rolling with the punches. It's a really hard thing to practice because it's hard to set that up. So I started doing GTRP as a way of kind of practicing something where I didn't have control over a lot of the stuff going on around me. And with GTA's physics engine, unpredictable things happened. A lot. But you had to like kind of stay in character and act appropriately to whatever's going on. So, you know, when suddenly a car starts spinning and flying into the sky, you get the idea. It makes you kind of have to adapt the way you're reacting to things. This is the scrap sword. It actually doesn't seem to be like particularly uncommon loot on the zombies. This is probably our 8th or 9th one. Like, it's definitely more common than machetes. Alright, we need to back off, because while it is that, it is exhausting. But yeah, so what ended up happening is I was playing GTRP with a whole bunch of people, including Charking here, who played one of the characters that my character worked with. But, what ended up happening is we had people who couldn't be in the city, which is basically they couldn't log into the game, but they could be on the internet. And we had been discussing at the time kind of like that how the city felt was very different to each of us, just because of who we would bump into and what was going on and that kind of stuff. That like very, very genuinely had some people who felt like the city was leaning way too hard one way.
Thank you, Randall Thor 1812, for gifting a sub to Sharking Game.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Sharking Game. Sharking Game has some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that, Randall Thor. I really do appreciate that support. But yeah, so it's just kind of one of those things that I'm gonna go down the road so we can hopefully drop off some of the corpse stink. What are we seeing here? Whoa, the log page? Would be nice if you were able to create scrap swords. I know you can make a bunch of swords. I don't know which ones, though. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, very genuinely, like, I could be online, but the other person couldn't be in the city, but they could be online. And one, they didn't kind of want to miss out, because it is a problem when you're playing GTRP, that, like, if you miss just a day or two of what's going on, you spend the whole next day just trying to catch up on what has happened, and it can be pretty overwhelming. And at the same time, we had been talking about like how different the city felt based on our different perspectives of what we were running into. And that conversation was like, you know what? I can probably stream it. I'll stream it. And so I started streaming it, and I enjoyed streaming it. So, you know, it was just kind of one of those things that I just kept streaming. And then people started showing up when I was playing RimWorld and Project Zomboid, and numbers started to go up, and it's like, oh wait, I could maybe do something with this. Because there had been no plan of doing anything, like, actually long-term streaming-wise. It was just kind of something, oh, I should have sharpened it. Let's kill this one zombie. They gotta sharpen the sword. But it was just kind of one of those things that people started showing up. I started, like, burning out into GTRP because it was just one of those things that, like, if you did it, it was really hard to have time to do anything else. You know, the way a lot of MMORPGs can kind of be the same thing, that, like, if you get into an MMO properly, like, you're either on or you're not. Like, there's no halvesies it, really. But yeah. Yeah, and the, as Sharking is saying, the server wasn't 24/7. There was, they would shut down the server late at night and bring it back up, like, midday. And then it was also, I think it was only like 4 or 5 days a week that the server was, I think it was 4 days a week. I know it switched at one point. But basically, it wasn't up all the time, because they're doing a lot of development on the server. So they needed time to be able to take down the server, to do maintenance and changes and yada yada. And those other days, I got to streaming stuff like RimWorld and Product Zomboid and Space, or not, I mean, I did do Space Engineers, but not a lot. Hard Space Shipbreaker, all that kind of stuff. And like I said, it was just kind of a thing that, you know, the GTA streams didn't really have much viewership because I wasn't approaching it with any intention of trying to build up viewership. Like, I wasn't trying to make quote-unquote good content or anything like that. It was just a place for me and a couple people I was playing games with to hang and all that kind of stuff. But eventually, I did have people dropping in more and more when I was playing RimWorld. Like, RimWorld actually was the one that started picking up numbers first, even though I had done Product Zomboid at the same time. And then I ended up having, like, a big raid from a content creator, you know, it was sitting at average, like, 70, 80 viewers at the time. But a big raid from them, and it kind of, like, I was playing Product Zomboid that day, and just people liked the vibe, so I just had, like, a particularly good raid, where just a lot of people followed and a lot of people came back kind of thing. And it was just one of those things that, like, boosted the channel's numbers. And it was like, oh, well, it's like, this could actually be a thing. Like, I'm getting enough numbers here. Like, you know, I hit affiliate, and I might be able to, genuinely, like, make partner on it. You remember, Amiga? Yeah, I remember Amiga. And I had good times on it. Last second, got it sharpened. Didn't have to abort the last second and start over. You've been dating for the past 2 years now? Nice. Congratulations. Going pretty good, Cerise. Good to see you. But yeah, and it was also, there was a lot of content creators on TSRP as well. Like, that was, the, TSRP was the same server that, Wade, as in Lord Minion, was on. Which wasn't why I was on there or anything. Like, I had been on there, I think he was on there first, it doesn't matter. But, like, I had just been on there because I was just looking for a server, and that was the one people were talking about. I was like, okay, cool, like, that, you know, kind of good enough for me. But it was one of those things that, like, I was a news reporter on the server, and they had, like, a company on it, and I was doing this whole thing where I was going through all of the different companies being run on the server. We actually had, like, a separate website and everything that you could access using your in-game phone and all that. But I'd write up articles about all the different companies and all that. And I remember there's the one I went to do an interview for, like, the people running that company, because one of the few companies I hadn't covered. I deliberately had delayed it because, you know, I partly didn't want to look like I was just trying to, you know, go to the people who were popular, famous, whatever kind of thing. So I delayed that one, and I fully expected that they were going to kind of brush me off to, you know, one of the people who wasn't, like, as big a name. And then I ended up interviewing Wade. Like, his character, normal guy. Which is definitely a stressful thing, because I was sitting there, and it's funny, because I've had audiences bigger than what were tuned into that, like, that I did conference talks for. So it was weird that it was stressful for me, because, like, not even the biggest audience I've dealt with. But it was just kind of one of those things where, like, I am currently role-playing as a news reporter, interviewing this person about their fictional business, and there are literally thousands of people watching this right now, and it was a tad stressful. Because I also hadn't planned for it to happen right then. It was just like, oh yeah, we can do that. And it's like, oh, okay. Alright, sure. We could do this right now. That's fine. I'm definitely prepared. But yeah, a lot of fond memories from that. I don't think I'd do it again, but I don't regret doing it in the first place. It's just, like, the big reason more than anything, it is one of those things that can be a total time vampire. That you start doing that, and it's like, what else did you want to do with your day? That's too bad. If you fall behind, there's no catching up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Would you look at that, chat? We're almost to the parking lot. Totally no stress, nope. Yeah, no, it's like, it's one of those things that's funny that you're on the internet doing that, and the whole time you're sitting there, it's like, I've been in an auditorium with more people than this, where I was, you know, the one speaking, keynoting, and everything. But this is more stressful than that. I think part of it is because, like, in an auditorium, you can kind of look and see, like, if what you're saying is landing, are they interested in it, that kind of stuff, versus, like, on the internet, where you don't have the ability to really gauge the reaction of the audience or anything like that. You're kind of just going on faith. And that's a little bit more stressful, that you're like, man, this could be, like, totally tanking. And I'd be none the wiser. Versus if you drop a joke in a conference talk and you hear silence, you're like, all right, that one did not land. Yeah, it's fine. Totally more reliable than in real life. Yeah, no, it was wild. Like, it was no big deal, and I got to interact with a whole lot of people, a whole other content creators and all that. Some would go on to do a lot, and some, you know, it's like what happens with anyone in content creation. There's a lot of people who, you know, they'll go on to do stuff, and a lot of people who, you know, it's just they don't have the time, the availability, the drive, whatever you want to go with that, or just the luck. To be fair, you could do everything right and just not find the success you're looking for either. Let's see, for the 16 time pop run, are they uniform or urban centered? Urban centered. Unfortunately, with the, if you do uniform, it really does kind of break the game. Like, there's just, the population density literally everywhere is so high that it is nearly impossible to get off the ground. It's not completely impossible. People have managed it, but even for a lot of us that are like try-hard, sweaty players and all that, you can put in like dozens upon dozens of runs to just barely claw out a hole for yourself when you get lucky and get some early game weapons. Have you managed to get into the resort yet? No, but we're really close. Like, we were just at the edge of the parking lot there a second to close, which is, the, you know, the closest we've been. But we've definitely been seeing a real dip in the numbers. Oh, nope, that's not the right thing. There. Let's see. It's crazy to think about you in the country areas that still have thousands to kill. Yeah, it is a whole thing. Oh yeah, no, it's not an early crowbar. You need like multiple early crowbars. I honestly wonder if you could even do it on build 41. Sorry, build 42. Build 41, like I said. If you got extremely lucky on your spawn, that, you know, you landed like a hardware store kind of area, you can sometimes make it work just at the beginning. But one of the problems is, like, the first migration or helicopter usually does you in. Because there's nowhere to retreat to. You have to hold your ground. because everywhere in the map is just as dense with zombies. And I've done that. I've done uniform 16 times pop, where I have gotten off the ground, but it was until the helicopter, and then it was just super way past done, like just not even close. It's completely overrun. That's clearly a zombie down there. Hi. Hi, wifey.
How was your sausage?
It was really good.
Yeah, mine was really good too. You remember what flavor it was?
Garlic.
Ooh, no wonder it was so good.
It's like garlic kielbasa or whatever. Is the helicopter soon? No, we already had a helicopter this stream. Actually, I should probably check. I know we still have time to the helicopter. I don't know how many days we're down to, because I do know the 2 days that I did a lot of weapon crafting, we went to the days pretty fast as far as real life. 17th? So we're halfway to the next helicopter, or 5 days. And it's 10 days the fastest in between helicopters we can get hit. Alright. We should be getting back soon because of daylight. But as you can see, we're able to just truck farther and farther in here than we've been able to. Meta event, what direction? West. Alright, well let's play this safely. It's about to be dark. We've just had a meta event. It could pull the zombies across the road we've been going on. So let's start backing out. But yeah, so as you can see, we're getting to the point where I'm able to like see the parking lot. We're no longer seeing like any big rally groups. We're just seeing like lots of little 2Zs, 3Zs kind of thing. All right. Okay, and we cleaned off everything that's following me. Let's see. What was going on about the 2.4 million? Let's see. So what's the goal with these 16 trying to kill all the zombies? Oh no. So how big is a rally group to you? Rally groups range from 10 to 30, with like 20 as the average. Let's see. It's just last as long as possible. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can't realistically kill all the zombies. Even on just regular on apocalypse mode, killing all the zombies puts you into world records. Like that's how many zombies you're talking. Like, you are talking absolutely absurd numbers of zombies on the map. So, it is completely unrealistic to kill all the zombies. But yeah, as far as, like, the objectives, get big kill count, survive for a long time, make a nice base, that kind of stuff. The 16 times pop is mostly there to slow things down, so that I can't just pop in, grab the generator, get my magazine, and knock everything out in the course of a stream or two. Because very genuinely, once you start getting up to the, you start getting really knowledgeable about the game, it really does not take you very long as a player, once you know where to find things and that kind of stuff, to get a lot done in a short period of time. But that comes with having all that game knowledge that just takes time. Like, it's not something I don't think every player could do. It's just, it takes a while to learn, takes a while to get there and all that. Yeah, exactly. As Ceresa's saying, it's theoretically possible to kill every single zombie. From a practicality standpoint, it's very not possible. It's kind of like the idea that if you took the time and went to a beach and picked up every single grain of sand, one grain of sand at a time, you could, in theory, eventually pick up every grain of sand from the beach so there's no beach anymore. But in all practicality, you're talking literally, like, uncountably large numbers of grains of sand that you just wouldn't get there. So it is technically possible, but for all intents and purposes, it's just not. Alright. So actually, bear with me, chat. We're about to an ad break, and I need to grab myself a new drink, because I'm all out of drink. So I'm going to stretch my legs, use the restroom, grab myself a new drink, and be right back. Thank you for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. We don't accidentally overpoison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're going to leave those alone. They're going to eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. All right, and I am back. So thank you for that. Just needed to go and grab myself a new drink, use the restroom, do all that stuff. I'll get things fast forward. Let's see, a bit late, but you are getting sick easier because your core temperature is getting lower as you move towards winter. I would be surprised about that because one of the things that sickness does is it actually makes you hotter. And we've been actually seeing the overheating moodle showing up here because I'm actually wearing too much. So my core temperature is definitely not lower right now. So I don't think that's what's going on. I think we've only had like when my character goes to sleep that we've seen it dip to cold. I could be wrong. I don't think that's what's happening. Go ahead and slam a stick of butter real fast. And we'll hold off on the butter. As the anime said, they're in that area. It seems like the whole city of people just going on vacation there. Yeah, keep in mind we're playing on 16 times pop, which does mean if you're playing on regular apocalypse mode and you came down to that area and you took a peek, I'm going to see somewhere in the ballpark of about 30 times as many zombies. Which you might look at it and go, wait, why would that be? You said 16. Shouldn't you have 16? Nope. And the reason for it is because on the new settings the game has, Apocalypse is, what is it, 0.65 times zombies? As its base pop, as its starting pop, and its peak pop I think is like 0.975 or something like that. So it would be about 16 times the peak pop on Apocalypse, but the starting pop, it's almost 30 times. Yeah, I know, it's sad. You'll get your resort someday, don't you worry. Don't you worry, Gene. You always wanted that vacation. So it used to be in Build 41 that Apocalypse was 1 times pop for its starting, and I think it went up to like 1.25 or whatever, like 1.25 or 1.5 for its peak pop. For Build 42, they actually did reduce the number of zombies you see on the world, so far as like the base population multiplier, to 0.65. So you actually have just slightly over half as many zombies to start with in Apocalypse than you used to. It's just the distribution is wildly different, so it feels wildly different. But if you need examples for stuff like West Point right now in Build 42 has way, way, way fewer zombies than it did in Build 41. Like, it is way, way quieter than Build 41 was. But, you know, and you also have, like, random farmhouses that used to have way more zombies at them in Build 41 as well that don't now. There's a couple, like, there's definitely some areas that have gone the other direction, like the mansions out in the distance at West Point went from being a total snooze of, like, 10 zombies in the whole area to being properly busy. So is it also true that 16 times? Nope. That part has not changed. That's the thing. It's the multiplier change. So, like, Apocalypse has a 0.65 multiplier, whereas the 16 times pop, it's, you know, the 4 and 4 and 4. So, it's the same multipliers on 16 times pop, whether it's build 41 or 42, but the multipliers on Apocalypse have been reduced, which, you know, means less zombies. Part of the other thing that changes the way that build 42 the zombies feel in a big way is just because of the fact that they have changed the random to include like pinpoint hearing and eagle eye. The zombies just, they don't home in onto you literally, but it often feels like they do just because they're so on point with being able to tell where you are and what you're doing. No. Starting pop and peak pop don't stack. So what you start the game with is starting pop and base pop, so 4 times 4. And then it works its way up to start, like, the base pop and peak pop, which is 4 times 4. But the starting and peak don't interact with each other. It's basically what population to start with and what population to work up to. Because I actually used to, when I did 16 time pops, I used to call them 444s. But that was the thing, is a lot of people did confuse it for 64 times pop, and it's like, that's just not what it is. So I actually stopped calling them those because it caused confusion. So instead of calling them the setting, we called them the results of the setting. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go right back in here. All right, what day do I have to worry about this? So the 27th is the first day the helicopter can come back. You don't think you're good at math? You're fine. It's just some of the things aren't... Ooh, is that lemons, limes? Habanero. Sadly, I may not just have a bowl of habanero. That's fine. That's still a little bit of hunger. Okay. It'll be curious when you go to make this whole place and put together how all this goes. One of the tricks that's gonna be a thing is we kill these zombies around here. I'm gonna want to enclose this area at least a little bit. And it is gonna be a bit of a challenge because I'll have killed all the zombies around here. And then getting a bunch of cloth and any surplus will be a trick. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen any pushback here at all. Yeah, let's focus. I keep letting myself be drawn up there. I should be focusing on staying nearby the road towards the water, because that'll take me by the main building, which is the zombies I care about the most. Killing a bunch of zombies that are out in the tree line and all that, you certainly will want to do that over time, but not as immediately relevant. Oh, and I do already have a key for the building, too. Surprisingly, I've only seen one key for the building out of all these zombies so far. There probably is a bunch more. Ooh, what do you got stuck in you? I think it's just a spear. That's not that exciting. All right. Okay, just minor muscle strain and exertion. Alright, that's fine. Get the hunting knife in here. Get the stone knife. Drop the sticks. And we'll back up, rest, go for another round. I say, for some reason you have trouble understanding the pop numbers. Yeah, when it comes to multiplier, the big thing to understand is the peak pop only applies for the number of zombies you start with. Sorry, I'm wrong. The peak pop only applies to the number of zombies the game will work up to it as its absolute max. And the starting pop is what the zombies will start at. And the base pop is just a multiplier that applies to everything. So the big point is, starting pop is what I start at, peak pop is what I work up to. So those don't multiply off of each other one way or the other. I'm thankful you're just down to just chill there and wait for me. Awfully kind of you, zombies. Need to give that another minute for the muscle strain to pop off. And is that a hatchet I see? Meat cleaver, maybe? Meat cleaver. That's fine. Let's see, do you ever find light switches to be hard to see? Yes. There's definitely times where you walk in a place you're like, where the heck is the light switch? You can only watch this this many, it scares the crap out of you to play with this many. Yeah. I mean, the big thing is you just aren't doing anything fast in these settings. Because, like, as you can tell, just getting to this resort building has been, like, a colossal campaign. And there's zero chance you're sneaking into this place. Like, absolutely not happening. Which we haven't had at this run. But a lot of times in runs past, you know, people just not knowing what's going on. They'll pop in and they'll be like, why don't you just go to the gun store? Why don't you go to that, you know, that place you can get all your weapons over there? And it's like, well, yeah, except it's going to take me multiple months to fight in there. You're like, what do you mean? You could just go there. It's like, can. Yeah, and if you do manage to sneak in, you're probably not leaving. There's 3 types of people in this world, those who can do math and those who can't. Like, especially with the state of stealth right now, you're definitely not going to successfully sneak in and out or anything for a length of time. And even if you could, like, okay, man, you might manage to grab a couple things of loot. I don't actually expect this place to be a particularly good place for loot. Get over here already. There's like 2 or 3 zombies in those trees. I see them shaking a whole bunch. Come on, I see you shaking. Get over here. Still looks like there's one more. That might be the last one, because I'm not seeing any more trees shaking. There's 100,000 dead between here and there. Yeah, it's exactly what happens. They'll be like, just go to the West Point gun store. You know, you just sneak in, you can grab your guns, and I'm like, you don't understand what you're suggesting. Oh, hey. You actually have food in there. I'll take some free sunflower seeds. But yeah, no, it's just a thing. And you understand, like, people don't really understand how much of a difference the game's populations get between, like, high, low, and all that. That, like, the entire flow and experience of the game dramatically changes based on the population. Even around, like, 4 or 6 times pop, you're not just rolling into town. Not one of the major towns. Maybe like one of like the little burbs you might be able to get away with sneaking around and skulking in the area. Like any of the actual like proper towns. There's gonna be way too many zombies to do any meaningful type of like stealth. Even doing like the Pied Piper thing. It's usually too many that you drag a group away. And the zombies were dense enough behind that group, they just kind of fill in where you just pulled the group away. And you get to the point where you've just drug zombies everywhere. Alright, I mean, I'm down to keep shoving them over and doing that in one. Okay. That's a lot of bodies? Yeah, Nessa's not that bad. There's like still only 5-6 days worth of bodies there. Not like we had it where we had plain and simply 9 days worth of bodies there because I didn't have to back off at any point. I was able to just go for it. Let's give the muscle fatigue emote to fall off. There are mods that you can change sandbox settings after the fact. Keep in mind, some of them, like, weird stuff will happen. It depends on the settings. It's based on so many supplies, but you wanted to change a few things. You don't know when it gets started. Do you know the name? I do not know the name offhand. But, things to keep in mind, like if you change anything around like loot or stuff like that, or the zombie counts, that won't apply to areas that are already loaded. You know, respawn will, but the other stuff won't apply to areas that are already loaded, or whatever. You'll have to like go to new areas before you'll start seeing like changes in the loot amount or stuff like that. That'll be a fillet knife. Alright. So probably have this knife break soon. I'll have to get my next ones out. There you go. Okay. Alright. So I should be getting down to the last couple that I need to kill before I can rest again. That's probably fine. The big one is if we go to having pretty high muscle strain. We're definitely not getting our full value out of her knives this way. Alright, so let's back up more. Get the next knife in hand. Let's see. Do you have a choice? Oh, to fight, I can just walk away. Yeah, we can always just walk away if things aren't going the way we want. Hey, Farron, how's it going? Like, that's the beauty of it. Until you hit high exertion, you can always just walk away from your problems. Something's not good, walk away. Oh, you mean for the knives, they'll suffer? Oh, so what Noah's saying is because we were really exerted and had high muscle strain, I was doing less damage per stab from the knives, which means more durability loss on the knives. So I was just not getting nearly as much out of my knives because I'm getting less per hit, and the hits are still going to damage the knives just the same. All right. Poor guy's been very sad for a while now. Yeah, people are saying that actually smell does make you sad now. Which, fair enough. Like, I'd want to test it. Like, it sounds plausible. But there's no doubt that this place smells terrible. The game is being very explicit that this is overwhelming stench everywhere I go while I'm here. A stick of butter would cheer him up? We'll get there, don't worry. We've got the butter, we just haven't had a need for it for a while. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Oh, there's a stick stuck in someone. Okay. a couple more so then we can potentially rest here again. Alright. Three more? We can do three more. Alright, and attach that to the left. I'd really like to sit down for a minute, if you don't mind, game. In case you weren't keeping notes, the game seems to mind. Alright, so we got two more we probably aggroed. Yeah, no, I'm thinking we're pretty close to getting in here. Like, very genuinely, we're getting to that feeling where it's like, oh yeah, any minute we're just gonna roll this place. Because we're just not seeing nearly as many zombies popping out each time we pull. Please let me sit down. I really don't want to have to go all the way up the road again. Granted, I might need to do that to restock my knives because of being so greedy on the endurance and all that. Or sorry, so greedy on the pulls. I'm just not backing off when I should. Okay. Where are you at? We are still by the resort to the lake at the very, very bottom of the map. Would you look at that? It's so empty over there. It's just so empty in that parking lot. Even the main building, like there's a bunch right there, but it's still only like 2 rally groups worth. 30, 40 zombies, something like that. It's not big numbers of zombies. Alright. I think that one has a broken sword in it, which doesn't do me good if it is broken. Yeah, I was hoping I could keep a good eye on it. We'll see if I can't find my way back to it in a minute. Also, what do you have in you, lady? Oh, is that still... Is it just maybe there's more than one that had what looks like a broken sword in it? I'm pretty sure I killed the other one. Okay, so she's down by that like little medium-ish sized tree right by the edge of the road. I definitely pushed the muscle strain way too far, so I'm gonna just bail on this one here in a minute. How far into exertion can you fight? So there's like out of breath, high exertion, and all that. Each one you get is another damage penalty. Honestly, fighting with any of them is pretty bad. But you absolutely do not want to still be fighting once you get to like high or higher, unless you either A, literally have no choice, or B, you are wrapping up like the last zombie in a group. So we're still only at out of breath. And a big part of that is because I am using short blades primarily. That's the whole big advantage of short blades is that they're very, very endurance efficient. Is that sword good as a katana? No, I don't believe so. It is good though. The katana definitely has a pretty consistent one-shot rate. Whereas that sword, it feels like it pretty consistently 2 hits, which is still really good. But we're comparing like apples to apples. You know, katana would be better. That said, I haven't used the katana since build 42, so I also don't know if it's changed at all. Are knives better for beginners because of endurance? I wouldn't say they're better or worse for beginners, because the downside is they have a shorter range. Like right now, the range is a little generous on build 42. But they are endurance efficient, so they are more forgiving when you overcommit to a fight. On the other hand, they are shorter range, so... Let's see, gotcha. You're doing axes. It seems like you can only get 10-12 zombies before the first one kicks in. Strength 10, axes 6. Yep, that's because axes are the least endurance efficient weapon in the game, so far as the category goes. Like that's basically their drawback, is they're not endurance efficient. They're good at knocking down a zombie in one hit. But so far as doing so and not being tired on the other side, that's the whole thing. Spears are the best weapon for beginners? I would really disagree with that in build 42. Just getting spears in build 42 is a lot more work than most of the other weapons. Now that you can only use, for the most part, only use saplings and all that. I'd also argue that the execution animation on spears makes it bad for beginners. Just because of the fact that you have to be mindful, like if there's a zombie here and a zombie here, if I try and turn and hit that zombie, I might execute animation it and then get grabbed from the zombie from the side. And it is the only weapon category in the game that you've got to worry about. You could hit a zombie and then get animation locked and die because of it. Let's see, also beginners aren't going to like how fast it breaks, even if you do make spears. And that was an issue in build 41. Yeah, no, I definitely disagree with spears being at all beginner friendly. I'd actually probably say they're probably one of the least beginner friendly in my opinion. I would certainly say for the most beginner friendly, you're probably talking stuff like the crowbar, the nightstick, you know, short blunt, long blunt. Those would probably be the most beginner friendly. They're just all-arounder weapons. You know, versus like the spear has a very distinct advantage, disadvantage. The axe has a very distinct advantage, disadvantage. Whereas the short blunt basically has no disadvantage, which is its advantage. And then the long blunt, they're very good at knocking down zombies and not needing to be replaced nearly as much, which is pretty strong. Yeah, the nightstick and metal pipe, yeah, those are short blunt. Those are like, that's the other thing is short blunt. Even the worst short blunt weapons that are like actual weapons are still relatively good. Whereas some of the other weapons categories, the not as good short blades, for example, are pretty awful. Versus like, he has mods on? I have only like UI mods. I don't have any mods that change gameplay. So like, I have a mod that shows UI stuff here. I've got the mod that shows the daily report to like show like how many zombies I killed for the day, that kind of thing. But I don't have any mods like change weapons or vehicles or anything like that. Yeah, the fillet knife sucks. Yes, fact. The fillet knife sucks. There's a handful of short blades that are just really, really bad. Like, I will not argue that at all. Still pretty dark. Let's go in and make a couple more knives while we wait. But yeah, I would definitely, like, it's definitely my personal opinion that other categories, spears is probably the least beginner-friendly because you gotta play around the execution animation. The only way to work with them is you have to be someone who can craft them, whereas none of the other ones you necessarily need to be crafting at all to get them. The durability is really bad, so you gotta have so many of them. And then nowadays, like with Build 42, it is just a thing that you need to cut down so many trees. So to a certain extent, you have to have an axe now to realistically get spears. So I would definitely push back on spears being beginner friendly. And I feel like axes are more mixed bag. Like, they have the strength that you will get to one-tapping a zombie without considerations of an execution animation with an axe faster than anything else. We're just knocking a zombie down and making it dead. They are the early game pickup. At the same time, they also just absolutely obliterate your endurance. And that does take a little while for a player to get a feel for like how hard they can push with endurance and all that before things become a problem. Axes only good with the Axeman trait? I wouldn't say that. Axes could still be very good. I mean, right now, I'm willing to bet this character is still primarily axes. Axes are very readily available. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Surprisingly, some of the short blades you wouldn't expect to be good are actually relatively good. Like, the screwdriver is actually not a bad weapon. It's certainly not like S tier or anything like that. It's not amazing, but it's a perfectly serviceable weapon. Alright, so now I should have the full radius. Yumi's been tormenting you by hiding all the axes. Oh yeah, no, finding axes in the wild is really difficult nowadays. Like, there's places you can get them, like the fire departments, but there's just not as many as there used to be. And for the record, that's basically all the weapon categories did seem to get like a dip in how much you find. It's just, you know, when you're finding hundreds of short blunt weapons versus a couple of axes, nerfing the amount of loot you find, it's gonna hurt the axes way more. Oh, I guess I had I used the entire tomato. That's been a really small tomato. Real cold day today. Okay, so I don't think our radius shrunk. Probably not poison. You believe they want the axes to be considered a mid-game weapon? I don't think I've ever seen them use any type of terms in regards to early, mid, and whatever. Like, axes are one of the interesting ones from Build 41 and all that, because they're one of the few weapon categories that what the best axe was really depended on what level of axes you had. So, like, really early on, the fireman's axe was the best one, just because you could get to the one hits way more reliably earlier. So the fewer hits would ultimately make it more efficient. Whereas once you started to get a couple levels, like 3 to 5, then the hatchets became the better one, because you could get enough one-taps that you'd end up being a bit more efficient from the endurance side of things, while still getting a decent amount of one-taps. But it was one of those ones, using the hatchet way earlier didn't really feel great on it. What's your forging level and multiplier? I have no multiplier right now, and we're just barely in. We're at forging level 6, effectively. I'd have to find the book for a multiplier. But yeah, I'd also argue right now in Build 42, spears are in a bad place. How's your search radius so high? One of the main things that factor into your search radius is the time of day, like how tired you are actually. So it is one of those things that I woke up, the very first thing is I started forging before we had a chance to get tired. Hello. Just casually find some military rounds. The change on crafting sucks, used to spam them. Yeah, but it's a deliberate decision because in Build 41, arguably spears were not very balanced. I don't feel like they were that bad on the balance spectrum, but it was just, you could cut down a tree and suddenly you had 12 spears, and there was no other weapon category you could do remotely that much. Spears also had the problem that because they were so easy to craft, that it was genuinely in your best interest to never bother attaching a weapon to them or doing anything interesting with them. It was just make wood spears, spam them, let them get junked. Is this to be a crafting farming run? Yeah, we'll be doing some crafting and farming. I wanted to set up at the resort, so I've been doing no real base building until we get there. Does the resort still have a bunch of zombies wandering? It has some. We're getting really close now. But yeah, no, the spears got a deliberate nerf because they were kind of misaligned with the other stuff. That said, on the other end, the rate they've been nerfed kind of makes them pretty worthless. Now, I'm under the impression that once you start getting your spear stats up, they're supposed to be pretty good still. But it seems like a pretty big mountain to climb to get there. But even Build 41, I would not suggest spears as a beginner weapon. To me, spears are more a min-max weapon, because max DPS. What weapon would you say is best for lower levels? I think that's subjective. I don't think there's an objective, this is the best one. Right now in build 42, it's not spears. But, generally speaking, whichever is probably fine. Let's see, so right now you're at Spear 2, Maintenance 3, Carving 4 at the moment, Basic Wooden Spear is a no-go, so far as your skill. Yeah, no, you'd have to be way higher than that. They're pretty useless on their own. Yeah, that's... Even in build 41, when you're sitting there 1 and 2 spears, you just snap them like twigs. Then it really did depend on you getting them up to, like, 5, 6 maintenance, starting to get like 4 or 5 spears. You'd also want to have a couple levels in carpentry, so you got the higher quality ones out of the planks when you're cutting them apart. Yeah, the taxi did seem to have really high. It could be that the taxi had like maybe a really poor quality engine and a damaged gas tank and a whole bunch of stuff. Like the taxi was just in really bad shape. Hi, all of you. Is there any one-handed... Yeah, anything one-handed is fine for low levels. There's certainly weapons that are harder to use at low levels. Like, I actually found for long blades, the machete is pretty rough at low levels. The muscle strain on it is just really brutal. It does very quickly get strong. But it's like, you gotta get to, like, level 1 and 2 long blade before it starts to feel alright. And even then, it's still a bit on the hungry side so far as muscle strain goes. You know, the garden fork's still good. But that depends on you finding them. Yeah, you know, the garden fork we picked up felt pretty good. The garden fork's always been strong because its whole gimmick is it's basically a spear without its main drawback, which is just its low durability. Spears are also very endurance-hungry weapons as well. Let's see, if you live long enough, you want to try the metal spears and the fire-hardened ones? Yeah. No, I'm guessing the fire-hardened ones will probably be pretty good. Like, I do think, what I'm guessing has happened is the spears are probably balanced in the end game, so far as, like, what they work up to, but just kind of their balance is just not where it needs to be on the early to mid game. Which I do actually think it's fine to have a weapon that is, you know, pretty awful early on, but you can work up to it. I think that actually is a good game design decision. Whether or not that's their intent or not, I don't know. Don't they fill that niche alright? No. So, long blades... A lot of long blades are just amazing right on the get-go. Like the katana, you pick a katana up with 0 skill whatsoever, and you start just demolishing things. Like, in a lot of ways, the long blades are the opposite, where you can have next to no skill and do really solid. The katana's drawbacks is they're super hard to come by. They're the most rare weapon category in the game. And then, but compared to the katana, yeah, they're so rare, but that's just a different situation. Spears, it's not about being rare. It's that you get a spear, and if you have no skill with it, your character, like, it just sucks. It's just a bad time. So you gotta slowly work your way up. Long blades, for the most part, is... Now you have blacksmith, you can get them reliably. But that takes a long way to get there. Let's see, how close are we to the clearance door? You remember this road full of bodies since forever? Yeah, that's literally 16 times pop. Literally, we are going to spend months at each location clearing. This is 16 times pop. Welcome. This is what it looks like. Do you know how it's going to change? It'll just get a little faster over time, because we can kill a bit more per day. But otherwise, congratulations. This is literally the gameplay you've come to see. Now, to be fair, eventually we'll be killing like 4 times as many zombies per day on average, or whatever it ends up being on build 41, or build 42. So, you know, cut the time it takes to carve into a spot by, you know, 4. And also, over time, the zombies will get a bit more spread out at a lot of these locations, which also make it a little bit easier for us to just make progress. Like, the fight will start sooner, but we will advance faster. So we'll have, like, a little bit more feeling of gradual progression than we have right now. I'm not taking that. Oh, right, there's the body right back here that had what I think was a junk weapon. Alright, I see the body. Okay, so what was the weapon? You're just a broken weapon, right? Oh, no, it's a good weapon. Get in our bag for right now. Okay, so somewhere up in the middle of the road over there, we have a metal chopper, which is basically a machete. So there's a second one up the road farther, like in the middle of the road on the buys. I have no idea where it was as far as the actual zombies go. All right. Let's see if we can't get up to this area and rest. But yeah, so it's somewhere in all of this mess. There's another metal chopper in here. Like, I have no idea where. It could be up here, back here. That's one of those ones that it happened. It's just like, nah, I can't keep track of that. I got too much going on. Down. Oh. Oh, no, I think that's the meat cleaver. Yeah, that's the meat cleaver, unfortunately. That we broke. Yeah, no, good eye, still. No, it's worth checking. Alright, we'll need to back up. We're not in shape to go ham with the machete. Because, yeah, you can see this is considered a crude machete for its actual file name. Or object name, or whatever the name is. All right. Just trying to give myself as much time to get out of exerted. And kill a handful of straggler-ons. But the pop increases as the game's on. It's like 2 months. The pop is now 4 times the spawn rate. No. So if you turn on respawns, all you can have all that stuff. By default, if you just hit Apocalypse and go, you will have respawns turned on. We do not have respawns turned on. Generally speaking, if you turn up the zombie population up more than a little, you're going to want to turn the respawns off. If you're running at lower pops, you know, by all means, leave it on. That's fine. But if you turn up the population at any significant rate, unless you're doing something like running Breedus mod or one of these ones that let you really, really ramp up your kill counts, or you're doing multiplayer, or you turned off sleep, or something like that that really lets you boost your kill counts. Unless you made that kind of change, you really, really need to turn it off. You pick the setting below Apocalypse, then you probably have respawn on. Just lower populations, which is fine. That's way more manageable. It's just a problem when you start getting to really high pop runs that you have respawn on. You start getting into the realm that you can physically not progress at all. Like, you'll slowly clear an area and then just find that they just replace the fast thing. You can check if you have respawn on. If you chose any of the default settings, you have respawn on. If you didn't change it to deliberately turn off respawn, you have respawn on. Wait, isn't this the way it worked? Does they gradually spawn in? So if you're... So you've got two things. You've got spawn and respawn. These are two separate mechanics. You got two separate mechanics. Respawn is when I kill zombies, they will eventually reappear. It's 10, from what I've been hearing for build 42, it's 10% every 3 days will recover, like up to the amount of what's supposed to be there. So if a cell's supposed to have 1,000 zombies and we wipe them out and I go like away from it for a little while, every 3 days, roughly 100 zombies will reappear. There's a little bit of fuzziness on how the math actually works, but it would be roughly 100 zombies would reappear. Now, spawn is a completely separate and detached mechanic that follows similar rules, but none of the same settings apply. And that is if I have my starting population is less than my peak population, the game will gradually try and bring up the zombie population to the peak. So let's say at the starting population, I'm supposed to have 100 zombies in a cell, and at peak population, I'm supposed to have 200 zombies in the cell. Well, what'll happen is, I'm just going to say it's going to be 10 days. What'll happen is over the course of 10 days, it will start to go in and add just a little bit of the zombies till it reaches that 200 that is at that. So it is just one of those things. But yeah, now if you want respawns off, you have to go into custom sandbox. Generally speaking, for new players, I usually tell them just hit Apocalypse and go. Play a bit, die a lot, figure it out. And then after you've done that for a while and you start to get a feel for settings you do and don't like and that kind of stuff, after all that, then go through and start going, okay, let me go ahead and make a custom sandbox, let's turn off respawns, let's change the population. Like, whatever you want to change. The one thing I will caution people about is, by all means, if you want it to be a relaxing and easy game, do it. But generally speaking, I would discourage people from setting their settings too easy too fast, because the game is one of those ones that the most difficult part is the beginning, and then it just gradually gets easier as you survive. So if you set the game to be really, like, right on the edge of comfortable difficulty right at the start, it means the rest of the game is going to be super duper easy. Oh, so I got the one here. That was the one I got. Let's see. There was a weapon near the small tree. Yeah, no, I grabbed that, the chopper. That was the one I grabbed off of one of the buys there. It's somewhere over here in all of this mess is a second one. And I have absolutely no idea where it is. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna scooch a little ways forward. Scooch a little ways forward. There was a spear that I'm going to... What kind of spear is that? I was gonna say I'm gonna ignore it, but it could be like a metal spear or something cool that'd be actually worth checking out. Spear with a... Oh, it's a spear with like the worst possible blade on it. Never mind. That spear, it's a lie. It doesn't exist. This is one downside of killing zombie counts this high. Yeah, I have no idea where it is. It's gonna honestly be one of those things of just getting lucky and wandering past it. I don't think it's worth getting too much fussed about it. It'd be a nice to have. We need to sharpen this again. Yeah, so as you can see, the machete, it does do good damage, but the muscle strain is a real problem. Oh, and it's broken. Did I increase it? Technically, no. So, the default Apocalypse settings, and I can't speak for Builder or any of the other ones, but the default Apocalypse settings right now has the zombies set up for random, quote-unquote, for their hearing range, their eyesight, their toughness, all that stuff. And in practice, that means some of the zombies have, like, pinpoint hearing, where if you so much as, you know, peep from, like, a block away, the zombies all close in that have that. And there'll be a handful, like a third or fourth of them. And you have some zombies that'll straight up ignore your presence until you're basically on top of them. Now, on the other hand, you also have toughness randomized, which means some zombies will practically fall over dead at a stiff breeze, and other zombies you'll hit like 8 or 9 times with a solid weapon before they finally go down. We turned off random because it's obnoxious to me. Mostly because the slow-moving zombies, because there's also speed random, the slow-moving zombies plus the pinpoint hearing zombies means I just spend lots of time just waiting impatiently for the zombie to finally get to me. I wonder why CDDA feels tougher than Build 41. You didn't know their toughness is random? The CDDA feels tougher? The CDDA challenge, I don't think they changed the... Like, I have no idea what they changed the settings for the CDDA challenge map. Like, I have no idea if the CDDA challenge map has random toughness or not. But yeah. Yeah, I'm right here. Come on. Man, I'm not a big fan. Like, I like the idea of random zombies, and I do think it'll accomplish a good thing. But I think the range of randomness, like how severe the top to the bottom is, like from the toughest to the least tough, the fastest to the least fast, the farthest sight to the least far sight. I think the issue is just the wide range of it is just too wide a range. That, like, they should have it random. But, like, the thing I've said is it'd be nice if you took whatever... Like, if I said, hey, I want them to have the really long range, and it was that, and it was plus or minus 20%. And if I go, hey, I want the normal range, and it's plus or minus 20% on that. So, I feel like that would get the benefit of being random, while not having nearly the issues we have with the current random settings. So like this run, we set all the zombies to the fast movement speed, so not sprinters, but the fast shambler. And it gave them generally decent stats without, like, giving them a bunch of ridiculousness. Yep. Good old mourners, the zombies that don't move until you get really close. They are how you die in these settings so often. Because no, still doesn't see me. I basically had to almost touch her before she finally got there. Yeah, no, if you're talking about the weapon earlier, I grabbed the weapon, it was like right on the bodies here. That was the one we just broke a minute ago. But it was like right here. A bit to the left? What am I looking for here? Oh, a scrap. Alright, I didn't see the meat cleaver. Cool, good find. I know that wasn't the one I was excited about, but I just cannot see the other one, because the other one was another chopper. But I just don't see it. I shouldn't be pulling this late, but I'm already all the way over here and I don't want to walk here just to walk back, so we'll do one more pull real quick. Yeah, no, it's one of the zombies vaguely in the middle of the road that we saw the chopper. Like, I didn't see that it was a chopper, I saw that there was something sticking out of them, and I thought it was a broken, I thought it was a broken scrap sword, but I didn't get a good look at it, and then I saw another zombie with the exact same thing, like, just seconds later, and ended up being the chopper. It's like, oh, I actually kind of want that. But I have no idea where it is, and it's not worth me digging through the pile while trying to fight the zombies. If we see it, we see it. If we don't, we don't. Okay. Alright, we should be done with this group pretty soon. And now we get in the car and we go home. Rest up. Get ready for another day of clearing zombies. Alright. Cool. Okay, so we got all that going pretty good for us and all that. Was the chopper the back there, the broken one? Oh, if it wasn't all the way up on that area to the left, then it was the broken one. Because the one that was good I saw, we killed in that big bunch by the, not quite by the fence line, but in that area. And then the one we broke was just on this road. Yeah, no, I know the people have mentioned the left-handed thing. There's mods that do that. Yeah, no, I don't think it's one they're worried about. Folks mentioned that, Baron? Let's see. Let's see. Should be a zombie in a rustic orange dress just to your left, straight down the center of the road. Rather, she's on the north side, but straight south of her. Okay, I'll try to catch that. Sorry, I didn't catch that when we were physically there. Just, especially with it starting to get dark. Kind of hard to, keep an eye on chat and keep ourselves safe at the same time. Yeah, so let's see. In a rustic orange dress. So when we get back over there... Yeah. When we get back over there, instead of giving me, like, the it's relative to this, if you can give me, like, hey, from that area to that area, roughly, like, halfway up the road, or 2/3 the way up the road, or 1/3, like, you get the idea. So I have, like, you know, 1/3 across this area, so I know I'm looking somewhere in this area kind of thing. That's usually the easiest for giving me directions, because when it's like, oh, it's by the orange one, by this, by that, I have to find your landmarks, and sometimes I do. Like, sometimes I'll be like, oh, the glaring lime green backpack. I'm like, I see the glaring lime green backpack. But, there's a lot of time that's just as hard for me to find as the initial thing. But yeah, so when we get back out there, we can probably make that happen. Alright, so I need to remember, get more water in the morning. But yeah, now if you know where it is, like, if you can give me a rough idea when we're, like, where in that area. Because there's going to be a stream delay between, like, when you see it, when I get a chance to read, and all that. So saying it's near me or whatever is unfortunately, can be pretty difficult. You can try, but we're low on trees and such in that bit of road. Yeah, no, that's all good. I'm sure we'll figure some out. Because, like, even if it's one of those things, it's like, you see the two giant groups of bodies, it's by the group on the left. Or, like, whatever. Like, any basis that can be like, ah, I see the big group of bodies. Yeah. The worst directions we can get is when it's, doesn't happen as well. It's like, it's right there, to your left. Those are the directions, like, just don't. Stream delay gets to be way too big of a problem for that. Alright, so I think for right now, I'm going to slam a stick of butter. Yeah, right, it's right there. It's over there. Have you tried looking a little bit closer? What about a little bit farther? And you're just sitting there staring, being like, I don't know what to do with any of this information. Am I being actively trolled right now? I'm pointing right at it. Chat never troll streamers? No, never. Definitely not. It's crazy this clearing with like 3 streams. Oh yeah, wait till you see what an actual city looks like. Actual cities get wild. Like, man, I'm trying to remember how long it took us to clear, like, March Ridge and all that. That was a good number of streams. That was a good, like, 7, 8, 9 streams of just clearing March Ridge. If not longer. And that was at a character that, at that point, that character was pretty juiced. Because, ooh, let's see if I can't remember the route we took with, Jeremiah. So my world record run... Let's see, where did we start with that one? Because I know we cleared the military base. I believe we cleared Rosewood, the military base, March Ridge. And I think we went from Muldrow. I want to say with that one... Yeah, if I remember the world record run, I went up... I don't remember where he spawned, but I think I went... Oh yeah, no, I remember where he spawned. We spawned in... No, that was Clark Burke who spawned in Muldrow. I don't remember where he spawned on Jeremiah. But I remember we went, wherever we spawned, we ran up here to the barracks. We came down here, we cleared Rosewood, because I remember almost dying in these hotels. From Rosewood, we cleared the prison. And after the prison, I believe we cleared the military base. And then after the military base, we cleared March Ridge. And after March Ridge, we cleared most of Muldrow. I think is up here in this area when we finally did die. Like, I cleared the whole way up to, like, around here. And then, you know, finally just had a zombie that was gray on the highway while it was raining in the fog, not moving, and just walked up and embraced them. Yeah, that was the one. So wherever we were in March Ridge, or sorry, in Muldrow, that wasn't quite up to the line that we had cleared to. Because I had been honking the horn and doing a whole bunch once we got bitten to try and draw the zombies down so I could try and get like one last hurrah to just push the number as high as we could. You know, before zombie infection took us. Yeah, because I had raced back to base, grabbed all of the katanas I had been storing because I had maxed out Longblade, so I stopped using them because I wanted to max out all the different weapon categories. So I just had this pile of katanas and machetes back at the home base that I was just not using. I was still collecting them all for a rainy day. Like once in a blue moon, I'd be like, I want this done, and I just grab a katana or two. Okay. So you were saying it was somewhere... There's like a rustic shirt. Let's see, the part of the road that curves southwest on the map about halfway. There's a happy evergreen. Looks like a long-handed stick. So about halfway. So this evergreen? So you're saying around here? Because if it's the one way back there, that one we already grabbed. But it's like over here-ish? Am I in the right area or too far up? Or is it maybe back here? So I'll circle this spot, but is it here or halfway to here? Or am I just completely off base? Evergreen. Okay, so just southwest. Yes, you're talking... Oh, I see it. I see it. There we go. There we go. There you are. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. No, the only way I would have found that is just as the bodies decayed and started to thin out, I would have probably been able to spot it after a while. And even then, it was a maybe. Or because I keep the inventory up the whole time, sooner or later I'd walk over and suddenly be like, oh man, weapon. Or sometimes I'll catch it myself. I've done that a number of times. It's been like, oh crap, machete. Or oh crap, hunting knife or whatever. I'm gonna wait to use that one because just we're not getting as many kills when I use them. So we're gonna save that for when we start getting low on knives. Because it's good, it's just really tiring for the character, so it's kind of trading faster kills for more kills. Or rather, like, burst kills versus sustained kills. Alright. Now it looks like it's just a steak or a bread knife. Okay, drop the handle. So we should be able to go over here and rest. Let's see, on the subject of weapon range, I do feel like the changes made crawlers far less scary than they used to be. Yes, so that whole thing where you can aim a little bit farther than we used to be, I believe that is a side effect of fixing it so the crawler hitbox was much larger. Because it used to be in Build 41, you would stand there and line up a hit on a crawling zombie, and you'd feel like you're golden, and then it wouldn't land, even though you hit the model of the zombie, and it perfectly timed you just about to get your ankles bit. And so they adjusted it so basically it considered more of the crawler available for hitting. But I believe a side effect of that change is the fact that now I can go stab zombies in their pinky finger. And it does register as a hit. And I don't mind the range. It's a little on the fence of like, okay, that's a little much. But it's not those things like, if it stayed that way, it'd be like, but that's fine too. I don't really care. Okay. So let's deal with these ones that went behind us. You definitely don't want zombies between you and your exit, ever. Hey, lady. Alright. Yeah, now it's a broke scrap, chopper on that body. That's the one I left there. Now, if you don't mind, I'm just trying to wait real fast for this muscle strain to go away. Give it a couple extra seconds. We can sharpen that. By the time that's done, we should be good to go. Does he also get way more crawlers from the extra damage penalties? Yeah, no, if you start pushing the muscle strain, you'll end up getting more, especially with blunt weapons. You'll get more crawlers. But like right now, I don't mind the crawlers anymore. Crawlers used to be very, very frustrating to deal with. Like, it used to be the strategy for how you deal with crawlers in Build 41 is don't worry about aiming to where it makes sense. Like, literally go right onto the center of the crawler and, like, try and hit it, like, right center back. Just so you knew you were solidly on that thing's model that you couldn't possibly miss. Hey, Captain Corgi, I'm doing pretty good. Leave me a lurk? Well, thank you. I appreciate the lurk. So, yeah, it's just, like, basically go center mass. Just to make sure you hit it. Because usually when you get a crawler, it's mostly dead anyways. So it is like literally just registering one last hit, rarely on two, unless you're like super duper exerted or something like that. Yeah, it's not bad. It's about a little over a rally group there. And then in 2 in-game days, we're back into potentially helicopter territory. Alright. About to lose a kitchen knife. It just registered as worn and dull. I'm surprised it's not broken yet. Kitchen knives aren't exactly known in this game as being a particularly durable weapon. Alright, that's a pretty big group for being a little muscle strained and about to hit exertion, but alright. I kind of waffled my good walk-away time by just debating. That's fine. We have to back off and walk up the road, that's whatever. Gonna happen. And every one of these hits is a little bit of fitness, a little bit of strength, a little bit of maintenance, a little bit of short blade, and just all around good stuff. And the whole time we are trickle feeding our nimble skill while we're at it. We're just getting a little bit stronger in pretty much every combat stat related to stabbing something in the face. As it was meant to be. And a little bit less zombies in the world. Correct. Alright, just the two of you, that's fine. Come on, Executor, and be done with it. Alright, so that's definitely one to back off. I'll put the hatchet on next. We'll get the chopper ready. I'll get the meat cleaver. So it's not going to be an endurance efficient setup on this one. Alright, you're fully sharpened. You're fully sharpened. And you're fully sharpened. Okay. So we go back to the car for a minute. Rest up. Get ready for another round. This is a fairly short walk to work, yeah. Alright, so I'm going to do the chopper first. Even though it's going to be really inefficient from the endurance perspective. But I'm starting to collect a whole lot of those weapons. And I need to get them out of my inventory, because they are pretty heavy. Okay, and I have just the butter, so we're going to slam a stick of butter. Which should give us double up arrows on our weight, but we're a little under 80, so that's fine. Go ahead and turn that on. I don't expect to find much I want, but, you know. We might get lucky and snag a berry bush or an acorn or something like that. I think that was a berry bush down there. That is a berry bush. Thank you. So we can eat some questionable berries for a little bit. Yeah, let's turn it off. There'll be nothing but glasses up here. That'll just make it harder for me to see if I'm walking into a mourner. I saw that that zombie saw me, but I'm not going to fret with it. I'll just wait till he gets out here. Let's try and get off the zombie pile so I can see better. That's probably too far east. Alright. Let's get this big clump of zombies back in here a little bit. Kind of getting too far out into the weeds out there. This will have to be more than one pull on it. With something as endurance inefficient as the machete, or the chopper, or whatever this is called. Just trying to throw down, and this we're going to be fully spent. Considering we're already red levels of muscle strain and exerted. Hey, Herb, how's it going? Alright, let's just back off. We're not doing enough. You cleared Echo Creek in your Apocalypse No Respawn Vanilla Run. The town ever cleared new personal best. Nice. Yeah, so I have to back off, because that's the only downside with the chopper and the machete and all that. They are muscle strain city. So I'm gonna have to back up, clear up again. But I mean, we went in, we killed a dozen or so all at once, and then, you know, pulled everything. It's like, oh wait, we went in too deep. That's fine. There's a bunch of like little houses or shacks or whatever down there, bungalows, I don't know. I'm not gonna have enough time to sharpen it. Okay. Okay, looks like we got 2 more and then we're probably clear. Alright. Alright, let's go deal with the one down here. I don't want any zombies in this area. We're still very, very muscle strained. That's going to take a good bit to get that off. We'll wait down here. So we're away from the bodies, we're not building up more corpse sickness. Alright, so how long does it take for that to all drop off? Just the idea of a character just becomes stationary like a statue just standing in the middle of the road. It's like, no, it's not time to move yet. Let's see, you did find it odd that if you're depressed, where your last run you were killing this amount of zombies without depression? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, our character's been depressed. We haven't. So I think one of the big differences between this run and his last run is my weight gain strategy was fishing. And because we were putting the fish in the bowl, it counted as cooked food, which gives us a tiny little bit of happiness for each and every meal. Whereas this one, we're eating sticks of butter, which makes your character really sad every meal. So I do think that is a significant factor in here. Which is a very correctable thing here in just a moment. Okay. Oh wait, actually, grab the radio. That's a battery and a little electrical skill. The battery, the thing would probably want the most, because as time goes on, we are going to go through those, and I can loot them now from the houses and all that. But it'll eventually start hitting the point where I'm just not going to be getting more from the houses as frequently, just due to distance and all that, and radios that were left on will have their batteries long dead, stuff like that. Okay. So we can get up here where we can rest a minute. So your sharpness is fine. So rest up real fast, get back to work. Okay. Give the muscle strain an extra minute, and then we're gonna go. Let's see, you did find... Alright, it's so quiet. You took the heli there without any issues. Yeah, no, that's kind of the sign that, like, the area's been cleared, is, like, when you have the helicopter, like, in the middle of town, and you only have, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 zombies, like, stroll in from wherever, and otherwise it's completely empty. It's like, alright, well, there's apparently no one around for the helicopter to draw on. That's a good sign. I'm seeing like 1 and 2 zombies over there. Like they're kind of crowded right here at the gate. That's not unusual in an enclosed area because the zombies will walk in and out like through that gate as they try and move around. And so it becomes like the high traffic area of it. It's actually one of the reasons why a lot of people like to find those bases that mostly surrounded by 2 tall fences. And a lot of those times, those can be as much of a liability as a benefit. Because sure, it means you can't be attacked from any side but the one side. But as the zombies move around, that one side can get pretty gnarly. And then plus, if you're not doing it so hot, and you start to get exerted and all that, where you can't count on getting over that fence, you can get yourself in trouble too. Pretty soon we have to back off because of desertion. Just kind of want to kill these last 3, but that's... Alright, that's the last one. I'm not pushing us into high exertion if I can help it. Alright, take our snack. Deal with the fact of being poisoned. So we can actually make that axe a lot sharper. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. It's always the lone zombie. It's always the lone zombie. The fighting them straight up, that part goes fine. The moment you get the one by itself just chilling, that's the one that sneaks in and gets you. Or you just walk right into it. It's never the zombie you see once you get to those points. You're not coming to those trees? I'm down for you to take all that time if you want to let me just sit here without any real threat or anything. Okay. I'm gonna do some mop up because we don't have enough time to go and do the big proper push again today in game. I can mop up a few. This axe is pretty close to about to break. All right. Oh, there you are. I was like, I hear you. Oh, wifey. Okay. I love you more.
No, I love her.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I checked. I measured.
What did you use to measure?
A love meter, what else?
Not a lavometer?
No, not this time.
What? Enjoy all your love.
Alright. Yeah, you sleep well. Just starting to jog a little sense has been mostly clear. Yeah, so some of those traits aren't exactly right, because you'll notice a couple of those in the Build 41 version, but thematically it's basically the same. Like, you know, instead of obese, we got slow metabolism. We got rid of something. There's something else we got rid of out there that I don't remember which one it was. It doesn't matter. Oh, thick skin. I got rid of thick skin, and now we have, stuff like the, what is this? Not Leadfoot. What's the name of that trait? Speed Demon. That's the one. But yeah. Hey, Big Bud, how's it going? Admittedly, well, I'd love to say yes. You seem familiar, but I don't want to be like, yes, I totally remember you. Like, I don't want to be misleading on that. Sadly, slow metabolism is not fixed. It requires more calories than without to maintain weight. Below 90k? Yeah, I'm not worried about that. That hasn't proven to be anything of an issue for me. Like, weight is a very solvable problem. The big thing, though, is, like, right now, there is stuff that should also work as options for managing weight that aren't as good. As you pick Speed Demon, you can start with the speeding ticket in your pocket. Yeah, I thought that's a nice little touch. All right. Yeah, so we should pretty soon we should be good to get ourselves to sleep. And like I said, I think it's I can't remember if it's this in-game day or tomorrow. And when I say, like, where we've crossed midnight, the 26th or the 27th. I think it's the 27th that we have the helicopter as a possibility again. But yeah, all these days that we've been doing this, all of them over 100, a lot of them right around the 150-ish mark. That's good. Good stuff. '17th. Okay, so I got one more day after today that we can go before helicopter concerns. Didn't... What am I missing for making knives? Try and make some handles real fast. Alright, because I should be able to make a couple knives, one or two at least. Alright. So, the biggest benefit of keen hearing is your hearing is simulated by being able to see behind you. So, like normal hearing, you can see about this far behind you. With keen hearing, it's about here. So, it's effectively like getting a little teeny tiny bit more vision straight behind you. That's kind of the big draw for it. How goes the run tonight? Going good. We've been putting a real big dent into the zombie pops. All right, so let's go ahead and take that because our visible area abruptly shrank, which does tell me we just consumed poison. Yeah, let's just go back down here. I'm not gonna fight with this. Not with the smaller radius. That's fine. You've seen the parking lot? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we've definitely gotten closer. We've seen parts of the resort itself. Like, not inside, but like we've gotten close to the parts of the resort itself. We've got a much better look at the parking lot. Pretty much every day we're getting pretty close to the actual entrance to the resort, like where the building meets the parking lot kind of area. We're getting to about there. We're just thinning it out. Like, it's definitely way, way, way lower pops than it was. Yeah, we can snack on some more butter if we need to. Excuse you, sir. This is a no loitering area. I'm gonna need you to go. Didn't even have chocolate. Didn't even have chocolate. What's even the point? Don't mind me. I'm just gonna sharpen my axe on the dashboard. Only about 5k kills to get there. I don't think it's nearly that, May. I think, honestly, we're probably only a day or in-game day or two from actually getting in. Alright, I need you to sharpen just a little bit faster, okay? Alright, cool. Yeah, and I actually assume we're pretty relatively close, because you've noticed each day we're able to get a lot closer to the building. And that is just we're depleting the numbers that can kind of backfill. So like even the last time we walked up, it didn't even look like they had a full rally group there. It's just I'm using the less efficient weapons at the moment. So I was only able to kill like 10, 12 zombies, and then we started getting exerted and all that. So if I was using the stone knives, there's a good chance we probably wouldn't have been like in the building or anything yet yesterday. But probably cleared up to the point I could get into the parking lot. There, at the point where it's all shades. Okay. It's actually a good time for that to break. Before I, like, get into the fight proper. Yep, I see you skulking around in the trees down there. Okay. But as you can see, the whole area... Maybe these Project Zomboid attempts should be called walks because running is often lethal. Yeah, generally running is discouraged in Project Zomboid. Alright. It's honestly looking like there's probably either a hole in the fence or just a gate on the north side of the parking lot with how many of these zombies seem to come from the parking lot area, but then come from the north. Okay. Hey, metal knife. You want to be in my pocket? Just a couple more stragglers? Okay. All right. Yeah, so let's back up before we get more aggro. So we can sit for a moment and rest. But yeah, it's like earlier I'd come up here and I'd hit a zombie and I'd have to go half down the road. And now it's, you know, I just gotta deal with whatever slowly skulks out of the area there. I'm honestly wondering if we're pulling some of them out of the building now. Sharpness is fine. And we need to keep fast forwarding because we are dealing with a lot of muscle strain. I think it's time we add ourselves a nice big old stick of butter. That'll probably need to be the last stick of butter for a little while. What does 0 to hero mean? So it has different meanings to different people, but generally the concept is starting with like 0 strength, 0 fitness. Some people have it like myself where it's all the other skills start at 0. Some won't, but the point is basically starting with next to no stats and then working up from there. I think it's just the 2 more there. But yeah, it is one of those things that, like, different people define it a little bit different. You will have some people like 0 to hero, all negative traits, but I argue that one's not a good one because there's no hero in that one. They stay 0. Like, your character always is just barely functional because of all the negatives you gave him. Versus, in this one, you know, you start in dire straits and then slowly work your way up to being an actually very effective character. Plus, honestly, taking all the negative traits, while it can be a fun meme, is utterly obnoxious. Alright, we need to back off. A little overextended on that one. Was just trying to stay in the fight. That's good. Still got a lot of kills. We're already at 40 today. Restless Sleeper and Sleepyhead is ridiculous. Oh yeah, like some of the worst traits in the game is Restless Sleeper, Sleepyhead. The Hemophobia is really obnoxious. That's another really bad one. Well, not bad to deal with, just kind of annoying. I actually find Hard of Hearing pretty rough. It's very easy to play around. It doesn't really make the game at all harder, but Hard of Hearing just, it makes everything feel like kind of muddied. Like it just doesn't sound right. Okay. Let's see. Should you buy the game? Is it worth it? Because your friends want you to play with them. Is it worth it is a very subjective thing. I have about 4,000 hours into the game, and I don't regret purchasing it myself. But, you know, money means different things. So, like, if you go to a person who, like, you know, it's splurging to spend, like, go out to eat at, like, a cheap place, you know, obviously that money's worth way more. Versus someone who, you know, they got their gold-plated yacht, money means way less. I will say I haven't regretted purchasing it. I've got almost 4,000 hours in it, and I don't regret it at all. So that's about the best I can give you. As far as is it a good choice for you kind of thing, the things to keep in mind with Project Zomboid is it is a game that you will be punished if you get yourself hurt. Like, when you die, you lose everything. It is one of those kind of games. It is an isometric game. If isometric games bother you, that's probably not going to help you very much. It is not a fast-paced action game. It is a game that you tend to be a, you know, slow, meticulous play style and all that if you want to survive. And it does have survival mechanics. So if those are pros in your book, awesome. If those are cons in your book, maybe not a good fit. The game is a story about how you die. Yeah, so for the thing, if you ever want like the entire story of the game, it was the end of days, there was no hope of survival, this is how you died. And in the end of that story is your death. There is no other anythings. You don't save the day, you don't cure the zombie plague, you don't rebuild society, you don't eliminate all the zombies, none of these things. You die. That's how this ends. You die or you get bored. Those are your two endings of the game. Is you stop playing or you die. But that's by design. So everything is very impermanent. You got bit by a tree zombie? No, that's no fun. Cruz Force says, "You been lurking? But good to see this run is coming along nicely." Yeah. Oh, one thing I was going to do, and I was going to do it earlier. So I am looking to get more games going on the channel again than just Project Zomboid, because I'm a variety streamer and I've been going pretty hard on Project Zomboid, and as much as I do like Project Zomboid, it is a thing as a variety content creator, I have to be careful about playing just one game way too long, because you can slowly kind of chase away your audience that prefers a range of different games, and then, you know, get an audience who's just into that one game you've been playing, and that kind of only lasts until, like, either you burn out in the game, or, like, the game's numbers start going down, and you gotta adjust, or whatever. You get the idea. There's different pressures that are like, hey, it's time to mix it up. And so I'm planning on keeping Project Zomboid on the channel, just to be clear. But I want to get the schedule to be a little less nothing but Project Zomboid, and a little bit more variety again. So, what I was going to do is about halfway through stream, I was going to do a poll on what we would be playing next stream to start. And I might still do Project Zomboid in the evening, but, you know, start with something else, just to keep things fresh. Let's see. That's one thing I wish the game did have that it doesn't. An end game whereby you find the cure, restore enough zombies into the reestablished society. Yeah, so there's State of K2, good game for that. You've got the Last of Us, you've got all those. That's their story. They're excellent games, check them out. I actually really appreciate that that is not what Project Zomboid does. That Project Zomboid is like, hey, this is not about that. This is about the story of your
Thank
death.
you, Rage Requiem, for subscribing for 1 month.
Yeah, you're not that guy. So thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes and all that stuff. Let's see. That's, yeah. You heard me talk about the Sphere Strength before. Has anyone in chat got Spheres level 10 to see how it performs in Build 42? Not that I'm aware of. Huh, trust me, pal, you're not that guy. Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. What beginning tips can you recommend for beginners? I will get into that in a moment. I'm gonna actually quickly pop into the restroom real fast, and I'll be right back. Would you be interested in Darkest Dungeon 2? So I actually believe I have Darkest Dungeon 2. And it had like a really, really kind of launch. I would be down to try it. But let me go ahead and pop into the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? And since there's two sides to that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it.
This event may be recorded for training and quality.
So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, and was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. All right. So I did see the question. So I'm gonna do two things. One is I'm gonna start answering that question, and I'm also gonna get a poll going here real fast. And the poll is for what we're going to be doing on our next stream to start with. Is kind of the plan I've got going with that. We might still end tomorrow's stream. What are we playing tomorrow? We might still finish tomorrow's stream with Product Zomboid, but I'm trying to get a feel for what people want to see. So all will fall. Foundation. Let's see, what else do we have here? There's a couple on here that I was considering. So we had all will fall, Foundation, Exogate, Initiative. What else do we got in here that also had some votes? Farming Simulator 25. And The Long Dark. No, wasn't there another game I was considering on here that the Foundation, Exo thing, all will fall. Those are the three that we got there. Oh no, there was another. All right, yeah, because I also got Stone Shard, which I hadn't mentioned to literally anyone until just a second. Is one I was debating doing because I haven't played that yet. And I've heard good things. Way outside the normal stuff I do on the channel, but I think it's one that enough people asked for. I'm down to give it a poke. That said, so what's going to happen is I'm starting a poll. If you do not see the poll, refresh your browser. This is for what we're doing to start next stream. And because I want to start getting a little bit of variety. So the games we got listed there is we have All Will Fall, which is a city builder that has physics enabled. And the entire idea is it kind of builds like Raft, where you're like bobbing up and down in the water and all that. But you're trying to build a city and it has to be structurally sound and stuff will fall off and all that. So that's a weird one. Foundation is another city builder that's kind of like Banished or Farthest Frontier, one of those. But it's, it's gridless, or like Bannerlords, but it's gridless, so it's a little bit different. We have Exogate Initiative, which is kind of like the game Evil Genius, in that you have like your little mountain layer that you build, and then you send people out to do missions. The difference is instead of Evil Genius, where you play as like a cartoon supervillain, instead this one you're playing kind of as like Stargate, like the series. Farming Simulator 25, you simulate farming. It's pretty straightforward. No, I'm not wrapping up for the night. It's just, I was going to do this at the halfway point and then I forgot. And then The Long Dark is a survival game that basically, you're in rural Canada. Like in the middle of nowhere, mountains, trees, forest, Canada, and doing that whole thing. It is one of the games I say as far as like an actual survival game. So not like Project Zomboid where it is a survival game as in it has survival mechanics, but it would actually say the survival mechanics are the secondary consideration. The Long Dark is survival. There's not a bunch of other stuff happening. It is a survival game at its core. And I would say it does a really good job of striking the balance between actually being survival without everything being a tedious process. So, with all that said, yeah, let's see. Yeah, it'd be interesting if there was some end game, would have to do it carefully. I do, like, so I genuinely would be disappointed if Project Zomboid added the cure the virus, contain the outbreak, wipe it out, and, all that kind of stuff. I think those are wonderful things, but we've got those games. I've played that story. I've played that story in a ton of games. And so I kind of want Project Zomboid to continue to remain being its own thing and not just following what everyone else does. Anyways, with that said, we had the question about things you would recommend for new players right before the ad break. My general 2 pieces of advice I just about always give, trying to see if we can catch back to where that was. But the two pieces of advice I usually will always give brand new players is before you worry about any level of trying to survive long term, get to the point you can fight a zombie 2 or 3 without getting any injuries consistently. So go in, find the nearest thing that you could hit a zombie with that isn't absolutely terrible, It can be a pretty awful weapon, but as long as it's like better than a spoon. And go out and kill zombies. And do that until you can consistently and reliably kill 1, 2, and 3 zombies without getting hurt. Once you get over that hill, then you're good to start trying to survive. And the only reason I say that is the alternative of what that is you sit there and you finally get a character off the ground, you get in that first situation you need to fight, that you just can't get away from. And you haven't developed any of that muscle memory to fight, and so you just get shredded, and like that was kind of like a foregone conclusion because you didn't know how to do that one mechanic. You just can't get past it, and you can't avoid it forever. There will be those times. But once you get past that, then you're good to survive. And that's my first piece of advice. My second piece of advice, more than anything else, is slow down. And I mean that in every matter of it. It is a very common thing for a new player to loot the first house they are in, run out the door, and I mean like actually run out the door, go around, go into the next house, and start looting that, and just like run up and start wailing on the zombies and all that. And they'll get to like the third or fourth house and they'll run to a zombie, and their character suddenly can't fight. Because they're like maxed out their exertion because they've wasted all of their stamina running. In this game, they don't call it stamina, they call it endurance. Because it recovers very slowly, and that's just the nature of it. So it's not Dark Souls, you dodge twice, you stand there for 2-3 seconds, and you're good to go again. This is, you ran around a little bit, your character needs to sit down for an in-game hour and recover from what they've done. And that's fine, you can fast forward, it can be a couple of seconds. But the point you get here is, if you get yourself out there, it's a big deal. And when you look at stuff like up here, alright, so we're looking at the long dark tomorrow. So thank you so much for that pull, and all that stuff. But yeah, so when you look at stuff up here and you see like the out of breath, I don't have it right here right now, but if you have like out of breath out here, that's a 50% damage penalty. 50% damage penalty. Drowsy is a 50% damage penalty. Pain is another damage penalty. You get where I'm going with this. If suddenly you wail on a zombie and you're doing half damage, which the math doesn't actually work out that way, but it's close enough for our purposes, you get the idea here. You suddenly go from you're wailing on the zombies to you're barely like massaging its face with your weapon, you're just so tired. So it is a very thing that it is a slow and meticulous game. It's also one of those things that when you look at all the negative stuff over here, you'll have this sense of urgency with all of it. That you'll feel like, oh man, I can go ahead and kill zombies while we're doing this. You'll have this sense of urgency that you'll constantly feel like, oh no, I'm out of food. Oh no, the power's off. Oh no, the water's there. And you'll feel like you constantly need to be on your toes doing something. And the reality is, the one and only urgent thing in the entire game is that zombie that's trying to grab you by the face right now, that's the only urgent thing. Literally everything else, you can go way, way longer than you'd expect. Like, even when your character is actively dying of dehydration, you actually have a long time before you do physically die. Like, it takes you a pretty good while to do the entire dying of dehydration. Same with hunger. The generator is totally optional. You do not need it. And it's not even that like, oh, but it's really hard to survive without. It's like, no, literally it just means you need to fish a little bit more often. You just need to go and forage a little bit more often, just because, you know, stuff will rot. But you can forage and fish and do that all year round. It's not a thing you just suddenly can't do it. You can literally survive in the middle of the woods with no electricity forever, and it is not actually that hard. Like, don't get me wrong, this is a game you make a mistake, you'd fall over dead. And it does take time to learn combat, and making mistakes in combat will get you killed. And then there are meta events in that that'll throw you off your game and get you killed. It is a very punishing game. But if you're strictly your only bar is to survive, that part's easy. It's one of the reasons why I actually don't, you know, I consider Project Zomboid a game with zombie mechanics. I don't actually consider it particularly that much of a zombie game, or sorry, survival game. Like the survival is not that deep. There was a weapon, you missed it. You're gonna have to be way, way, way more specific than, you know, there's a weapon, you missed it. Let's see, if you could play Product Zomboid in a different country, where would you choose? I don't really have another country I necessarily want it in. There's been modded maps over the years they've come out that give you stuff like Korea and other places like that. That's fine. South of the yellow tree. Alright. Product Zomboid Outback Edition. Well, I mean, but then the zombies would just lose against the emu. Like, you just stand back. So, when you say the yellow tree, you might mean this, you might mean that. I'm not super sure. It's a sword thing. Is it the same meat cleaver we've seen in a bunch of zombies? Yeah, emu and everything's on fire half the year. Yeah, you're gonna need to be more specific. The yellow tree, like, I'm not sure, do you mean this, this? Like, I heard the sword thing. I'm wondering, oh, there it is. I think that's what you're pointing at down here. I think it's that wooden rod. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the wooden rod impaled in that person. And hey, can I get a shout out for Panquera, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Very much good times over there. Greatest pink squid on the internet. Has lots of jinglies and chaos and all sorts of fun stuff going on. Yeah, respect whatever ridiculous person saw a zombie, grabbed a dowel rod, and then just shoved it through the zombie. Nothing like doing your own shout out. Hey, it's all good. Let's see, now that zombie is back, if you go forward, grab. Oh, I have no idea. The problem is we have some knives I'm deliberately dodging because they're terrible. Like, the fillet knife is straight garbage. And then sometimes there's stuff like that. It might be a good one. Nah, that's not what I want. Alright. Yeah, so there's the can opener, letter opener, whistle. There's my stone knife. It's garbage, but still gets a few kills. I wasn't even getting a few kills out of a fillet knife. I'd just go poke, poke, break, and be like, alright, I'm not picking that up anymore. I have a whistle. Got a whistle right there. Have we made it, chat? Is it time? That building is bigger than I anticipated. That building will be home. Well, it's a hotel? Yeah, no, it's a resort hotel thing. And like I said, when we get to the resort, I do think we have our police officer will end up changing their gear. No longer running around, rocking the officer's outfit. that we will have considering ourselves retiring from being a police officer and going and getting our beach wear going. Excuse me, miss. Sir, miss, I'm not really sure. You? Person? Ah, miss. Okay. Get a Hawaiian shirt? Oh yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Get a Hawaiian shirt. Get like baggy shorts, like cargo shorts, that kind of thing. Since we're barely stomping on zombies anymore, get ourselves a pair of sandals. We'll have to change for winter and all that, but you know. Hey, little rat. How you doing, little friend? But yeah, you see how, like, you kind of hit that point where you've killed enough zombies, you just stroll on in, pick off a group, keep moving, pick off a group, keep moving. But there's a lot of killing zombies before you get to this phase. The big thing is to get ourselves a Hawaiian shirt. I'm probably gonna need to raid the closets, because the one downside of stabbing a bunch of holes in zombies to make them dead is it really ruins their dress wear. That was eerie that I could hear someone walking through glass. Where's the glass getting walked through that I'm just straight up hearing it like it's next to me? No, but seriously. Where am I hearing all this glass happening? Alright, we're gonna have to do like one last pull, because then I gotta start backing up before it's dark. But it's looking pretty good that I might be able to literally roll in front of the building with my car tomorrow. Because that parking lot is looking pretty bare. We got a little group of zombies over there and there. We want to clear the zombies out of the parking lot before we start going for the proper building. Because I'm expecting that place in there to be real spicy. Yup. We're going vacation mode. Right there. Alright, let's get out of here before it's too dark. Oh yeah, we'll check the vehicles. The thing I'm gonna run into is it's getting dark, and my car is a good ways up the road. I actually have a really nice truck now. But yeah, so let's try and find someone who's got a really nice, bright Hawaiian shirt. And I will try to not commit stab on them, so we can hopefully get it intact to start swapping over. Oh, those are some nice Yeah. Alright. Let's jog out of here. Kind of scared of bumping into a zombie I can't see on the body, so I'm going to jog. That way we elbow check them if that does happen. Sacrificing your boots? Yeah, well, I'm going to get myself, like, a summer set and a winter set, because we're probably going to have a little difficulty dressing up all tropical and all that when it's below freezing outside in the snow. Considering insulation 0 and a really big run speed modifier that thankfully does not work. But yeah, so if we have a helicopter tomorrow, I gotta deal with the helicopter. If we don't have a helicopter, I am planning on driving the bull driver way up until we start renting. Oh yeah, there's so many reservations ahead of us. We really just had to work through the list one by one until all the reservations got cleared. Is that really classified as a truck in the US? Yeah, this would be a truck. Because really when you see a truck like this, and you're looking at this, all this ultimately is if you looked at this would be, like, I have no idea what this car is supposed to be equivalent to, but this would be like a Ford F-150 with a hardcover back. So, like, it's still literally just a truck with, like, the bed and everything. They've just got a big cover on the back of it. So, like, if you were to look at the equivalent of, like, a convertible or whatever. So, like, you could also, instead of having that big hard back, you could have a fabric back on there. Or you could just not have the back at all. But yeah, so it is just like a typical truck, just... Got a little accessorizing. Make it an enclosed space. Actually, you know what we're going to do? I am going to see if we can't toss some more of our gas cans in the truck. That way, when I get the other generator there, I can plunk down the generator. Because then what we could do is if I plunk down the generator outside that building and hook it up and turn it on, I could potentially just turn on the lights and not have to run around in the darkness and have a totally sketchy and terrifying time the entire time we're doing it. So I'm gonna grab 2 of these containers. I grab 2 more. I'm gonna leave 1 container here. That's our emergency. I done screwed up and I ran that running until I ran out of gas. That's my emergency. I need a little bit of gas for my generator container. I wasn't expecting you to run out. So give me these. I can use those as weapons. There we go. I got a bunch of flint nodules still in here. Not a bunch, but I got some flint nodules still in there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was thinking Australian paddle wagons. The 70s? I have no idea what the terminology with any of that is. Yeah, 1993 Dodge Ram Charger. Yeah, and there's a bunch of them you can get that way. Like where they have that like big cover thing on the back. It's just a different back end. Like trucks you can do a lot of things with the bed. You can leave them open, you can leave them enclosed. You get like the big diamond plate like boxes all over them. You can have just like your bed. You can have it where it has like one hard cover that's just flat over the top. You can have it where it's like the big raised thing like the bull driver there has. You can make the only wrong answer, which is like replace the back tailgate with that like webbing stuff. That's supposed to give you better gas mileage, but actually gives you worse gas mileage. Just acts as a sail. You hate spawning in the trailer park at Riverside. 300 zombies killed in 3 days. Survived, but no weapons. Died because you couldn't find anything, and all to kill with. Yep. You glad someone's on right now? It's 3 a.m. where you're at and you can't sleep because you're sick? Well, I hope you feel better. Being sick's no fun, but I hope I can provide you with a little entertainment until such time you can successfully do the sleep. Alright, so we're going till 1 a.m. as always, so that we wake up when it's not dark most of the time. Another 118 zombies killed. Solid day. We got right up to the building. So like I said, I would love, in this in-game day, if it's not a helicopter day, I would love to be able to get all the way up right to the front door of the building, plunk down the generator, and switch it on. Because one, if I do that, I will draw the zombies in from immediately around to the generator, so I don't have to go looking for them all over. Two, it means the zombies inside the building, I could just turn the lights on, because I have a generator. That said, I'm willing to bet that building's going to need some serious repairs by the time we're done. We will make it one of our goals. How about this, chat? For one of our goals, with all those windows shattered and everything, we actually go and repair the building, like, back up to new. So, like, where the windows are blown out, next time we get a crowbar, I don't use as a weapon. I go seeking out windows and taking windows out so I can bring them home to put the windows on the resort. That could be a fun project. Versus just survive forever. Yeah, I'll probably run into a couple things that we just can't do, like, it's just not implemented in the game. But we should be able to fix most of it. That's a lot of windows. That's the reason it's a major objective. Does that work for full-size windows? I believe so. If not, we will find some way to quote-unquote honor that objective. Like if we do run into a situation where I just cannot repair something, it's just not an option in the game, we will find like the closest equivalent I can do. Yeah, we can get into glass. That's the other thing, is we can literally make the windows. That's a new thing now. Yeah, 4,152 kills we made on their thing. Yeah, we're doing. So we're just really confused. And we decided we were going to be playing some Hotel Renovator, but you know, we just really got confused in how any of that works. For the record, Hotel Renovator is genuinely a really fun and charming game. It definitely has a little bit of jank to it, but I very much enjoyed when I streamed that. That's the one where if you see me going, oh, I forgot the curse of the stickers. That's Hotel Renovator. Yeah, we can eat those. Okay, no helicopter. That's good, because I really would like to just get into this place. Go smash another berry, because we didn't get immediately sick from it, so I'm probably fine. Cool. Alright. Let's see, you did enjoy that game as well. A lot of the stream reviews complained about the game-breaking bugs. You never encountered one. Yeah, no, it's the same here. Okay, we found a shirt. Yeah, no, I didn't run to any. I know the Steam reviews are pretty mixed on it, which is a shame. Oh, a baklava? Or not baklava. I can always do that. Balaclava. For some reason, I always either go and say like baklava for that, which is very different. Very, very different between what's effectively a ski mask and what is effectively, I mean not effectively, it's just straight up food. What is your deal? Why are you being so yeah. I want to say it was a not a candy, like a pastry or something like that, if I remember correctly. Is your battery doing fine? Ooh. Your battery is not doing fine. Oh, its condition is bad. Okay. It's got 75% charge, but its battery's condition is real bad. All right. So, that's something to keep in mind. We are on the lookout for a replacement battery for our truck. The battery in this truck getting a little unhappy. Did I accidentally leave a knife in somebody? I got home and I don't have as many knives as I'm expecting to have. You do really hate when you make that kind of mistake, that you just accidentally leave your knife stabbed in somebody. Alright, so let's see if we can get close enough to the building on this go to actually drop off the generator. That said, I am ready to kill the engine and bail out and fight well before we get there, if it comes down to it. But it would be nice to get that far. Let's slow it down a little bit more. We got some pretty big zombie piles here. And while they don't damage your wheels or anything like that driving over them, you can roll your vehicle, or like go up onto wheels that makes it hard to steer, and then you go and smack into a tree, and hitting the tree will damage your vehicle. Okay, so I don't have a parade behind me, so that's a good sign. Alright. Alright, meta event. Don't love that. Alright, give me a moment. Do we see any zombies who are not dead moving that is not at me? Looks like northeast they might be going. So it looks like most of my threats will probably be coming down from this direction. The good news, I don't think there's many zombies down that direction anymore. Alright, so let's take a peek at the at the parking lot. See... Yeah, so I do got some zombies going in and out. It's not a ton. I'm going to try to move the vehicle up there. The plan to stay here tonight depends on how clear I get it. If I get it reasonably clear, then yes. If it's still really dodgy, then no. That's perfect. Yeah, let's back off a little bit so we get all the zombies on one side because we're kind of getting surrounded. Alright. So just keeping an eye out for some nice like khaki cargo shorts, so like long shorts. I want a bright Hawaiian shirt, so not the red one, not the black or the gray one. Those are like too dark. I want a yellow, I want an orange, I want a pink, I want a teal, something like that. Nice bright poppin' color. Our police officer here feels they have more than earned that retirement, and they're going to go into the resort business. And they won't let the lack of living customers stop them. Let's see, is there a problem with the weight? You don't stop eating, and you can't keep going down. So, there's two different mechanics with weight. The first mechanic is your hunger. Hunger has nothing to do with your weight. Hunger is just its own independent thing. This is hunger up here. Your weight is a completely independent mechanic based on calories. And so it is a thing that as you do anything, everything from walking and otherwise will drain your calories, and actually does a pretty aggressive rate of doing that. As such, it's not a matter of overeating in general that gets you more weight. You gotta eat fatty foods. So in practice, what that means is eating butter, eating really large amounts of fish, eating stuff like peanut butter, cereal. You get the idea. Stuff that is chock full of calories. Now, right now in Product Zomboid, butchered meat is kinda not great. Unless you, like, really get your levels up there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So it is one of those things that counterintuitively, just straight up, like, regular old meat is not amazing for gaining weight right now. But, like, fish, you can shove a bunch of fish in your mouth and that'll work. But just eating, like, piles of veggies and low-calorie stuff isn't gonna work. Junk food is hit and miss, like the bags of potato chips, for example, are actually pretty good on putting on the weight. Whereas the candy, for example, is very hit and miss. Some candy is a bit on the calorie-rich side, like chocolate, for example, has lots and lots of calories in it. But like stuff like the gummy bears and all that, their equivalents, are relatively low calories. Alright, so I had that fall off. I was just waiting for the muscle strain. So let's go clean up the zombies I drug out here. Let's see, you download the calorie bodmar you have, but was having some problem changing it from vertical to horizontal. Do you change each bar separately? Yes. My bars there have been pretty heavily customized, both size and width and everything else. And there's also additional bars. There's bars for like your protein and a whole bunch of other stuff, which can be fun and interesting. But yeah, no, I've heavily, like, I took the time to switch all of them to horizontal. I increased the, like, the width, or sorry, I increased the thickness of all the bars so they stand out a little bit easier. Even went down to the point of typing in the pixel amounts so that I almost made a real big mistake there because the character turned around the wrong way around from what I wanted. Almost didn't get that hit. But, so I did make it so there's, like, all of them are, like, within a pixel of each other so that, you know, they're nice and uniform and all that. That's overkill. You don't gotta do all that stuff. You can if you want. Alright. This fog sucks. Alright. Like, I like the fog as a mechanic, to be clear. I actually am glad the fog exists, and I do enjoy that it happens at times like this, even if in the moment, I really wish it wasn't here. But it is the kind of stuff that throws you off balance, where this could be a straightforward, easy day for me. But just because, you know, we rolled a day of fog, now I got an extra variable I gotta be juggling with. So I got a couple of zombies down here. Looks like 5 or 6 down there. Another one over here. Because I want to clear the zombies away from immediately around the vehicle before I touch the generator. Oh, and we'll be working our way up to replacing all the windows. I'm not going to do that first. Because right at the beginning, we're going to have zombies occasionally show up and break our things, and I don't want to keep replacing the windows again and again. One big key component, though, is I believe you need a crowbar to do windows. I could be wrong in that one. So we'll need to find that. Alright, we got a decent pull of zombies in there. Looks like about a rally group worth. Why do you all have the boring red Hawaiian shirt? Get some fun tropical colors in here. Make it loud, make it bright. Show the world. Like, it's fine to have a red tropical shirt and all that, red Hawaiian shirt, whatever. But the fact that, like, every single one of them, despite the fact that there's actually, like, 12 or so different color variants and all that, almost all of them are, like, red. That's the one. It's the only one. No, can't do green, can't do yellow. Alright. I don't normally care about that backpacks, but can't really make out what you got in there. What you got there, friend? You got garbage. That's what you got. You got straight up garbage. Get it out of here. That's a waste of time. I could have been resting. Can the zombies see color? I mean, zombies aren't real, so they can do whatever they want. The zombies can see taste. And they can taste sound. What do you have, lady in the summer hat? Can't make out what you got on your side. Is it a garden trowel? Yep, it is literally a garden trowel. Okay, I don't really care about that. Alright, let's get up here and rest for a minute. Because we are way past spent. Oh, good. The fog's probably going away. The zombies also smell texture, in case you're wondering. It's really awkward spending time around zombies. Alright, waiting on the muscle strain. Yeah, no, that's the zombies can absolutely just trample your plants. I think they can trample them pretty much the entire life cycle of the plant too. That's always been a pain thing with them. Okay. Get back in here. Now, one thing that will be a problem when I hook up this generator at the beginning is I have no idea how much junk is inside this resort. I imagine it's probably a lot. So realistically, it is going to be draining the gas in that generator hard. Because we'll just be trying to power way more than is even remotely reasonable. But we'll see. Getting our group coming in. Okay. Hey, did you... That's random. How's it going? Thank you for the Gigantify. Okay. Kildrick's booty. Yeah, no, I gotcha. It was just Really random is all. I'll catch up with chat in a minute. Zombies are zombieing. Alright, we need to back up. Get too exerted. Minimal display bars for build 42? Yep. Feel being like stupid sexy Kildrix. Reminds you of Flanders scene. Now you feel like some bulky 1993 solar panels would be nice with giant satellite dish. Yeah, there's mods that do all that. Do you have any graphical mods on? As far as like making like the textures and all that nicer, I have nothing like that. I have nothing affecting lighting or fog or anything like that. The build 42 just has had a lot of nice improvements on that regard. Specifically, the lighting is a real big one. All right. Well, the downside is I didn't get anywhere near getting that generator down. I drove our vehicle up, and it definitely got them all out there. So we're slamming our stick of butter hole. We're pushing ourselves to the high end of the weight. Oh yeah, no, that's so the big thing is this is also day 3 of just slamming into this resort. Granted, we're at this point now where we're just at the tail end of it. Like, I don't think we're gonna finish it this in-game day, sadly, but we'll probably be able to get this maybe tonight. Oh yeah, Randall Thor. That was that got brought up earlier on the stream that people were saying they'd like to see me play, because I've played a bunch of No Man's Sky on the channel at different times. And I'd be down for it. The thing I gotta come up with is what we're doing for a run, because I've already done like hardcore Center of the Galaxy, you know, expedition stuff. But as far as I'm aware, there's not a new expedition yet. There might be. I'm just not aware of it. So it's kind of one of those things of like figuring out what direction I'm going with it, because it is those things that No Man's Sky is definitely one of those games that if I don't have something that's giving me a direction to go with it, you kind of just wander, and it's kind of hard to have a direction or like whatever you want to do. Like, you kind of want to have an objective. Same as like RimWorld. That just playing a RimWorld run, like when you're new to the game and you're just trying to struggle to get progress, it's perfectly fine to just play the game as its own thing, because the objective is to not die. But like once you start getting a little bit farther along, you're looking for a little bit more than, you know, once you've rolled credits a couple of times. Alright, so the downside is my truck is over there. It is getting really dark, and we are getting exerted again. So I don't actually think we're getting back to the truck tonight. This is a thing that happens a lot in these runs, which is totally fine. That you'll overextend, and then you gotta go back and pick up later. So what I'm gonna do is, unfortunately, we're gonna have the walk of shame back to the gas station. The good news is, it's not that far of a walk. Because I could run in and try and hop in the thing and turn it around and deal with the zombies and get out all in the dark and all that. If we were in a situation where I didn't have someplace I could reasonably sleep anywhere nearby, it would be worth considering. But I do. So I'm not going to do those things I just said. Actually, you know what? I don't even think I need to go back. No, we should go back. I was gonna say I could plunk down the tent in the road and sleep. I was like, no, I'm gonna need to top off the water anyways. And this will give me a chance to forage for berries and that on the way down. So that's fine. We're just gonna jog back home. It's just up the road. Let's see. So you built over some water tiles. They disassembled. Now there's a black abyss tile. Oh, interesting. It used to be when you removed it, you'd get dirt. And so it's the thing that would cause problems. The black abyss tile definitely doesn't sound like something you probably want to mess with. Yeah, so we're just a little jog up this way. But this way you get a better sleep. We can go ahead and be in position, so if tomorrow ends up being a helicopter day, I can run over to where we've been taking our helicopters. We'll be able to forge our way back down if it's not a helicopter day. You get the idea. Let's see, part of the patch is there's this huge quest that ties together some of the strands that we've been building for years. We've got an expedition that takes you on a tour of all the planets that we'll be building, and it's got some incredible reward. Ah, okay, so there's a whole big thing. Well, that's good. We did have a vote earlier, and people are looking at me playing The Long Dark. That's what people voted for. So we'll kind of get that going. Because it kind of did that as the moment. So I'm thinking tomorrow's stream, I might start with The Long Dark. And maybe we knock out a chapter, because it's split up into like 5 chapters, whatever. So maybe we do The Long Dark, we knock out a chapter, and then after that, we'll either switch to like Project Zomboid or something else. And I could see doing that for a couple of days. Because that should be something that we can get done relatively quick. Because if I'm knocking out like a chapter a day, which I think is reasonable, maybe 1 or 2 chapters take more than a day. Because I remember, so I played the first 4 out of, I think it's 5 chapters. I played all but the last chapter. But we are going to start fresh from the beginning because that's been literally years. I don't remember what's going on. And jumping into the hardest chapter and not having played and trying to relearn the mechanics like in the fire. One, we've got a lot of new people here that will probably want the backstory and all that. I think that'll be good. And if people, like, if I play it and then we have, like, 40 people show up, then we'll just get rid of it and go on to the next thing. Because that's something that does happen sometimes. You just play a game and the viewership just ain't there. And that is kind of the thumb on the scale that says, hey, like, you can do this if it's something that's important enough to you, but really not great idea, so for like his channel health and all that. Okay, so nothing to craft here. So let's just forage around here for a minute while we wait for the radio to be good for checking. Man, I could see doing No Man's Sky as well. That's another possibility. Yeah, we can start with that and see what people think. Oh, it's always good to do that. Let's see, did your foraging circle around you get bigger? Yeah, so we'll change size. Like, for example, if I aim, it'll get a little bit larger. If I crouch, like sneak, it'll get a little teeny tiny bigger. The more tired you get, the smaller it gets. So that circle actually does change based on your character's immediate circumstance, their level, in foraging, and a whole bunch of stuff. It's one of the reasons why you typically want to forage towards the beginning of your day. Because if you forage towards the beginning of the day, you get kind of the largest radius. It's also a low-key way of telling if you poison yourself with berries. Because if you do poison yourself with berries, you watch the circle suddenly get really small, and you're like, oh. Those are not feel-good berries. Grab that for when I accidentally poison myself. Well, I mean, not even accidentally, when I just poison myself. No accident about it. Oh yeah. No, it's fine to do a little gamble with the berries that are poisonous. Don't gamble with the mushrooms. Yes, you can get away with it to a certain degree right now. I think that's a bug. Historically, eating any poison mushroom was just basically killing your character. And you don't know which ones are and are not poisonous until you get there's a magazine you can read, or there's a trait you can take, either or. Let's start getting out of here. We're getting pretty dense in the trees, and well, there's not many zombies in this area. It only takes one. This is the kind of area that you bump into a zombie and you get zero warning. You just literally bump into him. Hey, random wild potato. Cool. Is something really rare? Oh, like almost. So, not quite everything is on the foraging loot table, but most things are on the foraging loot table. So you can straight up just find the generator magazine by foraging if you're really lucky. The odds are terrible, but there are some amazing things you can find foraging. Oh, it's just a mushroom per far away, that's fine. Let's see, you was honestly a tad annoyed with the person the other day trying hard to convince us all to try eating poisonous mushroom and use them in cooking. I'll be fine. You've done it for ages. You can trust me, bro. Yeah, and it's very much, it could absolutely be safe, but it's also those things I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to do it. Can you forge guns? Yes, I have forged guns before. But even swearing up and down, I'm like, man, I'm a test set of character I don't care about. Can you find batteries? Yes. You can find batteries. You can also find flashlights and radios, which then have batteries. Like, very, very little is not on the foraging loot table. It's just, the foraging loot table is huge, and there's a lot of waiting for different things. So, there is a lot of stuff there. Yeah. Yeah, and you have, you've got this, which is, like, what kind of stuff you could find in the area. There is a little bit more to it that you'll notice it will try to put stuff near certain things. So you'll notice, like, where that's a twig there, you'll find twigs in that area more. If we go to this garbage pile over here, you'll have certain things you'll find more likely on tiles with garbage piles. Stuff like that. Foraging is a very, very powerful mechanic in the game. Okay, and the radio is on. Can you forge a wild generator? No, so generators are furniture. Stuff that you cannot put in your bag cannot be foraged for. So, like, you can't forage a couch. You see the background changed? Oh, yeah, this. Yeah, so now we're in urban since I'm indoors, so trash items are now common, whereas, like, a lot of the natural items are rare and extremely rare now. So, like, my odds of finding a berry bush are pretty terrible. Alright, Storge, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. Don't, okay. We're fine. I'm gonna make some knives quick before we go over. It's gonna be a pretty big fighting day. Now make the knives real fast and they'll be on our way. Oh yeah. Yeah, so it changes with the time of day, the weather, and all sorts of stuff. That's interesting. They got more information you get there. The resort waits, exactly. Alright, so we've got our weapons made and all that. Make sure our water pouch is full. We can eat our potato. We can drop our 4 knives we just made in our bag here. That's just a caterpillar. Okay. And we're on our way down. So we are going to lose some time because I'm going to be walking down foraging along the way because we don't have a whole lot that isn't butter to eat. And we're probably already pushing pretty... No, we're actually doing okay. But I gotta be careful about not eating too much butter. Let's see, so technically you can find a metal bucket. What search focus do? So search focus, you can say, hey, all of these different categories, I want you to focus on looking for stones. And what that does behind the scenes is I believe it takes like 1 out of every 10 things you would find. And it switches it to, you know, whatever the focus is, that category. So if I was very specifically trying to find flint, flint is under the stone category, I could switch it to focus on stones. I generally don't do that because oh, these are just gonna be junk. I generally don't do that because there is a lot of really good stuff in the trash category and similar ones like that, that if you search focus, you might have gotten what could have been a generator magazine, but because you were focused on stone, it gets turned into a rock. So I tend to, unless there's like a really specific thing I'm direly in need for, it's pretty rare I will ever switch the category. It can be worth doing. I just know I do a lot of foraging, so I'd rather take all the dice rolls I can get to just up and get easy win kind of things. We are not finding nearly as much as I was hoping foraging here. So many pine cones. All right. Nah, that's fine. Picking up stuff, like whether you discard or pick it up, either way, it will, Oh, butter knife? No. It will use a little bit of endurance, so just keep that in mind. One mistake you can make is you go foraging and you go fighting zombies, not realizing you're burning a little bit of endurance on the way, and so you just don't anticipate how tired you are. Let's see, so if you dropped your can, find them again, forage thing? Yeah, so there is a... Can you over forage an area? No. So it is a thing that things appear and disappear while you're foraging. You can get to the point where you're not finding a whole lot new till you wait a little bit, but it's not some mechanic which says you grabbed 10 units of stuff here, no more units of stuff. It's just you happen to grab some stuff there that hasn't had a chance for like new stuff to appear. There are things you can drop on the ground and find again using the foraging. Like a lot of the like sticks and twigs and stuff like that, if you leave those in the ground, they will show up on the foraging thing. All right. So we're in with all the zombies here. Let's turn off the foraging because there's just glasses everywhere and I don't want to deal with it. Okay. Okay. Not having the best luck on our weapons last time. Alright, you just have a garden pork in you, I'm not worried about that. Or not garden pork, a hand pork. Garden pork would be exciting. Okay. I can go up here for a moment. Oh, are you aggroed or what are you doing, buddy? Make up your mind. Want to sit down and rest more. If you're just gonna walk up here and disturb me in 2 seconds, I'd rather get you done with. There, we good now? Cool. And let's see. So 0 strength fit is better to just use your bare hands over a weapon? No. Like your fitness and strength doesn't really matter for your weapon. Like, don't get me wrong, strength does contribute to your weapon damage, but it'll be the same with like stomping and all that. That strength contributes to that. You're still gonna have to fight. You are going to want to be able to use weapons to start getting your skills up on that. And every time you hit a zombie with a weapon, you always gain a little bit of fitness XP and a little bit of strength XP. So you do want to be hitting zombies with weapons. You also get maintenance XP, which will be necessary to have any weapons last for any reasonable amount of time. So it is a thing that you are going to be kind of struggling on the weapons, but until you start using the weapons, you're not going to level up the weapons enough to do much with them. And then on top of that, you have next to no carry weight, so you don't want to try and stockpile weapons because you can't really carry them to bring them with you. So you kind of want to use them as you go. I see, I guess you're also missing out on crits and more damage. I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't say strength is that big of a factor when it comes to your damage, beyond, like, the muscle strain. Like, it helps. But it's gonna be your weapon skill that does all of it. And like I said, for my character, me hitting zombies with my weapons is my main source of strength and fitness. It's actually like 99.9% of it. No, it's probably not that much. It's probably like 90% of it. Carrying stuff with my bag over 60, you know, like 60 per, sorry, not my bag. Carrying over 60% of what I can carry for my total weight is where a bunch of it comes from. But the point being is I cannot get the stats to get better at weapons without using weapons, and therefore I need to use the weapons. But strength and fitness as far as contributors and all that, your primary source of strength and fitness XP is also using weapons. So you're going to be wanting to use weapons. Like I wouldn't worry too much about trying to like think about any way of like min-maxing or anything like that. Just grab weapon, do fight, repeat. Nutrition is messed up. Yeah, no, there's stuff that the stats don't align with what you expect in reality. Keep in mind some of the decisions they do make aren't necessarily what aligns with realism, but aligns with balance, and some of them are just wrong. Yeah, no, generally speaking, canned goods are very heavy in Product Zomboid, and a big part of that is a balanced decision, because they also don't go bad. So that's, like, really, really strong to have them. So they do make it so you can't really carry large amounts of canned goods very easily. It's also the thing to keep in mind with encumbrance is that is not a unit of weight. Because I'll have people argue with me, like, that shouldn't be that many pounds or that many kilograms or whatever. It's like, well, it's good. It's not. It's basically how annoying it is to carry. And quite often, even the things that aren't necessarily that annoying to carry, because they're strong enough, that's the balance considerations, they'll make it heavier. Man, there's like really no zombies there, it's just all of them, it's the ones in the building popping out are what we're dealing with. It is making it hard to get any progress towards that. Because they pop out right there at the entrance to the parking lot and all that. Dude, that has you thinking. There's no shopping carts or even shopping hand baskets, are there? Nope. There's mods for all that stuff. I don't think that's a deliberate decision not to have them, but I don't think it's something they have, like, any priority of putting in the game. Because, like, honestly, your ability to move stuff in the game is already pretty ridiculous. Like, you can carry stuff to survive for a very, very long time. Way more than is necessary to do a lot of things. Like, once you get a good backpack. But if we could just get a shopping cart, unless they put some, like, really severe limitations on it or whatever, it would kind of make a lot of the other stuff that are, like, really, really sought-after items way less important. I'm honestly surprised at how much they've given the loot pinata zombies, the survivor zombies. But those are, like, pretty exciting on how good the loot is on them. I think it's good that they're exciting as they are. It's just surprising, like, oh, these things are good. Like, straight up get, like, a bunch of books, a really good backpack, usually a little bit of food, and maybe a good weapon or whatever. Shopping carts are super noisy? Yeah, I just don't think it's a thing that would be a priority, though. Yeah, there are mods that get both wheelbarrows and shopping carts, though. They're fine. They're also real janky because of the animations in the game. Getting them to not be real weird is the whole thing. Because, like, when you have the shopping cart and you, like, turn your character, the cart just kind of goes sideways around your character. But that's because mods bolting it onto the existing game. Like, I could see them, like, it could be a thing they work on. I just don't think it's a priority. They got way more important things. They also have, like, flatbed. There's mods that add flatbeds to the game, too. All you need now is an M60 to mount onto the shopping cart. I don't think we'll ever have anything like that. Like, by and large, even the assault rifles that could, in real life, absolutely be fully automatic in real life. Generally speaking, they don't have hardly anything that lets you do that. And again, a big part of that is just the way they want you to fight the zombies. They do want you to fight the zombies and not just, you know, blast the zombies, you know, like really quickly just mow them down en masse kind of thing. Alright, just waiting on that muscle strain real quick. That took way longer than I wanted. It's fine. Not as good of a kill count day, but I mean, we did wait for the helicopter message to let us know whether or not it was here. I did have to forage a little bit. We did stop to craft a couple more weapons. It was a pretty long hike for the foraging. The resort's gotta be running low on people in there. We're probably gonna have a lot of repairs to do in that place. I imagine like every other room probably has its door smashed off. Every third window's probably busted out. Okay. All right. Probably a bold sit down, I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay. This is a comfy looking corpse just sitting down. It's like, yes, this corpse, you know, they had a little padding. They weren't all bony. So I could sit down and actually, you know, have a nice comfy sit. All right. So the good news is for whatever number of zombies we had spill out the last time, it looks like we are depleting that number now. I would not be surprised there's a bunch more zombies in there. It'd also be cool, I didn't think about it, but I could see them having, like, it'd be a cool thing to have one of the buildings have a an underground pool, like a basement pool at like the hotel or whatever. I could just stand still and hold my left mouse button if you just want to feed yourselves into the knife. That's fine by me. Let's move up here. I'd hope to get a short rest, but I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, we need to back. I'm just wasting my knives on this now. Okay. Yeah, all that muscle strain and exertion. We just need to back. Yep, no, I've got a whistle already. I'd hope to be able to fight my way back to the car, but still, we killed another 100. We're at exactly 9,400 kills for the stream and all that. Making solid progress. The downside is I'm getting a little short on the knives department, and I believe my pickaxe is in the truck, which is not a fortunate place for it to be right now. That's okay, we'll figure it out. Does the pickaxe, using the pickaxe to mine, use durability? I think so. You put in casino mods at Rimworld and your colonists just play slots. Excellent. That kind of checks out. Alright. Starter jog back home. But yeah, so it's gonna be a thing that we have to deal with. I also don't think we found much flint today. But that's fine. We'll get there. I don't think there's any easy weapons we got sitting around here. I actually, you know, I take that back. If we manage to get to the truck, I think I've got like 8 or 9 ratchets in it. We could definitely take a couple of those ratchets. Like, I want to save one of them. But the rest should be fine. Alright. You should be getting just about tapped, right? No, you're only half. How are you only half empty? I've been hitting this thing like every other day. Yes, I do have a spare screwdriver I can use as a weapon. The rest of this, I've got parts. But I need flint for any actual weapons. So I think the plan for tomorrow in game is to try and get through with the knife I've got and the screwdriver I got to the back of the truck. You don't have to do these things where I like run around in a circle to the back. Because then I can grab, there's like I said, a stack of something like 8 or 9 ratchets in the back. So I can grab the ratchets, and I could use those for weapons tomorrow. We are going to have to find more food, which is what we've been doing, just waking up, doing a round, foraging real quick. It is what it is. We might be due for the helicopter. And the bummer if the helicopter does show up tomorrow is I don't really have enough weapons to do much with the helicopter going around. So we'll just kind of have to ignore fighting the zombies and then ditch them and come back to kill them later. Alright, it's just too dark for us to do anything out there yet. There we go. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. This is going to be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking. Alright, so it is 5 below. That one where I goofed and I had that group drop in behind me like that, because I just didn't see, we only lost one person on that. And only barely. Like, I wasn't able to patch them up in time. It ended up being this whole, like, ridiculous thing where I kind of, like, round-robined the entire base. And just as they chase, like, picking off one or two and just making it work. And, like, the one who died, it was like they went to go around the corner, they got caught. And, you know, went down. And I had to keep, like, hiding them around to make it work. The good news is both the outside groups eliminated each other. I didn't even have to fight those two groups, if I remember correctly. I think it was, like, a bunch of them, like, they tossed the damage, eventually set the other to retreat, but the other ones had so many injuries by that point that, like, they got down from bleeding while I was doing all the kiting of the other group in the back. It was definitely one of those ones when it happened, I was like, oh, I got, like, wide open space, and I just had to, like, run across with all of them shooting at me the whole time. But I was like, if I stay in this corner, they're just gonna kill me. So I just ran up, forced them to have to go around, and just kept circling the base and trying to pick off anyone I could separate out for even a couple seconds. That's more lemongrass, so you can eat more poison. Yeah, so our circle's really small now because it's got penalties. Oh, right. The one downside. So the one and only downside. I gotta take off my sunglasses. Because of wearing my sunglasses, I can't see as good. It penalizes your foraging. There is a setting. I actually might turn it off in future runs. Turn off the setting where it penalizes your foraging based on what you're wearing. Because I usually don't wear helmets anyways. But it's kind of sad that we just can't dress our people up with that. Like the sunglasses not. Ooh, a straight up lemon. Is it my birthday or something? Just your casual, it's about to be November lemon. I actually have no idea when you harvest lemons. I'm pretty sure it's not November though. Well, the good news is we got ourselves a full stomach on pretty flowers and all that we found. We did not find a single piece of flint to make any weapons, which is not actually that surprising running around back here, but we could have gotten one or two. I might actually go out of my way to cross down this way and come back in the road just a little bit to forge the road a tiny bit. We're waiting to see if the helicopter is happening. Because I am on foot, it just takes me a time to get around. And so we really don't want to start down that way just to realize we're in a helicopter day and then have to run back. And even worse, if I can't get back away from it enough, by the time the helicopter shows up, I might drag more zombies to where we've been clearing. Which wouldn't be the end of the world as much as we are clearing this area out. There we go. So we got 2 pieces of flint. That's not terrible. I'm gonna go ahead and cross up here real fast so we can't get anything else. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So ignore this radio. It's too early. It won't tell me if the helicopter's going on. I'm just starting it now because I'm going to start making some more knives real quick while we wait. So I want to make sure it's on where if I'm still working on this, I don't have to like pause what I'm working on and restart it. Cool. Let's see, what do pie codes even do? You can use them as fuel and fire. So like you can toss them into like a wood stove, and it doesn't give you a lot of burn time if I remember correctly, but it does give you some. It's kind of in that same range as like scrap wood and that kind of thing. All right. So, do we get a helicopter today? Because we are in that range where I usually expect a helicopter. Yes, it is a helicopter day. And I think that is going to mean for the stream, we're probably not going to be getting into the resort. Because this does set me off to going and needing to divert from dealing with the resort today to instead dealing with the helicopter. So we're going to try and jog our way over here. Now the downside is I did leave too many zombies on this road the last time we went back and forth. So I'm going to get a little punished for that. I'm hoping I kind of skirt around that problem and just continue to ignore it. And go up, draw the zombies to the field like we've been doing. And maybe I'll get to kill the zombies in the field. Maybe I won't. We'll see. Because this will likely be our last in-game day for this stream. Because I am going a little long, but that's fine. But the good news is, like I said, we've got our vehicle parked right smack dab against the resort. We didn't get in the building. I could have gone in the building, but there was no value in me doing it quite yet. On another perk, it is entirely possible this helicopter will pull more zombies away from the resort, which might just make my life easier on the other end. I'm imagining most of the zombies we're fighting now at the resort are actually coming out of the building. So the zombies, they don't really figure their way out until I get close enough for them to do so. So my hope is to avoid fighting all the zombies I've been ditching on this road to my west, is instead we cut up this way. Really? A 9 a.m.er? Okay. Well, the first helicopter we've taken somewhere else in a long time. That's what? 9th? And 10-29-93. Yeah, so I'm gonna walk around here to get back to where we've been doing all our helicopters. Maybe I'm just gonna forward and see if we can't find anything good. Now, the last 2 helicopters, we've had very little turnout, about a rally group or 2 that we were able to, like the last one I literally just killed as they got to me. Like they're just, I didn't even have to do anything afterwards. It was like, oh, we guess we killed everything. Let's go home. So I'm not expecting a big turnout, but sometimes you get caught by a surprise where it's just been long enough for zombies from a nearby area that you didn't realize was there to just finally get to you. Yeah, so get around this little patch of woods here, and I should have a field to my left. And I will try to kill all the zombies that are there. If we do... Oh, wait, I forgot we had the cornfield first. So we get past the cornfield. Then we got the field to the left. Because, like, heck am I doing anything inside a cornfield? Most likely, once we start getting stuff established with the resort, as we start having fewer zombies turn up, I'll stop going out of my way to do anything interesting with the helicopter, like, you know, until we're pushing a town or something, I'll use it to draw zombies out to dispatch them. But, like, while we're down here and, like, I'm working on the base, once I stop having zombies turn up on any meaningful amount from the helicopter, even down by the resort, that's kind of the point where it's like the helicopter stops being meaningful down here. Alright, so we got a rally group there, so let's go ahead and sit down, because I'm a little exerted. And now refresh. What do you have stuck in you, lady? You know, it's not good. But right now I'm short on weapons, so I'll take it anyways. Alright. Just being a little careful since we can't see around those trees. I don't want to back into a zombie. The odds are pretty low with the density we're dealing with here. But you never want to find out you assumed you were safe and you just really weren't. Alright, so this started to pick up more than I want. Because I do need to not push myself too far in exertion, just in the off chance that things escalate. Because right now, if things get bad, I can still walk away. Oh, right! Gun! I meant to use it in the last helicopter and I forgot about it. Okay, gun's gone. I mean, the big thing is it's really hard to get aim skill now. Because kind of the cheesy ways we used to get it. And that's really what makes the guns kind of rough to use right now, is just how hard it is to get that aim skill makes it really hard to get things off the ground. Alright, so meanwhile, before we get too far, guns are heavy, and we already used all the bangy bangs out of it. So let's get rid of that. Alright, sit down quickly before their zombies can reach us. Oh, I just realized I stuck that in the zombie. Alright. So we're pretty close to fully recovered other than muscle strain by the time that zombie reaches us. So it's going to be a very low kill count day. But as you can see, this hasn't been nearly as bad as our helicopters past. That I am able to sit here and kind of just pick away at them. Yeah, give me those caffeine pills. I'll take those. Ooh, is that an ice axe, friend? I happen to be in the market for one of those, if you don't mind. That'll be a good weapon for pushing the resort the next day. Score us a good, like, 30, 40, 50 kills or so. Alright, let's work our way back up here. See which zombies we missed and get rid of them. Yeah, no, that's honestly, we're looking for the magazines and all that. I do think it's one of those things that once you've got yourself established, if you've got the availability, it's honestly probably worth the time to just kind of go driving down all the highways until you've, like, gone through all the major highways that aren't super overrun. And just see if you can't snag some real quick loot pinata zombies. Like, that used to be the strategy for getting the large backpack, is you just zip along those. That was before it was so much easier to get the military backpack. Before we had the Louisville checkpoint, to get the military backpack, there was a couple places you could check that had a small chance of having it. Otherwise, you went to the military base, the secret military base. There's like the surplus store and all that had a small chance. So during those days, like, honestly going for the secret military base was a bit ambitious for early run. So what you do is you just drive around the various highways and all that, and you just look for a cluster of zombies and look for the one in the middle of it. And you'd quite often find a large backpack. Wasn't quite as good as the military, but it's a really solid backpack, second best in the game. So that was pretty much the standard for you trying to get your early backpack. The things have changed a little bit, so now those groups, the loot you can get off them is way better. But from the backpack department, they could have anywhere from a duffel bag up to a military. Let's back up a little bit. And honestly, with how well we're doing with this group, I might be able to get down to the resort to maybe get those ratchets and all that. I should have just kept back. I think the helicopter's done now. So kill the last group who came here. They still feel satisfied we basically cleared the helicopter. Because while a couple got away, we pretty much cleaned up everything that chased us because of the helicopter. Are you just gonna keep trickling in just to ruin my day? Is that what you're doing right now? Also, officer, do not give me a new sidearm. I had to lug the other one around entirely too long before I felt, you know, like, using it wasn't going to be a backstep by drawing too many zombies to where I was. Mostly because I forgot to use it on the previous time I was going to use it. Alright, let's see if he's got a gun. Fine. Alright, attach to right holster. Take that radio for disassembly later. For some reason, your jacket is full of stab holes. Couldn't imagine why. Alright. Let's see, you think you lost claustrophobic on 8/12 default start date is very small bedroom and no panic? So, unless you're dealing with mods, no traits disappear over time. Even smoker, if your character literally can never snag a smoke for their entire lifetime, even if you live for 100 years, your character will never drop it. Now, if you get mods, there are mods that let you gain and lose trait, but then, you know, we're in mod territory, so all hats are off. All hats are off? It's all bets are off. Now, it could be that maybe I'm blissfully unaware that there's like a desensitization, like it takes more to get to panic over time. I honestly don't know. Claustrophobic is one of the ones I almost never take, that or agoraphobic. Alright, so I'm going to try to get down to the resort. I don't think we're going to get much fighting in today, but I'm hoping at a minimum I can at least get the ratchets out of the trunk. If we're really lucky, like really, really, really lucky, we might find that helicopter's drawn some of the remaining zombies away, enough that I'll be able to plunk down the generator, connect it, gas it up, and start it. But we're talking really, really lucky. Luckier than is reasonable. Getting that point in running. First point in running, it's very rare I get running. Okay. So we're getting to the gas station. The good news of the gas station is literally just up the road. That's part of the reason I feel pretty comfortable with doing the gas station resort combo, is just because that gas station's right there. Anywhere I go other than around the bottom side of the lake, I'm going to literally have to pass it. And honestly, if we're going anywhere remote, just like any other situation, you'll do the whole thing where, you know, you'll fight into like the edge of town, find like a house you can have as like a layover house or whatever you want to call it. That is a 17 hunger berry. That's a big berry. Oh, also switch up our weapons. We're gonna grab our ice axe. We're going for the stronger stuff. Take my screwdriver. Gonna unequip the radio. Put it away. Then back to jogging. Yeah, so a very late start to the day. We're not gonna get a lot of time to fight. But I might still be able to get 100 kills in today. And if we're lucky, we might actually get some movement. Don't meta event me, game. It's not time for that. Oh, sorry. I'm listening to Epidemic Sounds lo-fi playlist. But unfortunately it doesn't tie into the bot or anything. Maybe they'll get it so someday it'll be able to tie into the bot, but unfortunately it doesn't yet. Could just jog a little bit more. So zombies might, like, we don't know what we're running into here with the zombies, so I definitely don't want to push the running too far. Because it's entirely possible the helicopter drew the zombies away, it's entirely possible that the zombies are just all scattered around the area now. Like, we don't really know what we're going to be walking into. The helicopter does have a tendency to just kind of stir the pot. They do have what looks like the start of a rally group down here.
Take a sip. What's the worst?
Alright, I'll get that stretch and hydrate here in just a second. Well, that's a lot of zombies all chilling there. Alright, let's make those good idea, bad idea ideas. Which is what I'm going to quickly do, is loop around to the truck. And assuming the truck is not, like, in the thick of it with the zombies, which it is looking like it might be. Oh yeah, it's way up in the thick of it. Alright, so it does look like the parking lot's still clear, but it does also look like the zombies got drawn out of the house and they're just spread out in that corner. Way more zombies than I'm comfortable just, like, running up and trying to just dodge around for the purpose of, like, looting. Because the big thing is once I start looting, it's going to take a minute to grab each and every one. So I don't want to sit there and just, you know, run up to the trunk and just stand there and try and pull it off. I'm going to get, like, one ratchet out and then have to bail, and it'll be a real spicy and dangerous bail. Alright, so let's back off. Let's rest for a minute, get our muscle strain down, kill this group. We got a little bit of time before it starts getting dark, so let's put what damage we can in. I don't think we're going to be clearing out that entire big group to get to the vehicle, which worries me a little bit. But we'll see what we can make happen. So go down here, we'll sit, rest, clear whatever catches up to me. And then I owe a stretch and a hydrate. Okay, here's the hydrate. And you sleep well, Luxray. Thank you so much for tuning in, all that good stuff. Alright. The good news is that helicopter didn't disrupt too much. And we got 10 days now till the next helicopter can happen. So that's some good news. It did shake things up around here, but that's okay. That is still a really big group of zombies I pulled. Yeah, we keep one-tapping them, this will go easy. I'm seeing 0 weapons among all of them. Not even crappy ones. Looks like we got 2-3 zombies in the trees over here. I need them to die because they're getting pretty close to high exertion. Our muscle strain is through the roof. Our axe is almost spent. There it is spent. Execute, please. Execute, please. You can do it. All right. So I've got a single knife. Cool, cool. Definitely in good shape. Alright, so it's going to take us a minute to recover. Needless to say, the weapon situation, not good. At a minimum, I need to get to the truck to grab the pickaxe. Ideally, I can grab the ratchets, because if I grab the ratchets, I can basically fight a whole other in-game day, maybe 2, before I gotta worry about weapons. And that chopper was a broken one. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is I can probably get a good day or 2 out of those ratchets. Oh, we're still muscle strained, aren't we? Well, that's it for weapons. Just straight up out of weapons. So we're gonna eat a berry, we're gonna run away, and we're gonna figure something out in the morning. I had hoped to be able to get close enough to snag the ratchet or something. Because I got a pickaxe, but it's in the truck. And I got a bunch of ratchets, but they're in the truck. And the truck is unfortunately right there at the front of the resort, which is where all those zombies were chilling. So I think what'll end up happening is we're gonna run back here. And what I might do is I might try and draw the zombies away, like ball them up, draw them away from the truck in the morning when it's not dark, and get stuff out of there. Because I think that'll make more sense than me trying to forage for flint pieces. And then hopefully have enough flint pieces to make a little bit. Like, we might actually be able to score a couple pieces of flint in the morning. But I didn't want to spend a day foraging for flint to get just like 2 pieces and then run up there and just break the weapons immediately. So I think maybe what I could do is I could bring a couple of handles, a couple pieces of cloth. We could forage for flint on the way down. If we find it, I'll craft 1 or 2 knives down there, like right before I start fighting in, and go from there. Actually, let's check the garage. I may have missed a wrench or something in here. It's entirely possible. We haven't checked in a while. No, I did not. Well, that's a whole thing. I'm pretty sure we had no tools we left in here, and then these are bathrooms. Well. Fill the pouch. Drop you in here. I don't really have enough to make any weapons I want to make. Drop the spare caffeine pills in there. Alright. Yes, I do think it'll be one of those things that when we play Project Zomboid next, it will be going down to the resort and kind of like Pied Pipering the zombies away from the truck long enough for me to snag the ratchets and or the pickaxe. And then that way we can rearm. Because I do think the resort is getting down to its end. Because if you notice where we did have like the group, that was only maybe 30 zombies out front that I saw. That was like, oh, that's a decent amount. But if you looked over at the parking lot, it was basically empty. So I do think it's just the little trickle of zombies that we're getting that are trapped in the various rooms inside the resort is what we're fighting, which is good, because it does mean we're on that last stretch. It'll just be that. And honestly, the more they want to pop out of that place and come to me, the more I'm bored. Oh, I can take that. That is a weapon. Because we got plenty of those. Anything else I could stab a zombie with? And no, I'm not taking a tree branch and whacking a zombie with it. I know that does work, and it's actually pretty good. I could carve a singular spear, which I don't... Oh, you know what? I can also make 1 hammer. Alright. So I've got 1 hammer, and I've got a trowel. But that is going to be for next time. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here into the future. That is kind of how this entire thing works. If you are watching over on YouTube, don't forget to drop your subscription. That way you can find your way here. With that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to YouTube. And I am going to go ahead and get my ending stream screen up, but don't go anywhere, because we are going to go find someone for